He's a SSS legendary hero. So why are his stats so freaking low? His skills are only F and D rank, and worst of all, he's about to fight, not against the demons, but on behalf of the Demon Queen. He has no time to think, so he charges toward the general, who tries to stop him with a vertical slash, but he dodges it, and his fist slams into the monster's face, followed by another to the solar plexus. But the creature tries to retaliate, so our boy dashes backward and sees that the albino pig is somehow still standing. Then the monster takes the initiative, which is exactly what the boy was waiting for, because he can use the monster's weight with a technique the demon commander taught him. He anticipates the creature's step forward and drives a bazooka into its belly, burying his hand deep between its ribs and activating instant devastation. The saintess in the grandstand couldn't understand how that was possible. The pig crashes to the floor with a crater in its chest. The boy raises his arm, and from the sidelines, the Demon Queen is shocked by how much stronger the legendary hero has become in just 2 months. Even while working for her, he's evolving at a rate that poses an extreme danger to all demons. But how did the legendary SS rank hero end up working for the demons? In his past life, his name was Choi, an up-and-coming MMA fighter. He came from nothing, no wealthy gym or famous coach, just a guy full of rage who loved to fight. At last, he had a championship title fight scheduled for the following month. It would be the biggest payday of his life, enough to finally clear his sister's debt and move his mom into a proper apartment. But he never made it to the fight. On his way home from training, the inescapable claimed another victim in its unstoppable kill streak. Everything faded to black. He opened his eyes in a strange space when an angel suddenly emerged from a portal with huge bombs and a ridiculous look on her face. She told him he was dead. Her name was Rahel, and she was searching for people who had died on Earth. Seeing the talent radiating from her, he grew curious and approached her, blushing as he asked for details. But she cut him off and said he had 2 choices. He could accept death and reincarnate as a loser, or be transported to another world and live the perfect life as a plumber, unclogging holes here and there. An incredible SS rank hero. He wasn't stupid and knew something was wrong, so he said he needed time to think. She kept insisting, calling it the opportunity of a lifetime and rambling on about all sorts of things. The protagonist knew something had to be wrong because the offer sounded far too good. He had just died after a life of fighting, so perhaps a peaceful reincarnation would be better. She told him to focus because he hadn't understood. She would explain it properly. He would be born in a peaceful village and complete an incredibly easy quest. Then the village lord would offer him his daughter, the most beautiful girl there, so he could marry her. The protagonist stared at Rahel suspiciously, while she wondered why he wasn't reacting. At that, she changed her mind and turned away, saying that if he didn't want to marry a wonderful woman, she would leave and let him reincarnate. He quickly told her to wait. Then she warned him that if he rejected the offer, he might not even be reborn as a human. After hearing that, he grabbed her foot and said it was fine. He accepted. She told him to say it again. So he begged to become the hero who was born in the village and married the village lord's daughter. She smiled and said they would begin immediately. The kid looked confused. Wait, right now? She said there was no reason to stand around waiting. He told her to explain more instead of sending him away completely unprepared. But it was too late. The magic circle made him disappear, and she told the other angels that he had been successfully transported. Meanwhile, the protagonist lost consciousness and awoke to someone ordering him to open his eyes. He wondered if this was the village chief Rahel had mentioned, the one with the beautiful daughter. For a moment, everything seemed to be going as promised, until a punch slammed into his stomach and jolted him fully awake. Annoyed, Hyunsuk snapped back and asked if the guy had a death wish, but he stopped midway. The figure before him wasn't human. It wore a horned wild boar skull and angrily accused him of slacking off in the slave dorm. Completely confused, he hesitated. Was this strange creature really the village chief Rahel meant? No way. It looked more like a monster a hero should fight. Carefully, he introduced himself as a hero. The creature looked confused, moved closer, and mocked how stupid heroes had become. Hyun-suk began to suspect that something had gone terribly wrong, but he still wanted to believe Rahel hadn't deceived him. Maybe this monster was simply his first mission. Trying to stay calm, he decided to strike first. But before he could think any further, the creature asked what he had just said. Without waiting, Hyun-suk kicked it and shouted for it to die. He felt proud of the kick for about a second, until the creature caught his foot. Smirking, it asked whether he truly believed he was a hero. In a weary voice, it complained about all the fake heroes and wondered why they kept appearing. The protagonist couldn't move, as the creature clenched its fist and sneered that a beating would straighten him out. As Hyun-suk's eyes adjusted to the dark room, loud banging echoed outside. Someone demanded that the door be opened and called for another fight with the cow-headed monster. The door opened, revealing an angry goblin holding a sword. It shouted at the noisy prisoner, threatening to boil him into soup unless he shut up. Terrified, Hyun-suk quickly promised to stay quiet. Once the goblin left, he started grumbling about this so-called beautiful fantasy world. He wondered where everything had gone wrong. More than anything, he feared dying a virgin again. Then a voice called through a small window in the cell. Hyun-suk asked who it was, and the man introduced himself as a senior hero who had been about to begin his own journey. He explained that they were trapped in a Demon King army fortress where humans were enslaved. Peering through the window, Hyun-suk was shocked to see another Korean. He respectfully called him Sunbae and asked how they had ended up there. Amused by his manners, the man teased him, then shouted to the other prisoners and asked whether the self-proclaimed heroes were still alive. Voices answered from every direction, all claiming to be heroes. The prison was full of unlucky people who had suffered the same fate. Stunned, Hyun-suk asked what was happening. His Sunbae casually said that at least 100 heroes were trapped in the Demon King's fortress. He explained that the red cow-headed creature Hyun-suk had met was Redrun, the fortress chief. The goblin who had threatened him was Jark, an especially cruel prison guard. Then he revealed why they were all there. It was because of Rahel, the so-called angel. Hyun-suk stared as the man cursed her, calling her a devil in disguise. Bitterly, he said everything would have been different without her mistake. Beginning to panic, Hyun-suk demanded the truth. Weren't heroes supposed to start somewhere better than this nightmare? The man said yes. Heroes captured elsewhere had told him about the normal starting locations. Heroes usually began in a city or village even before gaining any powers. That made everything clear. The reason he had landed in this hell was Rahel. He could still picture her face perfectly. A few days later, we see the 2nd Slave Squad of the Demon King Army's 3rd Battalion. Humans were forced to labor under brutal conditions while goblins watched, and they were even made to chant, "Crush the humans, eat the humans." Hyun-suk trembled with exhaustion as he carried a massive log with a goblin riding on top. Finally, a bell marked the end of the workday, and they were returned to their cells. Back in his cell, the protagonist thought prison almost felt better than the labor outside. Then he remembered Rahel's promise of special hero privileges. So he tried the classic command, status window. To his surprise, it worked, and his stats appeared before him. Looking them over, he learned the basics of his strength and abilities. Hyun-suk muttered about what he saw, and the man in the neighboring cell overheard him. The man was shocked to learn that Hyun-suk already had level 1 stamina. Hyun-suk confirmed it and added that his strength stat was 28. Remembering his past as a fighter, the man was impressed. He hadn't expected Hyun-suk to be so gifted, especially with stats above 30 at level 1. Hyun-suk dismissed it, saying he was still only a slave. But the man remained hopeful. He told Hyun-suk that with talent like that, he could escape and become a true hero. Hyun-suk didn't believe him and pretended to sleep. In truth, he kept wondering whether such a low level could help him escape. Later, once the other man had fallen asleep, Hyun-suk quietly got up and opened his status window again. This time, two things stood out: mana, which could grant superhuman power, and hero points. He realized the other heroes knew nothing about hero points because none of them had earned any. Then a familiar light appeared, and the angel showed up again, proudly flaunting her appearance. With a teasing smile and playful pout, she greeted him as though they hadn't met in ages. Then Rahel provocatively asked whether he wanted her to reveal some important information about hero points. But before she could finish, Hyun-suk snatched the tiny Rahel from the air and glared at her. He bluntly said he didn't care about hero points or anything else she had to say. Right now, he only wanted to give her a piece of his mind. A moment later, Rahel was tied up and dangling like fishing bait. Trying to calm him down, she explained that the summoning circles had malfunctioned because someone spilled coffee during snack time. As she spoke, she cast soundproofing magic so no one could hear them. Hyun-suk then asked whether this assignment was her punishment. Rel said no, she had been sent to serve as his personal fairy, a guide required to help him until he killed the Demon King. Hyun-suk made it clear that he no longer cared about being a hero. And Rahel asked what he meant. He said he had no interest in defeating the Demon King. He only wanted a normal life. Rahel admitted that many chosen heroes felt that way at first, but she reminded him that his potential was SS rank. He replied that talent didn't mean he owed anyone anything. He had never believed this was his destiny. Rahel tried to argue, but he cut her off. He was finished with the non-stop fighting that had defined his previous life. That caught Rahel off guard. She had always assumed he was a stupid fighter obsessed with battles and women. Now she began worrying about what would happen to her. When Rahel was first assigned as a personal fairy, she protested fiercely. She considered it insulting for someone of her standing to be given such a humiliating duty, but the order was final. She had to remain with Hyun-suk until the Demon King was defeated. She was told that a personal fairy must fully support her assigned warrior and share both victory and defeat. No matter how much she complained, she was sent directly to the demon fortress. Back in the present, Hyun-suk realized that a personal fairy had to obey her warrior, so he ordered Rahel to help him escape, and she reluctantly agreed. Then a noise came from the door, and Hyun-suk quickly grabbed Rahel and hid her. The goblins had come to wake the prisoners for another day of labor. Rahel complained that she could have hidden herself with stealth magic. Even after roll call ended, Hyun-suk noticed Jark, the cruel goblin guard, still standing by his cell. Jark said Redran wanted to see him in the office. When Hyun-suk arrived, Redran brought up something unexpected. He said Hyun-suk had been working hard lately. Hyun-suk stared in surprise as Jark sat on Redran's shoulders as usual. He could hardly believe that disgusting goblin was actually praising him. Redran admitted that he had initially thought Hyun-suk was just another insane human, but his recent attitude had changed his mind. So Redran offered him a new position, head slave. Hyun-suk had no idea what he meant. Redran explained that productivity had been falling, so they needed someone to manage the humans. Rahel desperately hoped Hyun-suk would reject the offer. She whispered for him to refuse, then loudly declared that a hero should never bow to an officer of the Demon King army. Both Redran and Jark heard her and asked what the noise was. Thinking quickly, Hyun-suk shouted that he would handle everything and make the humans work harder. He bowed so deeply that his forehead struck the desk. Redran loved it and admitted he was beginning to like him. He even promised to recommend Hyun-suk for the Demon King army if he continued performing well. Hyun-suk was dismissed, but inside, he felt miserable. His escape plan seemed to be falling apart. A few days later, the humans worked while chanting, and Hyun-suk strutted around like a boss, berating one worker for moving too slowly. He mocked the man, saying even his grandmother could move faster. With that attitude, he looked perfectly at home in the Demon King army. Then the system appeared and showed that his hidden charisma stat had increased. Drawing on his leadership experience, he blurted out that being head slave was incredible. The other prisoners exchanged nervous looks. They were certain he had finally lost his mind and began whispering behind his back. Rahel scolded him and warned that this could cause enormous trouble. Hyunsuk dismissed her concerns and told her to trust his plan. Then he smugly said that a sparrow like her could never understand a phoenix like him. When one man dropped to his knees, Hyunsuk harshly berated him. Then the system announced that Redrun's favorability had increased. Hyunsuk gave a dramatic salute, thanked Redrun, and loudly swore his loyalty. Rahel finally exploded, reminding him that he was supposed to escape and pursue freedom. Scratching his head, Hyunsuk awkwardly explained that he was merely following the system. Since he was a hero, obeying it made sense. Rahel fired back, saying it was absurd for a hero quest to require gaining favor with an officer of the Demon King army. He insisted he was telling the truth and offered to read the quest aloud. It began, "You who became trapped in the Demon King's fortress because of an idiot's mistake," and Rahel cut him off. She argued that a real system message would never sound so casual because system messages were supposed to be neutral and precise. Hyunsuk shrugged and suggested that an SS rank hero system might work differently. The night before, Rahel had gone berserk after seeing how readily Hyunsuk accepted the head slave position. He replied that she was the crazy one. Then, without warning, a system message appeared. It said, "You, trapped in the Demon King's fortress because of an idiot's mistake, probably feel as annoyed as finding an empty toilet paper roll. But this is also your chance to become a true hero. Gain the favor of the Demon King army officer, Redrun, and earn 100 hero points." Hyunsuk had been shocked, but he realized it was his only real path forward. So while the slaves worked, he made them sing the Demon King's 3rd Army Corps song. Rahel was confused because only extremely high-ranking beings could alter quest objectives. She couldn't understand why anyone would do that for him. Then Jark appeared again and told Hyunsuk to follow him to Redrun's office. Redrun praised him for greatly improving the slave's productivity. Pretending to be humble, Hyunsuk credited everything to Redrun's wise leadership. Rahel scoffed, certain that such cheap flattery would never work. But then, to her surprise, Redrun clearly loved it. The system appeared again, announcing that Hyunsuk had met the objective and completed the hero quest. He received 100 hero points and unlocked the beginner hero store. Both of them were amazed that his plan had worked so well. With the favorability quest complete and everything proceeding smoothly, Hyunsuk decided it was time for the second step. He asked Redrun for permission to train the slaves. Redrun asked, "Why?" Hyunsuk quickly proposed disciplined slaves working in perfect coordination, each performing the work of 3 without slacking. He claimed that with such efficiency, they could finish the fortress in only a week. Redrun argued that humans were too weak to train and work simultaneously. Hyunsuk persisted, adding that if it succeeded, even the commander would praise Redrun. That convinced him, and Redrun approved the training. Back in the cell, Rahel was utterly devastated. She cried that her hero had lost his mind, first serving the Demon King army and now training its slaves. Annoyed by her dramatics, Hyunsuk told her to be quiet and said he already had a plan. Still doubtful, Rahel asked whether he was deceiving her again. Hyunsuk asked if she thought he was like her. Then he revealed his true plan. Use the slaves to launch a rebellion. There were about 3,000 human slaves in the fortress, but only around 500 demon soldiers, and a human alliance base was nearby. Once the uprising began, they could call for support. Hearing that, Rahel's despair turned to admiration. She admitted he wasn't as stupid as she had thought. Next, Hyunsuk decided to inspect the quest rewards. Still suspicious, Rahel asked whether he had truly received hero points or whether it was all fake. Hyunsuk assured her it was real. He said the hero store had been unlocked and opened it to see what it contained. He entered hoping to find something useful, perhaps something that would finally grant him a proper hero skill. But when the item list appeared, he was stunned. The skills included Hold Your Breath, an F-rank ability that improved breath control, and Shit Holding, which allowed him to endure needing the bathroom longer. Hyunsuk sarcastically said that one deserved SS rank, especially during public emergencies. The other options included cooking, cleaning, and laundry. Confused and furious, Hyunsuk asked how any of those were suitable for a hero. Laughing, Rahel explained that the store was only level 1. She said better options would appear once he earned more points and upgraded it. Still furious, Hyunsuk told Rahel to shut up and called her a scam fairy. The next day, the slaves saluted the Demon King while Suk ordered them to sing the 3rd Army Corps song. At his signal, they began, "We, the great Demon King army, defeat humans, eat humans, forget your pain when you catch them. Nothing beneath the sky compares to the Demon King's love." Redrun watched the performance, pleased that allowing Hyunsuk to train the slaves had paid off. Then the office door burst open and Jark rushed in with urgent news. The human army was advancing on the fortress. The 8th Division, the largest nearby unit, had already been trapped and forced to retreat. If even the 8th Division had fallen, Jark warned, it was only a matter of time before the humans reached the fortress. Even so, Redrun remained calm. He acknowledged Jark's suggestion to evacuate, but told him to wait. According to Redrun, wars had always been decided by supply lines, and the first rule of war was never to lose a capable supply officer. So he told Jark to go ahead while he dealt with Hyunsuk first. Meanwhile, Hyunsuk shouted at the slaves, asking if they were ready to obey him. Then he heard the commotion and sighed, assuming Redrun was about to interrupt their training again. Looking at his status window, Hyunsuk saw that his stats had risen slightly, but nowhere near enough to start a rebellion. Under his breath, he wished for a lucky event that could make him stronger quickly. Before he could finish the thought, Redrun landed beside him and slapped a hand onto his shoulder, startling him. Hyunsuk spun around. Redrun looked rushed. "There was no time," he said urgently. "Come with me now." Hyunsuk asked where and why, but Redrun didn't answer. At that exact moment, the human commander roared for his troops to attack. Convinced victory was near, spear-wielding soldiers charged forward, cutting down several goblins as they advanced. But they froze when they saw the Red Nightmare, Redrun. The commander immediately ordered a retreat and told the knights to take over. Even so, the soldiers kept charging, carried forward by their momentum. Watching the confusion, Hyunsuk wondered why human soldiers were there. Perhaps he could exploit the situation, betray the Demon King army commander, and return to human society as a hero. Then a soldier screamed, "Die, Red Nightmare," and charged Redrun. Redrun calmly seized the man's head and crushed it. Hyunsuk froze in shock as Redrun used the 7th movement of his martial art. He drove the soldier's face into the ground and followed it with a wide area attack. Explosive destruction wave. The earth erupted, sending human soldiers flying. Afterward, Redrun looked back at Hyunsuk and asked if he was all right. Hyunsuk instinctively saluted, said he was fine, and quietly added that he would be leaving soon. Then he remembered who stood beside him. One of the strongest fighters in the Demon King army. The humans soon secured the area, planted 2 flags, and began separating people from the Marriott Kingdom and the Drasan Empire. A soldier asked Hyunsuk's cellmate whether they were warriors, and the man said yes. Those identified as warriors were separated from the other captives and taken elsewhere. Then someone arrived to meet them, Olivan Grimir, a red-haired, bearded duke of the Drasan Empire and commander of the allied army. A soldier reported that the evacuation was complete, and Olivan praised him. The soldier also reported that those claiming to be warriors had been gathered. Olivan then gave the order to begin. "All soldiers, take your positions." A moment later, he issued an even colder command, "Kill every warrior before us." Meanwhile, a carriage traveled through the forest. Inside, Hyunsuk sat silently, bidding farewell to his dreams of adventure and a perfect fantasy life. Redrun sat quietly across from him. Hyunsuk kept thinking about how effortlessly Redrun had killed everyone pursuing them. At least no one would chase them now. Trying to cheer him up, Rahul said a crisis often created opportunities. She suggested reaching headquarters first and assessing the Demon King Army's situation. Annoyed, Hyunsuk told her to be quiet. Then, breaking the silence, Redran said he must have dozed off for a moment. He looked over and asked, "Did you say something?" Hyunsuk quickly covered himself, saying he was only murmuring about how honored he felt to travel with Redran. Redran seemed pleased. He said they were nearing the 3rd Corps headquarters and told Hyunsuk to look forward to it. Once they arrived, he would officially enlist him in the Demon King Army. Hyunsuk turned pale but forced himself to say it was an honor. Even Rahel panicked silently. At headquarters, a guard announced Redran's return and the gates opened immediately. Redran motioned for Hyunsuk to follow and said he would take him directly to the commander. He called it an enormous honor to meet the commander so soon, though Hyunsuk's posture suggested otherwise. Then, Redran warned Hyunsuk to watch every word in front of the commander if he wanted to survive. Remembering the saying that one could survive even in a tiger's den by keeping a clear head, Hyunsuk steadied himself and vowed not to break. At the commander's door, Redran announced himself and was permitted to enter. As the door opened, Hyunsuk heard a woman's voice and wondered whether the commander might actually look human. The person before them was stunning. She was a woman with long ears, clawed nails, concealed eyes, and strange markings along her jaw and neck. She reclined in her chair, wearing high heels and radiating authority. "Welcome back, Redran," she said with a smile, adding that he looked even more muscular than before. This was Hemus, commander of the Demon King Army's 3rd Corps. Redran returned the compliment, saying her beauty had become even more dazzling. Hyunsuk's face grew warm. He couldn't believe someone so beautiful was a corps commander. Hemus thanked Redran with a smile, while Hyunsuk nervously wondered whether he should compliment her too. Before he decided, Redran changed the subject. He admitted his shame at failing to protect the fortress, but Hemus dismissed it. She said the true blame belonged to the 8th Division commander, not Redran. In a colder tone, she added that she should already have turned the man's hide into a bag. Hyunsuk nearly stopped breathing. Hemus continued, saying the 8th Division commander had returned alive, but only as a disgrace. The pressure radiating from her was worse than anything Hyunsuk had ever experienced. He clenched his fists and tried to conceal his trembling. Then Hemus changed the subject and looked at the human Redran had brought. Redran introduced Hyunsuk as the person mentioned in his earlier report and said he had brought him to formally enlist in the Demon King Army. Hemus stepped closer and examined him. She lightly called him cute and said she expected much from someone chosen by Redran. Flustered, Hyunsuk promised to do his best. Hemus looked him over and said a body like his wouldn't last long in the Demon Army. She asked whether Redran agreed, and he nodded. Yeah, the others would eat him alive. He then noted how rare a human recruit was and requested permission to train Hyunsuk himself. Hemus rejected the idea immediately. Absolutely not. Redran's time was far too valuable to waste on a human. Then something shocking happened. Hemus began to transform. Her head twisted into something resembling a flower, but one filled with teeth and a long tongue. Hyunsuk stared in disbelief as she pushed her arm into her own mouth. A moment later, her face returned to normal, and she held a small black dog-like creature. She told Hyunsuk that his new job was caring for her pet. The tiny beast looked small but dangerous. "This is Babo," Hemus said fondly. "Isn't he adorable?" Hyunsuk could only wonder what kind of pet it was. To him, it looked like something from hell. In Korean, the name Babo also meant stupid, making the situation even stranger. Redran looked at the creature and said he could sense tremendous power from it. Hemus was clearly pleased by the compliment. Hyunsuk still looked doubtful, and she noticed immediately. Her voice sharpened. "Don't you like him?" she asked, pressing harder. Hyunsuk quickly backtracked. It would be an honor to care for Babo. Satisfied, Hemus handed Babo over. She warned him not to miss feeding time because Babo was still growing and became vicious when hungry. She also mentioned that new caretakers were difficult to find because Babo kept eating them. Yahello suddenly shouted in surprise. A new hero quest had appeared, and she couldn't hide her shock. Hyunsuk immediately shushed her, afraid she would wake Babo. The quest appeared: survive by earning Babo's affection and secure a better future. Reward: 200 hero points. Hyunsuk was speechless. Was he really being told to win over a commander's pet? Just then, the door opened and a goblin entered, tapping on the frame. Hyunsuk greeted it politely, but felt uneasy inside. Having a goblin as his partner made him feel less like an employee and more like pet food. When he asked about the previous caretakers, the goblin bluntly said there were none. They were all dead. That answer was clear enough. Still, Hyunsuk asked about the work, and the goblin explained that they had to prepare Babo's meals. That's all? Hyunsuk asked. Yes, the goblin replied, but before it could say anything more, a shadow fell over it. Babo stood directly behind it, licking the goblin's head. Panicking, the goblin clung to Hyunsuk's leg and begged for help, even offering him its food in exchange. Hyunsuk finally snapped. "What are you doing?" he yelled. The goblin ignored him, clearly convinced that one of them was about to die. Enraged, Hyunsuk grabbed the goblin and threw it toward Babo. "You're the one dying," he said, offering the goblin as a snack when Babo prepared to pounce. Babo loved it and ate the goblin without hesitation. Hyunsuk and Rahel could only watch as Babo happily enjoyed his meal. Later, Rahel was running for her life with Babo chasing her. She screamed for help, but Hyunsuk casually warned her not to run too long because Babo would grow hungry again. Then Hyunsuk noticed a new shop item, an extra-large bone. It could lure canine-type monsters and make them friendly, and it cost 30 hero points. He acted quickly and called Babo over, showing him the bone. The moment Hyunsuk threw it, Babo's eyes lit up and he raced after it. Meanwhile, Rahel, exhausted from flying, complained that Hyunsuk should have found it sooner. Smugly, he answered, "That's because my brain notices the small details." He thought the quest would be easy after that, but he was wrong. Babo suddenly lunged at him, barely missing and tearing only the edge of his shirt. Then Hyunsuk understood. The bone wasn't enough. Babo wanted fresh meat. Rahel asked whether he was seriously considering taking Babo outside. Hyunsuk hesitated as the pressure mounted and Babo bared his teeth. Panicking, the first calming word that came to mind slipped out: walk. Babo stopped instantly. His savage expression vanished, replaced by excited tail-wagging joy. He even hugged Hyunsuk, who sighed in relief. Once outside, Hyunsuk tried to find the kitchen, but he had no idea where it was, and Babo dragged him everywhere. Rahel looked around and admitted that she couldn't smell any food. Then she spotted a goblin and suggested asking it for directions. Hyunsuk approached, and the goblin looked confused to see a human there, but Babo suddenly returned to his feral state. The goblin froze in terror. Hyunsuk tried to calm him, saying Babo was merely out for a walk, but the goblin remained terrified. He asked why a human was walking Babo. When Babo licked his face, Hyunsuk quickly intervened. "Don't eat him." Then he asked where the kitchen was. Trembling violently, the goblin pointed left and fled for his life. Rahel and Hyunsuk watched him run. After staring in surprise, they burst out laughing. The goblin had panicked so badly that they wondered how someone like him had joined the demon army. Once they calmed down, Hyunsuk refocused. He still needed meat from the kitchen. Rahel asked about his true plan. Was he going to care for a dog forever? He scoffed and said no. He still had greater ambitions. Then he turned around and saw that Babo was gone. Panic struck immediately. His face went pale. Where the hell is that dog? Dread filled Hyunsuk. Babo was pure trouble, and looking away for even a second had been a terrible mistake. Rahel looked around and pointed ahead. There Babo was trotting back toward them. Hyunsuk exhaled and snapped, "You scared me half to death." Babo returned, looking pleased, but blood covered his mouth, and his stomach was already full. Then shouting erupted. Commander Regis was dead, and someone vowed revenge. Hyunsuk froze. Rahel pointed at Babo and whispered that he had done. Goblin soldiers rushed toward them, and both fled. Between breaths, Rahel asked whether they were about to die. Hyunsuk snapped, "Shut up and run." They reached a dead end and were surrounded by shouting goblins. One threatened to tear off Hyun-suk's arms like chicken wings. Another complained that the commander had already been digested and wondered what he had tasted like. A third suggested tearing apart Hyun-suk and Babo and dividing the meat. Hyun-suk forced himself to remain calm and shouted back, "How dare you?" He was badly outnumbered and needed a solution quickly. He lifted Babo and asked whether they knew who this fearless creature was. Confused, the goblins stared, assuming Babo was merely a stray monster. Hearing that, Hyun-suk became angry and berated them. He announced that this adorable but deadly beast was Babo himself. The goblins hesitated. They had heard that Babo was Commander Hemis's pet, but assumed this was another human trick. Even so, some began wondering whether he might be telling the truth. Hyun-suk asked how they could fail to recognize Babo and called it disgraceful. His confidence unsettled them. Remaining calm, he ordered Babo to show them beast mode. Babo obeyed immediately, turning feral with drool hanging from his mouth as though ready to eat. Hyun-suk faced the goblins and repeated that this was Babo. Then he ordered, "Bite him." Babo roared and leaped onto the nearest goblin. Blood sprayed as Babo tore into him. Hyun-suk watched and casually remarked that an unmuzzled dog made quite a mess. By the time Babo finished, only bones remained. Hyun-suk faced the others and mocked them. "Anyone still doubt who Babo is?" The goblins immediately apologized, saying they hadn't realized it was truly him. Just then, a system message appeared. It said his outrageous charisma had intimidated a group of demons and increased his hidden charisma stat. He grinned, pleased to see it. Then a calm but commanding voice sounded behind him, asking what all the noise was. It was Commander Hemis. She surveyed the scene with amusement and joked that her adorable new pet was causing quite a commotion. Hyun-suk's blood ran cold. Meeting her in the office had already been stressful. Facing her here felt even worse. Hemis laughed, clearly amused that Hyun-suk had used her name and Babo to survive. Hyun-suk bowed deeply and admitted to committing a grave offense. Hemis raised an eyebrow in confusion because she had actually intended to praise him. She admired how quickly and cleverly he reacted, especially compared with the demons around her. He also had courage, she added with a smirk. Hyun-suk awkwardly thanked her, still unsure whether it was genuine praise or a hidden threat. Hemis continued, saying the demon army relied too heavily on brute force, which constantly caused needless problems. When he asked what kind of problems, she only said he would learn soon. Then she changed the subject and told him to consider becoming an officer in the demon army. Hyun-suk was stunned and felt completely unqualified, but Hemis dismissed his concern. She said he couldn't hide behind her name and Babo forever. She explained that the army held rank duels, allowing winners to claim the loser's position. Hemis gave him 1 month to prepare for a duel. If he won, she would protect him for another month. If he kept winning, he might even become a battalion commander and prove useful. Hyun-suk nervously asked what would happen if he lost. Hemis replied coldly that he would regret surviving the battle. The meaning was obvious. Losing would be worse than death. With no real choice, Hyun-suk accepted, and Hemis selected his opponent immediately. Yahello sighed deeply and said she would probably be saying goodbye to him in a month. Hyun-suk glared at her and reminded her that she was the one who claimed he had SS rank potential. Yahello shrugged and said potential only meant possibility, not certainty. Hyun-suk snapped that she was a fairy yet offered no support. As he fumed, he noticed blood smeared across the doors ahead and wondered whether this was truly the kitchen. Carefully, he pushed the doors open. Inside, a huge red-skinned demon greeted him. He introduced himself as Kulkin, the demon army's chef, and asked why Hyun-suk had come. Hyun-suk remained near the doorway and said he only needed a snack for Babo. Kulkin narrowed his eyes, realizing Babo had another new caretaker. But he flatly refused, leaving Hyun-suk speechless. Kulkin said he had no reason to help a human. Commander Hemis had only ordered him not to kill Hyun-suk. Desperate, Hyun-suk asked whether they could make some arrangement, emphasizing that the food was for Babo. After considering it, Kulkin offered one solution. If Hyunsuk truly wanted meat, he would have to hunt it himself, just like the goblins. Hyunsuk turned pale and looked toward the goblins, who were chopping meat that looked far too much like other goblins. At that moment, he realized Kulkin's idea of hunting was much worse than he had imagined. Before long, Hyunsuk stood before a giant wild boar. He was told that the beast would become dinner if he killed it, and he could only wonder how his life had become such a disaster. The same boar had already killed Morgan. They called it a hunt, but the beast simply charged everyone while the cooks vowed to avenge Morgan. Watching the chaos, Hyunsuk joked that it was difficult to tell who would become dinner. Rahel practically asked what they should do next and even suggested escaping. Hyunsuk shook his head. There was no way to escape such a large crowd, and he understood how terrible the situation was. He was preparing to move when Kulkin called out. Hyunsuk assumed it was his turn and answered immediately, but Kulkin surprised him by saying there was no need. The hunt was already over. Hyunsuk was stunned. They had seemed to be charging like idiots, so how had they killed it so quickly? A goblin reported the result to Kulkin: 12 dead and many more injured. Hyunsuk considered the cost insane, but Kulkin didn't care. He called it an excellent result and announced a short break before the next hunt. Hyunsuk couldn't ignore how little the chef cared about the dead. While the cooks worked, Hyunsuk told Rahel that escaping was now impossible. Rahel asked whether that meant he planned to join the hunts. Hyunsuk firmly said no. He had no reason to fight that way. After thinking, he concluded that leveling up was the only way to increase his stats, and that required experience points. Rahel agreed, but asked where he expected to gain experience in a place like this. Shamelessly, Hyunsuk asked whether he would still earn experience by dealing only the final blow. Rahel said yes, though she called the idea shameless. That was all he needed. He thanked her and said it was time to act. His options were disappearing, and he had to become stronger within a month, especially if Commander Hemis meant every threat she made. He walked over to Kulkin and said he wanted to join the next hunt as a member of the brave demon army. Kulkin stared, and Hyunsuk wondered whether he had gone too far. Then Kulkin grinned and said he liked Hyunsuk's courage. Relieved, Hyunsuk thanked him and added some flattery to remain in his favor. To his surprise, Kulkin placed him in command of the next hunt. He said the leader's role was the greatest honor in their group, aside from special cases. Pretending to be humble, Hyunsuk said he couldn't stand ahead of such noble demons and worried that the other cooks might object. Kulkin didn't care and merely gave him a thumbs up. Their conversation was interrupted when someone urgently called for Kulkin. "What is it?" the chef asked. A cook shouted that a monster had appeared. He said the cry they heard meant an urn had arrived. Confused, Hyunsuk asked whether they were in danger. Kulkin dismissed the concern, merely adding that urn meat didn't taste very good. Drawing a knife from his back, Kulkin ordered everyone to grab their weapons. They would hunt the urn and add its meat to dinner. Hyunsuk saw his opportunity. He only needed to remain nearby and land the final blow. Rahel handed him something. A system message appeared, showing a slight increase to his health and strength. For 3 minutes, Rahel casually dismissed his gratitude. But instead of responding kindly, Hyunsuk struck her on the head and complained that she should have used it sooner. Fired up, Hyunsuk rushed into position for the finishing blow. As he moved, he focused on what he wanted most. He imagined a beautiful blonde wife, at least 5 bunny-like children, and a peaceful life afterward. Refusing to die again as a lonely loser, he charged forward with everything he had. Hyunsuk leaped in and struck the urn with all his strength. The monster collapsed, and the instant it died, system messages began flooding in. He was shocked. A single final blow had raised him by 4 levels. At this rate, he could reach level 20 in 1 day. Thrilled, he finally felt hopeful. Now he truly could become stronger. A little later, a trembling cook approached the dead urn, raising a butcher knife. Before he could act, Hyunsuk bumped him aside with his elbow and casually claimed that his arm had slipped. Then he burst into wild laughter grinning as though he had completely lost his mind. From now on, he declared, every final blow belonged to him. More time passed and more monsters fell. Looking exhausted, Rahel asked whether they were finally finished. Hyunsuk smirked and praised his little buff bot for helping. The monsters were all dead, and the cooks appeared to have finished cutting them apart. But when he looked, again, he realized they were already devouring the fresh meat. One even shouted for a larger portion, leaving Hyunsuk completely confused. Kulkin noticed him staring and called out, asking what he was looking at. Hyunsuk asked whether the cooks were truly allowed to eat the army's food. Kulkin shrugged and said it was one of their privileges, especially because monster meat spoiled quickly. Fresh meat was a rare luxury for ordinary soldiers. He even admitted that good food was the main reason he kept going. That sent Hyunsuk spiraling. What kind of benefit was this, and how did these people survive without a union? Even so, Kulkin offered him some meat, saying he had earned it in battle. Hyunsuk paused, considering the risks the cooks had taken to obtain. In the end, he took a bite. It wasn't terrible. The strong aroma strangely helped, but the meat itself was bland and tough. He couldn't help thinking that nobody in South Korea would keep purchasing meat like this. Then he realized that these cooks risked their lives for mediocre meat. That gave him an idea. What if he made something better? At that moment, he realized he could win them over with food, gain their support, and become the god of the kitchen. So he opened the hero shop, catching Rahel by surprise. He spent points on 2 items, an F-rank cooking skill for 50 points, an MSG-filled seasoning for another 20. Rahel stared as though he had lost his mind and scolded him for wasting points on salt. Hyunsuk brushed her off and said she had no idea how powerful it was. Then he sprinkled it onto the meat, and the effect was immediate. The aroma became rich, and the meat suddenly looked juicy and delicious. Hyunsuk felt like a king, already imagining himself as a food god in this world. He offered the improved meat to Kulkin, but the chef initially said he was already full. Hyunsuk persisted, saying he had poured his soul into and could die satisfied if Kulkin took only 1 bite. At last, Kulkin gave in and tasted it. The flavor struck him so powerfully that it transported him back to childhood. He heard his mother asking whether he wanted meat for dinner, and the memory was so vivid that tears filled his eyes. Afterward, Hyunsuk left carrying a bag of meat, a gift from Kulkin, who warned that it would remain fresh for only 2 days. When Hyunsuk returned, Babo rushed toward him and nearly frightened him to death. Hyunsuk quickly handed over the meat, and Babo calmed immediately. He told Babo to eat as much as he wanted, then emptied every piece from the bag. Babo happily devoured everything, and Hyunsuk even promised to bring more the next day. That increased Babo's affinity and completed the hero quest, awarding him 200 hero points, exactly as Hyunsuk had planned. Rahel noticed and pointed out something on his screen that could increase his stats. When she asked why he hadn't used it, Hyunsuk said he didn't even understand how it worked, then blamed certain idiots who had skipped the tutorial. Rahel, completely unfazed, said it wasn't too late and began explaining bonus points. Strength increased attack power, while stamina improved endurance and toughness. Agility improved speed and reflexes, while mana was connected to magic. When he asked about charisma, Rahel said it was a hidden stat that bonus points couldn't increase. It could only rise through proper training. She advised him to distribute his points evenly, but Hyunsuk disagreed. He thought placing everything into strength would be more effective. Surprised, Rahel explained that concentrating on strength might help early on, but mana became essential later. A body reinforced with mana was far superior to one built on muscle alone. Hyunsuk adjusted his stats and asked whether the distribution was acceptable. Rahel examined it, said it wasn't bad, then told him to open the shop and purchase basic mana control. Curious, Hyunsuk asked what it was, and Rahel explained that it allowed proper control of mana. She estimated that it would cost around 100 hero points. He searched the shop but found nothing. Rahel was stunned because it should have been a common skill. Disappointed, Hyunsuk muttered that he had thought she might finally be useful. Irritated, he called her completely useless, and Rahel insisted that the skill was supposed to be there. 3 weeks later, Hyunsuk reached level 100, though it had taken longer than he expected. Rahel pointed out that the experience required kept rising with every level. Hyunsuk wondered whether any other hero trained this relentlessly, and Rahel told him he had already become an exception. He couldn't believe her and snapped, reminding her how many times he had nearly died that day. Rahel said most people needed about 6 months to reach level 100. Sounding slightly sad, she added that she wanted them to get along, but Hyunsuk replied that she had brought it upon herself. Just then the door opened, and a goblin entered to say that Commander Hemis wanted Hyunsuk. When he entered Hemis's office, she warmly greeted him and said he looked healthier and stronger than before. She had even noticed that his mana had doubled. Hyunsuk said he had been working hard to bring Babo the best meat every day. Hemis, however, was more interested in how rapidly his strength was increasing. She asked whether it was because of the hero leveling system. He froze. Hemis knew he was a hero. The only question was how long she had known. She calmly said she had realized it during their first meeting. When he asked how, Hemis explained that she knew someone deeply interested in heroes. Then she asked why he thought she had summoned him. Hyunsuk tried to guess and mentioned his recent battles. She reminded him of their agreement and asked whether he still remembered it. When Hyunsuk said yes, she immediately began berating him. Then Hemis suddenly transformed into a giant flower-like monster. She complained about how slowly he was leveling and warned him to work harder if he wanted to survive. To her, everything was entertainment. Hyunsuk remembered that crowds weren't most excited by flashy spectacles or easy victories. They loved shocking reversals. Then he understood that Hemis had paired him with someone he had virtually no chance of defeating. Rahel panicked and asked what he would do. Hyunsuk told her to calm down and give him a moment to think. He decided that his best option was to gather as much information as possible about his opponent before the duel. He planned to study the enemy's strength carefully, but Rahel pointed out that they only had a name and asked how he intended to find him. Hyunsuk said he would purchase an item from the hero shop called the Combat Power Meter. It cost 50 hero points and measured strength, stamina, agility, and mana. He would use it on his enemy, then train against someone of similar power. Rahel sighed and teased him for becoming intelligent only when the situation was serious. He replied that it was still better than being useless all the time. They tested the combat power meter on Rahel first. Her combat power was 375, and she admitted she had no idea whether that was high or low, so she suggested testing Hyunsuk next. He handed her the device and waited for the result, but Rahel suddenly looked confused. Hyunsuk asked whether she had seen something. After hesitating, Rahel said the device had to be broken. There was no possibility that his stats exceeded hers, but his strength was 1,560. Smirking, Hyunsuk asked whether she might actually be the weaker one. Then, looking devastated, Rahel admitted that her strength had been 10,000 only a month earlier. Hyunsuk still asked whether the device had worked correctly. Then they tested Babo, and the crazy dog had an absurd strength of 47,422. Rahel felt utterly humiliated, knowing they were both weaker than a dog. Hyunsuk laughed and joked that perhaps Babo's breed received a bonus. He went outside and began measuring the other demons. The goblins, who appeared weakest, had far lower numbers than the others, while most orcs were near Hyunsuk's level. Then someone announced Captain Bulkman, and everyone saluted. As the captain passed, Hyunsuk used the meter and saw that Bulkman's strength was an enormous 14,300. From this, Hyunsuk concluded that anyone above 10,000 was essentially commander class. He asked Rahel whether his opponent was truly only a platoon leader. Rahel confirmed it and gave the name Kirkan. Rumors said Kirkan was an orc as stupid as a pig. Hyunsuk assumed a platoon leader would have only around 3,000 power, so perhaps more leveling would give him a chance. Determined, he searched for Kirkin. When he finally found him, the meter displayed a strength of 6,671. Rahel bluntly said that this meant he was being sent to die. Just then, Hyunsuk received a hero quest. The system said his chances of defeating Kirkin were nearly zero. Still, because overcoming impossible situations was his specialty, he would receive an opportunity. Raise combat power to 3,000 within a week. Reward 300 hero points. He sarcastically praised the timing and joked that the system must be watching him. Even so, he accepted. It was now life or death, and if he wanted to survive, he vowed to outlast both his observer and Hemus. The next morning, Hyunsuk entered the kitchen and made sure everyone noticed him. Kulkin noticed Hyunsuk's goggles and asked where he had found them. Hyunsuk simply said he had seen others wearing them and acquired a pair. Kulkin assumed it was a trend among young people, then told Hyunsuk to prepare for the hunt. Hyunsuk measured Kulkin's combat power and saw a shocking figure, 35,230. That confused him because it was far beyond what a captain should possess. Then he noticed that the other cooks were also powerful, likely because they constantly fought demonic beasts. That gave him an idea. If he sparred with one of them, he could prepare for his upcoming duel. Hyunsuk asked Kulkin's permission, saying it would help him improve and become more useful. Kulkin initially dismissed the idea, saying Hyunsuk was already impressive for a human and didn't need to push himself so hard. Hyunsuk quietly threatened to keep the delicious meat for himself unless Kulkin allowed the spar. Kulkin gave in and told him to choose an opponent. Later, as the cooks prepared to leave, they were stunned to hear that Hyunsuk wanted to fight Golbachev. Golbachev was a cook with 2,620 combat power, and some believed it might be Hyunsuk's final day. The goblins immediately complained because they didn't want to lose the man who provided them with delicious meat. Hearing the commotion, Kulkin silenced them. He warned Golbachev not to kill Hyunsuk and ordered him to hold back. Golbachev, who appeared rather slow-witted, agreed, but Kulkin clearly didn't trust his answer. The sparring match began. Filled with resolve, Hyunsuk charged straight at Golbachev. Golbachev repeatedly reminded himself not to kill him. The moment Golbachev punched, Hyunsuk slipped aside. Hyunsuk immediately realized that Golbachev fought mostly by instinct. He exploited the opening and counterattacked. It felt strangely familiar, like the fights he had always found a way to win. In an instant, it was over, and Hyunsuk was declared the winner. The goblins could hardly believe it. Golbachev had fallen so quickly that some hadn't even seen what happened. Hyunsuk was equally stunned. He had won with a single kick. The unexpected victory greatly increased his confidence, and for a moment, he even believed he might someday challenge Kulkin. On the northern side of the Black Fortress near the Great Forest, Hyunsuk kept replaying the match. He had knocked out an orc with twice his power using one kick. That made him realize combat power was merely a number, not the entire picture. With a little more improvement, he felt certain he could easily win his next battle. Just then, a goblin approached Kulkin and reported a large group of Talos ahead. Kulkin looked irritated. He asked whether they had wandered into Talos territory. Curious, Hyunsuk asked what the problem was. Did Talos taste bad? Kulkin said their meat was actually decent and their bone marrow was a delicacy. The problem was that Talos traveled in groups and fiercely protected their young. Hyunsuk assumed the hunt would end, but Kulkin desired the meat too much. He ordered everyone forward and declared that Talos would be today's snack. He ordered them to kill every Talos they saw and let none escape. The Talos resembled giant spiders with skull-like structures on their bodies. Hyunsuk slyly shoved a goblin while pretending it was accidental and used the opportunity to deliver finishing blows and farm experience. After some time, the group had accumulated a large pile of dead Talos. Hyunsuk finished the final one and gained another level. Rahel praised his expertise at stealing kills. Taking it as a compliment, Hyunsuk said that was precisely why he enjoyed kitchen duty. Then a crushing pressure suddenly filled the area, catching Hyunsuk off guard. He turned as someone screamed that the Talos Queen had arrived. The sight of the dead Talos made her fury obvious. With a growl, she made everyone understand just how enraged she was. Wanting to measure her strength, Hyunsuk used his goggles, but her power couldn't even be measured. The truth struck him hard. They had slaughtered her children. He turned to ask the chef what they should do, but Kulkin was already fleeing. He shouted for everyone to survive and reunite later. Hyunsuk could only think how useless that advice was when a loud noise caught his attention. He bitterly cursed the chef's cowardice before the noise pulled him back to reality. Someone shouted for everyone to scatter. The weaker goblins were being torn apart by the enraged Talos Queen, whose scream was so loud that Hyunsuk had to cover his ears. Rahel suddenly told him to look behind him. When he turned, he saw hundreds of Talos charging toward him, led by the queen. Hyunsuk sprinted away while goblins screamed for help in the distance. He knew that stopping for even a second meant death. After running for some time, he found a cave and hesitated, uncertain whether entering was safe. Rahel said it was empty and claimed she had checked earlier. He didn't completely trust her, but the cave still seemed safer than the forest, where danger could come from every direction. The cave extended much farther than expected. Hyunsuk asked whether it was natural, but Rahel didn't know. She pointed out that it was wide enough for even the Talos Queen to enter, giving him an idea. Then he noticed sticky slime on the wall. Rahel said it probably wasn't a Talos nest, because the chef had claimed no Talos groups lived nearby. Even so, the slime made Hyunsuk uneasy. Spiderwebs? Then he noticed eggs. That confirmed it. The cave was a Talos nest, not a safe hiding place. Just as he decided to get out, glowing green eyes appeared in the darkness. A fully grown Talos charged him, and Hyunsuk ran as fast as possible. Rahel frantically asked whether they were going the right way. He admitted he had no idea because it was also his first time there. Then he stepped on something, lost his balance and slipped. Panicking, he grabbed the first thing he could find and threw it at the Talos. The creature caught it in midair. It was an egg. To Hyunsuk's surprise, the Talos stopped attacking and focused on the egg. He asked Rahel why, and she guessed that the Talos liked it because it was round, smooth, and wet. In other words, it resembled a Talos egg. That gave Hyunsuk an idea. He grabbed another egg and taunted the Talos, saying he was finished tolerating. The Talos panicked, proving that the plan was working. Planting his feet, Hyunsuk threw the egg. The Talos lunged after it almost desperately. Rahel noted how fast and agile it was, probably because of its monster body, and asked what he planned to do next. Hyunsuk replied that he had few options when more than 100 eggs still surrounded them. Even then, he kept taunting the Talos, and one of the eggs cracked. He mocked it, saying even he could probably catch better. Hyunsuk told Rahel to bring another egg, but she said they had reached the last one. His face went pale as panic set in. He had made a terrible mistake. Talos growled furiously and leaped toward them. Hyunsuk immediately ordered Rahel to cast a buff. The Talos Queen remained furious, but Hyunsuk noticed that chasing the eggs had exhausted her. He steadied himself and focused, convinced that this was his opportunity. As the Talos Queen charged, Hyunsuk prepared his strongest move, Paradise Reincarnation Shot. Instead of retreating, he met her head on and delivered a crushing strike that brought the Talos down. System messages appeared one after another, showing that Hyunsuk had leveled up. Rahel hurried over and asked whether he was all right. Hyunsuk said no and insisted he wasn't joking. He truly felt like he was dying. Then he said they needed to find a safer location. To his surprise, Rahel said she could also use healing magic. He praised her, saying those mana points had finally become useful, but she modestly explained that her healing was weak and could mostly only stop bleeding. After assigning his new stat points, Hyunsuk decided it was time to return. At level 108, his stats were Strength 56 plus 2, Agility 53 plus 2, stamina 55 plus 2, mana 53 plus 2, and charisma 27. He felt proud of how balanced his stats had become, though he still wasn't certain how to use all of them. For now, he considered them an investment in the future. Then a familiar voice echoed through the cave. It was Kulkin, happy to see Hyunsuk alive. Hyunsuk asked what he was doing there. Kulkin said he had discovered the cave while fleeing and thought they were lucky to be alive. But then he froze after realizing that it was a Talos nest. He noticed objects scattered across the ground, and Hyunsuk explained that they were Talos eggs and that the cave was their nesting place. Kulkin's eyes immediately lit up. He said Talos eggs were an extremely rare delicacy eaten only by high-ranking officials. Annoyed, Hyunsuk shouted at him to focus because they still needed to escape. Kulkin said the Talos Queen was probably already inside, and that defeating her would require someone at division commander level or higher. He gave up and decided that the egg would be his final meal. Then voices came from the entrance. The surviving goblins had arrived with the head chef. Kulkin welcomed those who survived and offered them a taste of the precious egg. Hyunsuk quietly swore that this would not be his last meal, especially because he had yet to eat his wife's 5-dish feast. He refused to die in a place like this. Meanwhile, in Hemis's office, someone greeted the commander, commented on her usual stern demeanor, and asked whether the mission was complete. Redrun reported that he had captured the Holy Empire's next saintess as ordered. Impressed, Hemis praised him for infiltrating a fanatical cult in only 3 weeks. She patted his head, making him blush. Knock interrupted the moment, and Hemis sounded irritated. A goblin delivered an urgent report about the cooks who had gone to gather ingredients. Hemis initially dismissed it as nothing unusual, but the goblin emphasized that the situation was serious. The Talos Queen had appeared, and most of the cooks, including Kulkin, were dead or missing. When Hemis asked about Hyunsuk, the goblin said he was also missing. Redrun's expression darkened immediately. Back in the cave, the goblins ate Talos eggs as though they had accepted death, while Kulkin said his farewells. Hyunsuk struck him on the head and ordered him to pull himself together. Kulkin stared in confusion. Hyunsuk said he looked as though he were under an evil spell, so he would use his secret weapon to restore his senses. Then, grinning proudly, Hyunsuk produced a new item, the Demonic Beast edition of the Beast Encyclopedia. It contained information about nearly every demonic beast and had cost him 50 hero points. He quickly searched for the Tala, a spider-like monster that lived in groups and was known for its powerful legs. The book said its weak points were the head and torso, and its bodily fluids were highly flammable. Even its eggs contained substances capable of exploding like bombs. It also warned that caves made from Tala saliva ignited easily, making flame magic extremely dangerous inside. Hyunsuk asked Kulkin whether he could use fire magic. Kulkin said yes, but only simple attacks such as projecting flames. Sighing wearily, Kulkin said the Tala's shell was too strong for weak flames. Hyunsuk dismissed that concern and said he had never intended to burn the monsters themselves. Then he gathered everyone. Explaining his idea, he said they had to survive because many other delicious meals, like Tala eggs, were still waiting for them. The goblins thought the plan sounded hopeless, so he offered something more tempting. If they survived, he would treat them to all the highest quality demonic beast meat they could eat. Their eyes immediately filled with determination. Kulkin was already drooling and eagerly asked about the plan. Pleased that they were finally motivated, Hyunsuk explained everything. His primary rule was simple. They couldn't stop running until they reached the exit. Once the plan was prepared, they moved. Before long, they encountered a swarm of Tala. Hyunsuk signaled Kulkin to prepare his fire. At the perfect moment, Kulkin unleashed the flames. Part of the cave exploded instantly. Watching the chaos, Rahel asked Hyunsuk what he had done. He said the fire would spread deeper into the cave and detonate the eggs left behind. That should keep the Tala occupied long enough for them to escape. Hyunsuk told the goblins to focus on surviving and throw an egg to distract the enemy if necessary. Since he had only one egg remaining, they had to locate the exit before using it. As they continued, Rahel noticed light ahead. Hyunsuk led everyone toward it, shouting for them not to slow down. For a moment, they felt safe upon reaching the light. But the feeling quickly vanished. The Talos Queen was waiting directly before them. Hyunsuk's expression fell as the enormous monster blocked their path. Kulkin whispered, despairingly, that the queen had returned and they were finished. But Hyunsuk didn't surrender. He noticed that she wasn't attacking yet. Seeing an opportunity, he addressed her directly. He ordered Kulkin to ignite something, raised the final egg, and threatened to blow it up. If this explodes, Hyunsuk warned, everyone dies, including your children. The queen paused and stared at the egg. Hyunsuk pressed harder and demanded that she move aside. The queen released a piercing screech, making everyone tense. Rahel nervously asked what they should do. With no alternatives, Hyunsuk ignited the egg and threw it against the cave wall. It exploded and flames spread rapidly. The entire cave began shaking as it collapsed. Terrified, the goblins raced toward the exit. Hyunsuk shouted that nothing mattered except escaping alive. But while running, he suddenly stopped because a system message appeared. He had leveled up. Rahel shouted at him to move before the cave buried him alive. Looking back, he saw the Talos Queen being crushed by falling debris. Then even more notifications filled his vision. He continued leveling up repeatedly. That was when he understood. Every Talos killed by the collapse counted as his experience. To him, this was the ultimate speed farming. Hyunsuk stood frozen in shock, for forcing himself to focus and run. He called to Rahel for a buff, and she cast it immediately. After breaking through the chaos, only one obstacle remained. The Talos Queen still blocked their path. Attempting to distract her, Kulkin produced an egg and shouted, "This is for you, Queen." He offered the egg in exchange for safe passage. Hyunsuk saw his opportunity. Determined to survive, he ran with everything he had. The queen spat out a green liquid, resembling spider silk, and Hyunsuk began to think that this truly might be the end. Then a red hand suddenly grabbed a huge trunk, and a familiar voice asked whether he was all right. Hyunsuk realized someone was pulling him away, and to his surprise, it was Redrun. He seemed pleased to find Hyunsuk alive, exactly as expected. Calm and confident, Redrun said he would handle it. Swinging the massive trunk, he struck the Talos Queen with devastating force. The queen screamed so loudly that it hurt to hear. As Redrun assumed his fighting stance, Hyunsuk could only stare in awe and blurt out how incredible he was. He could hardly believe it. Later, back at the Demon King's Black Castle, they received terrible news. Of the 105 goblin units in the Demon King army, only 6 remained. 99 were dead or missing, including Kulkin. In Babo's room, the enormous beast whimpered and clung to Hyunsuk like a child. Hyunsuk comforted him, joking that he had returned from the dead just to see him. Rahel said they were fortunate to survive and credited the cow-headed savior, while Babo continued licking Hyunsuk's face. Hyunsuk told Rahel they should enjoy the peace while it lasted, because the final battle might kill him. When she asked what he meant, he said the finals were rapidly approaching. Rahel pointed out how much Hyunsuk had grown, and she was correct. Because of the cave collapse, he had gained an incredible 75 levels at once. He was now level 200, but Rahel said it still didn't seem sufficient. Hyunsuk agreed, especially against enemies with more than 6,000 combat power. Rahel then asked whether reaching 6,000 combat power would make him as strong as an orc. He replied that strength wasn't determined by numbers alone, and Rahel agreed. She explained that such power also depended on magic, then said he needed to learn it if he intended to face monsters like that. Hyunsuk said it wasn't so simple. Rahel reminded him that he had accidentally used magic once before. Confused, he said he hadn't even realized it, and she admitted that it had been too basic to truly call magic. That made Hyunsuk realize the strange burst of power he had felt earlier was indeed magic. Their conversation ended when the door suddenly opened. Both were startled when Redrun entered. Hyunsuk asked why someone like Redrun had come to such a small room. Redrun said he had come to summon him to the great commander's office. When they arrived, she asked why Redrun was there. He explained that he had a personal request. He wanted permission to teach Hyunsuk how to fight. Hyunsuk was stunned. He immediately asked why. Redrun explained that Orc Kirkin, a platoon leader, was showing tremendous promise and appeared capable of becoming deputy battalion commander. At this rate, Hyunsuk would lose. Redrun said he believed Hyunsuk possessed immense potential and wanted to see how far he could progress. Hyunsuk was certain the commander would refuse, so her response left him speechless. To his surprise, Hemis agreed. Redrun thanked her and Hemis ordered them to leave. She said she still had work, but before they departed, she noted how much stronger Hyunsuk had become since their previous meeting. Although she admired his rapid growth, it also irritated her because it threatened Kirkin. So she decided to give Kirkin something to restore the balance. Redrun brought Hyunsuk to his private training ground, an enormous area that amazed him. It showed Hyunsuk how highly Hemis regarded Redrun. Watching silently, Redrun noticed that Hyunsuk's body contained abundant mana, but he had no idea how to use it. His growth had been so rapid that he had never learned the fundamentals, and with the battle only 4 days away, there was no time to waste. Redrun decided there was only one solution. He clenched his fist and said that pain was part of becoming stronger. Then he warned Hyunsuk to remain alert and punched him directly in the face. As Hyunsuk crashed into the ground, he couldn't help wondering whether Redrun was insane. He was supposed to train him, not beat him nearly to death. Hyunsuk shouted at Redrun to stop fooling around, but Redrun said he would die unless he learned to block with mana. Gritting his teeth, Hyunsuk raised his forearm to defend against the next kick. He jumped backward to create distance, gathered himself, and countered with a kick. Redrun found this strange. Hyunsuk wasn't physically remarkable, but his reflexes and awareness matched those of a trained knight. He could also see that Hyunsuk's fighting spirit was genuine. It became clear that Redrun hadn't failed to dodge by accident. Hyunsuk's battle instincts were exceptionally sharp. Trusting those instincts, Redrun reminded him about the wager with the commander and said that without mana, he could never defeat Kirkin. Coldly, he added that dying there was better than losing before everyone. Then he delivered a heavy punch sent Hyunsuk flying. In that instant, Hyunsuk understood that Redrun was serious. Another strike like that could truly kill him. His thoughts drifted to the life he still desired with marriage and adorable children. But Redrun gave him no time to dream. He pursued him through the air, leaving Hyunsuk only 2 options: die or block the attack. Praying to God, Hyunsuk tightened his fist and prepared to counter. A second later, the ground shook as a body crashed into it. That body belonged to Hyunsuk, and the impact shattered a large section of the ground. Rahel, watching nearby, looked horrified. Redrun approached Hyunsuk's motionless body and studied him before saying he had just controlled mana for the first time. Then he asked whether Hyunsuk had noticed. Barely raising one hand, Hyunsuk gave a thumbs up and joked that God had heard his prayer. His ridiculous expression prompted Redrun to say that he would win if he continued improving at this rate. Then Redrun grabbed his arm and told him to remain still while he healed him. But the moment he began, Hyunsuk groaned in pain and clutched his neck. Redrun had forgotten something crucial. Dark mana acted like poison to humans. Realizing his mistake, he repeatedly apologized, lifted Hyunsuk, and begged him to stay alive. In this world, certain powers naturally countered others. Dark mana defeated normal mana defeated divine power, and divine power defeated dark mana. Mana belonged to humans, while dark mana belonged to demons. Divine power, however, belonged to those devoted to God. The Church of Tussis, the strongest religious power, had fought to bring every other faith beneath its rule. Now, as the divine empire of Getron, it selected one person capable of hearing God's voice and honored her as the saintess. Deep within the Demon King's fortress, people whispered about the captured saintess confined to her room. The Divine Empire's next saintess, Eblisson Marriott, had become a prisoner of the demon army. Even the demons had doubts. She hadn't prayed for days, causing some to question whether she was truly the saintess. Even so, they trusted Redrun for bringing her there. Eblisson, however, had no reason to pray. To her, imprisonment was better than life in the church. The door flew open, and Redrun rushed inside carrying Hyunsuk. Eblisson immediately scolded him for barging in, but he ignored her. Instead, Redrun ordered her to heal the human immediately. Hyunsuk's head throbbed, and he wondered what Redrun had done to him this time. Honestly, it was almost amusing. His final regret was that the last hand he held belonged to a man rather than Rahel. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a beautiful silver-haired girl. He initially assumed he had died again and arrived somewhere strange. Hyunsuk began whining that he would never forgive the angel. He even shouted that he would rather become an archmage before turning 30 than endure everything again. Then he cursed Rahel, calling her a demon disguised as an angel, and wished eternal suffering upon her. Finally, he made one more demand. If that angel wanted him to become a hero again, she should marry him first. Eblisson simply stared and called him pathetic. Hyunsuk's eyes flew open in shock. Relieved to see him awake, Redrun excitedly grabbed his shirt. Hyunsuk, still dazed, had no idea what was happening. Redrun pulled him into an embrace, and Hyunsuk immediately complained that he was trying to kill him again. That was when Hyunsuk realized he was still alive. He turned, saw Eblisson, and slowly remembered all the embarrassing things he had just said in front of her. Meanwhile, Redrun asked the saintess whether Hyunsuk was completely healed. She said no. Redrun should already know that dark mana remained inside Hyunsuk's body, and she couldn't predict what it might do to him. Redrun asked whether her divine power could remove it, but Eblisson warned that one mistake could kill Hyunsuk. She said waiting might be safest because the dark mana could disappear naturally. Deeply guilty, Redrun promised to compensate by training Hyunsuk to become stronger. Even while being crushed in the hug, Hyunsuk managed to say that Redrun didn't need to do so much for someone like him. Redrun began dragging him away, but Hyunsuk asked him to wait. Eblisson watched them and wondered why a demon was training a human. A few hours later, Hyunsuk finally returned to his room. As usual, Babo was there, happily chewing on his head. Hyunsuk thanked Babo. He remembered hearing that Babo had destroyed his room and eaten the soldier who tried to feed him. Then he thanked him again because, without Babo's separation anxiety, he would probably still be trapped in training. He complained to Babo about everything that had happened. It was enough to make anyone cry, and dark mana was still circulating through his body. Looking up, he asked Rahel whether he would die. Babo simply continued licking him. Hyunsuk called Rahel again, but she still didn't answer. Rahel was crying, devastated that her hero had been corrupted and tainted. She said he was no longer the same hero. Hyunsuk was stunned. After everything he had endured, shouldn't he be the one crying? Eventually, Rahel calmed down and admitted that everything was her fault. The dark mana, his near-death state, all of it. Dripping with sarcasm, she said she was a demon wearing an angel's face, a lunatic monster destined to burn eternally in hell. Hyunsuk froze. Those were the exact words he had shouted in front of the saintess. Realizing his mistake, he rushed to comfort Rahel and even said there wasn't a single buff item in the world better than her. Rahel didn't believe him and told him to be quiet because he didn't mean it. Hyunsuk could only wait and search for a way to make amends. 3 days later, Hyunsuk felt as though he were losing his mind. Lying on the ground, he cried after the brutal training Redrun had put him through. Eblisson was also there, healing his injuries as usual. As always, Hyunsuk praised her beauty. Disgusted, Eblisson couldn't believe he was supposedly a hero, but she healed him anyway. Scratching his head, he nervously asked Eblisson for a favor before the next day's fight. He wanted her to pray for his survival, and if possible, come watch him fight. The request surprised Eblisson. Then the day of the duel finally arrived. This battle would determine Hyunsuk's fate. The crowd murmured in confusion. Why would a human challenge a commander? Naturally, Hemus and Redrun were both present. Enjoying the atmosphere, Hemus asked who Redrun believed would win. Without hesitation, he chose Hyunsuk. He had trained relentlessly, and his talent was extraordinary. Intrigued, Hemus leaned closer and proposed a wager. If Hyunsuk won, Redrun could continue training him. Redrun found that strange and asked what would happen if Hyunsuk lost. With a sly smile, Hemus revealed the true condition. Redrun would have to kill Hyunsuk himself. That was the price of making such confident claims. Redrun sensed danger, but he had no choice except to accept. Watching him, Hemus said she hadn't felt this excited in a long time. Then the announcer began introducing the fighters. Hyunsuk stood ready, calm and in peak condition. He felt no fear. When his name was announced, he confidently stepped forward and reflected on how far he had come. His stats had improved tremendously, and he had gained a new skill and trait. All the brutal training had paid off. Redrun's unique combat style, consisting of 10 different forms, was now part of Hyunsuk's arsenal. Even though his mastery was only 8, he believed it would be enough. He was determined to win, and perhaps ask the silver-haired saintess on a date afterward. But Rahel suddenly shouted, demanding to know what he was thinking. A moment later, his opponent was announced. This beast, Kirkin, had come to punish Hyunsuk for his arrogance. Immediately, both Hyunsuk and Rahel noticed something was wrong. Kirkin no longer looked as he had before. The moment Kirkin appeared, even Redrun was surprised. Hemus quickly reminded Redrun that he could no longer withdraw from their wager. Kirkin roared so powerfully that the entire arena shook. Hyunsuk checked his goggles and saw that Kirkin's combat power had reached 10,573. He could hardly believe it. In only a few days, Kirkin had surpassed 10,000. Rahel was equally shocked and guessed that he had used some underhanded method to grow so strong so quickly. Even so, Hyunsuk clenched his fist and muttered that naturally it wouldn't be easy. The instant the duel began, Hyunsuk charged straight at Kirkin. Kirkin anticipated him and raised his weapon. Hyunsuk knew that one direct blow from the enormous club would finish him. Kirkin swung, but Hyunsuk dodged. The attack was broad and predictable, so he remained calm, kept moving, and waited for an opening. Then he landed a clean strike, and even the announcer said it must have hurt. Hyunsuk moved in for another attack and landed that one too. The impact was tremendous, but Kirkin didn't move at all. Then Hyunsuk saw a blur approaching and realized he had made a mistake. It struck his side with tremendous force. He jumped backward to create distance and realized that the single blow had broken his left arm. But Kirkin appeared completely unharmed by Hyunsuk's attacks. Hyunsuk noticed that his body still looked normal, and his movements remained predictable. He reminded himself that he had survived worse. Forcing himself to remain calm, he told himself not to be afraid and recalled what he had learned. Combat arts combined mana with martial arts, allowing someone to shatter the ground or break stone with a single blow. Redrun had taught him that, but he also said combat arts weren't merely about power. Their true purpose was killing the enemy. During training, Redrun had told Hyunsuk that he couldn't defeat Kirkin as he was. The reason was simple: he lacked killing intent. Without genuinely intending to kill, his attacks were meaningless. In the middle of the battle, he remembered those words. Kirkin attacked again, but this time, instead of dodging, Hyunsuk surged forward to meet the blow head-on. This time, his strike carried genuine killing intent. His punch connected, and Hyunsuk shouted, "Fucking die!" Unlike his previous attacks, this blow pierced directly through Kirkin's thick body. It was the first form of Redrun's combat style, instant obliteration. True to its name, it also destroyed the arena. As dust filled the arena, Ebleson wondered who had won. When it cleared, Kirkin remained standing with an enormous hole through his chest. "Welcome to the Donut Club, ugly," Hyunsuk thought as he raised his fist. It was official. The weak human had won, but even in victory his body trembled, and he realized that using Redrun's technique again might kill him. Meanwhile, Rahel celebrated. She told Hyunsuk that he had punched straight through Kirkin's heart. Hyunsuk could barely believe they had truly won. Then a dark red aura began surrounding Kirkin's body. Something was wrong. Even the announcer cried out in disbelief, calling it a miracle. But Hyunsuk knew it wasn't a miracle. He watched a red object begin emerging from Kirkin's body. Kirkin twisted in pain as his body transformed, making it clear that the blow still hadn't killed him. Defying reason, Kirkin remained standing, desperate and furious, despite the enormous hole where his heart should have been. He had literally become a walking donut. Shocked that Kirkin could still fight without a heart, Hyunsuk stared at the hole in his chest and realized that Hemis had to be responsible. Meanwhile, Hemis watched with a smile, clearly enjoying the outcome. Beside her, Redren asked why she had given Mr. Donut her dark mana. She had even cursed him to become undead the moment he suffered a fatal injury. Hemis smiled at Hyunsuk's rapid growth and talent, though a trace of irritation remained. She had expected even more. Back in the arena, Hyunsuk stared at the monster and wondered whether Mr. Donut was somehow still alive. Rahel said no. A curse was merely keeping him moving, and it wouldn't last much longer. Then Mr. Donut suddenly charged, ready to kill him. Hyunsuk laughed and said he already knew the attack, so dodging it would be easy. Famous last words. A split second later, he was struck. Mr. Donut's fist was already against his neck, proving it was far harder to avoid than Hyunsuk expected. Gripping Hyunsuk's throat with one hand, Mr. Donut repeatedly struck him with the other until Hyunsuk desperately wrapped himself around the monster's arm with both arms and legs, triggering a burst of energy that caused Mr. Donut to hurl him away, sending Hyunsuk flying into a wall. As his body enjoyed another reunion with solid stone, he remembered how near death had felt before. This wasn't much better. Every bone in his body seemed shattered, but before he could dwell on it, he noticed someone urging him to stand and keep fighting. Then he realized it was Ebleson. She gestured for him to keep going and told him he could win. At first, he wasn't sure he believed her, but his doubt quickly disappeared. He rose again, realizing the match wasn't over until it truly ended. Strangely, one simple thought drove him onward. He refused to embarrass himself before a girl. That was one way to resist death. Despite feeling as though his entire body were broken, he wrapped himself in mana-like armor, and a blue aura surrounded him. Then Hyunsuk charged forward to counterattack. As he closed in on Mr. Donut, the system updated twice in succession. His mana control rose from F2, E then from E2, D gathering one enormous mana-filled strike. He shouted a date invitation to Ebleson. Apparently, screaming while smashing an orc's skull was the perfect moment to ask a girl out. The attack drove Mr. Donut's head into the ground. But it still isn't enough to finish him off, though it comes close. Seeing how much damage that did, Hyunsuk keeps going, smashing Mr. Donut's head over and over. The crowd can only watch in stunned silence, barely able to grasp what's happening in the arena. Elsewhere, as Redrun watches beside the commander, she asks whether he taught the hero those moves. Redrun says no and makes it clear he has never seen anything like them. Back in the arena, with the fight nearly over, Hyunsuk somehow thinks about his possible date, dinner, a trip, and even a hotel. Priorities. Still, he knows he must stay alert as exhaustion begins to overwhelm him. Watching all this, the commander tells Redrun to admit it. The protagonist is a monster. She thinks having a hero serve the demon army could be entertaining, even if his face reminds her of someone she hates. Later, Hyunsuk wakes in his cabin, covered in bandages, with Babo and Rahel nearby. Before he can ask where he is, Rahel flatly tells him he is obviously in his cabin. Worried about the fight and what happened afterward, he quickly learns that he won, and Abelson treated his injuries. He immediately checks the system. He is now level 212, with major increases to his level, stamina, mana, and charisma, plus a new skill, mana control. As he reviews his stats, Rahel points out that she could have healed him too. Hyunsuk ignores her and stares at the ridiculous number of levels he gained. When he notices mana control, Rahel reacts in disbelief. She quickly insists she has every right to be shocked. Mana control is incredibly rare. But as she tries to explain how significant it is, Hyunsuk cuts her off after noticing a strangely folded letter. The scene shifts to Abelson's prison, where she looks up and murmurs that it wasn't necessary. In her mind, that hero is strange. He discovered mana and learned combat in only 3 days, which makes no sense. He clearly possesses some unknown potential. Unfortunately, his personality is the complete opposite of his talent. Abelson wonders whether her prayers were answered, or Hyunsuk is simply a natural genius. Either way, it doesn't matter. He is the hope she needs. Afterward, she knocks on a door to ask for a favor, and Redrun answers from the other side, asking what she wants. She says she wants to take a walk. Back in his room, Hyunsuk reads the letter and is stunned. Abelson accepted his date request and wants to meet him in the courtyard. The hero is about to have the best day of his life. A little later, the meeting time finally arrives. Hyunsuk is so nervous that he has no idea how to behave. He even wonders whether to ask for her number before remembering that phones don't exist here. Rahel tells him to give up and return to his room, complaining that he never listens to her anyway. She cannot finish because he suddenly grabs her tightly, ready to toss her aside. But just as he is about to do it, Abelson appears before him with 2 others. Caught off guard, Hyunsuk blurts out her name and asks who the other 2 are. Abelson says they are her escorts. In her situation, she cannot exactly walk around alone. That reminds him she is being held hostage by the demon army. Breaking the awkward silence, Abelson says she wants to begin with a walk. He agrees, but her escorts watch every move, making the whole thing stressful and eliminating any chance of privacy. While he struggles to begin a conversation, Abelson already knows exactly what to ask. Without wasting time, she gets straight to the point. "Are you a hero, mister? Choi Hunchik?" Hyunsuk is stunned and cannot understand how she knows. Abelson explains that only heroes and demons have black hair in this world. Shaken by that, he is then asked whether he has questions too, and she tells him to ask anything he wants. Nervous but grateful, Hyunsuk slowly begins with his first question. But before anything sensible comes out, Redrun cuts in. Hyunsuk turns in surprise as Redrun rushes over, clearly irritated. He says the commander wants to see him immediately and that Hyunsuk must come. He panics. His meeting with Abelson is over before it truly begins. Abelson is frustrated too, though for completely different reasons. Watching everything unfold, she starts wondering whether Hyunsuk is really someone she can trust. The scene shifts to Himis's chamber, where she says she watched Hyunsuk's fight and notes how stubbornly he keeps escaping death. Then she asks whether he remembers what she offered him. He carefully says yes. She promised to protect him if he fought an opponent she chose. Himis tells him to remember the rest of the agreement too. He says that meant becoming one of her officers. Himis admits that part wasn't entirely planned because she never expected Hyunsuk to survive this long, but circumstances have changed. Looking at Redrun, Himis reminds him that she already called Hyunsuk talented and fit for a leadership position in the Demon King army. Her conclusion is simple. Hyunsuk is too capable to remain only a platoon leader. Pointing to the heavy losses suffered by the cooking company, the commander mentions their meat shortage and says they may end up eating one another. Hyunsuk understands the words, but not why he needs to hear them. Then Himis gets to the point. He will command the cooking squad and may do whatever is necessary to restore order in the kitchen. She finishes by asking whether he can handle it. Sure, Hyunsuk says he will do his best. The scene changes, and he is now alone with Rahel, who sarcastically asks how it feels to be a Demon King army squad leader while technically being a hero. Matching her tone, Hyunsuk says he is so happy he could die. On the way to his new post, he points out that she still sounds bitter. Rahel only grunts. With a different mindset, Hyunsuk arrives at his new workplace and begins by confronting a shady-looking servant in the kitchen. The servant mocks him and calls him a slave. Hyunsuk decides to make his new role clear and shouts at the servant as he approaches. The man looks confused, and Hyun-suk drops him with a punch to the chin, declaring himself the new commander. Afterward, he orders everyone in the kitchen to assemble. Looking them over, he sees that the strongest has a power level of 3,500. Even so, the group is far too small. He asks where the others are. There used to be 300, but only 20 remain. That is when Hyun-suk fully realizes how serious the situation is and how much trouble he will face if he fails. He asks the squad who knows who he is. A few call him the barbecue master, while one idiot calls him a delicious human. In an instant, that soldier is kicked straight into the wall. Hyun-suk firmly reminds them that he is their commander and orders everyone to address him properly as the cooking squad leader. Then he asks why their numbers dropped so drastically. One of them explains that the others went hunting on their own and were killed by demonic beasts. Now that he understands, Hyun-suk asks who the best remaining cook is. Name Galtram, and Hyun-suk immediately promotes him to vice commander. No one objects. Once everyone is dismissed, Hyun-suk wonders how he is supposed to rebuild the squad to 200 members. Then an idea quickly comes to him. The next day, the fairy, the dog, and the hero set out to recruit new cooks with a plan prepared. As they search, Hyun-suk thinks about how some people are easy to replace while others are not. Then he spots his target. Greeting the man with a kick, he invites the unfortunate soldier to become a chef. Annoyed by that greeting, the man tries to fight back, but Hyun-suk knocks him down again and begins selling him on the idea. He says the man will be the day's first recruit and promises him a high position if he agrees. As a senior, he will not be pushed around. Instead, he will do the pushing. That begins to win him over, especially when he hears that his first assignment is recruiting 5 juniors. Now the plan becomes obvious. A pyramid scheme. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone is enjoying a large, juicy steak. His name is Doris, commander of the Demon King's 3rd Battalion. As he enjoys his meal, he remarks on how unusually peaceful things are and says this excellent dinner proves it. Suddenly, a goblin rushes in with bad news. Doris calmly wipes his mouth and asks what happened, and the goblin reports that most of the battalion is gone. Doris asks whether they abandoned their post even though their only duty is to serve him. Trembling in fear, the goblin quickly says no. They were summoned to join the army's cooking unit. Still eating, Doris says the kitchen's new leader is a human favored by Commander Hemus. Then he tells the goblin to be more careful next time. The goblin shouts that this is far too serious to ignore. Choi has already taken 200 of his soldiers to work as cooks. That finally shocks Doris. He cannot believe his entire battalion abandoned him so quickly. Outside, the soldiers recruited by Hyun-suk begin gathering. Rahel says more than 200 have already arrived. Stroking his chin, Hyun-suk smugly credits his genius and declares recruitment essentially complete. Then a sudden noise makes him turn around. It is the goblin, sitting on Doris's shoulder and pointing out the soldiers who once belonged to the battalion. Hyun-suk's first thought is simple. This cannot be good. He adjusts his glasses and says he has no idea who they are, but they look extremely angry. Then the glasses issue a warning. They cannot measure anything above 50,000. That catches him off guard. The device warns that exceeding its limit may break it. Hyun-suk mutters that he needs to end this quickly and leave before things worsen. Doris shouts, asking whether Hyun-suk, the human who cares for Babo, is there. Hyun-suk immediately tries to slip away, but Babo suddenly appears and happily barks at Doris, ruining his escape. Forced to stop, Hyun-suk gathers his courage, introduces himself, and asks what brought the commander there. Doris introduces himself as commander of the detached 3rd Battalion. Sounding annoyed, he asks who Hyun-suk thinks he is to question a commander like that. Pointing at the former battalion members, Doris asks whether Hyun-suk truly thinks he has no reason to be there. The realization hits hard. Even Hyun-suk hadn't known those idiots recruited nearly their entire unit. Doris then orders him to come to his office. With no real choice, Hyun-suk agrees. Deep down, he knew things had been going slightly too well. In Doris's office, the commander asks whether this truly wasn't intentional. Hyun-suk swears it wasn't. He simply selected the bravest soldiers, and they all happened to come from the 3rd Battalion. Doris is surprised and concludes that the army's commander must greatly favor this human. Deciding that peace is preferable, he lets the matter go. His mood softens, and Doris says that since things have already turned out this way, there is no point making a larger issue of it. He tells Hyun-suk to take the soldiers he chose and use them however he wishes. Hyun-suk brightens and asks whether he is serious, feeling that everything might actually work out. But the good mood lasts only a moment because Doris adds one condition. Hyun-suk immediately grows nervous again, acting like a proper gentleman. Doris explains that since Hyun-suk already took 200 of his men, he should accept one more soldier too. Hyun-suk tenses. If Doris still wants to give away another soldier after losing so many, the man must be complete dead weight. Annoyed, Doris asks whether Hyun-suk is refusing after already taking his entire 3rd Battalion. Under the pressure, with his legs nearly collapsing, Hyun-suk quickly says that isn't it. He is simply too grateful to express his happiness. As the door opens, Doris says he has made his choice and prepares to introduce Hyun-suk to his new soldier. A huge hand appears first. Doris announces that the recruit is Yuzaru, a lovable hybrid born from an ogre and an orc. Yuzaru introduces himself in the 3rd person. Yuzaru has arrived, Commander. Since Hyun-suk still wears the glasses, he realizes Yuzaru's power is also immeasurable. Hyun-suk freezes at the thought of commanding someone so powerful. Doris casually adds that Yuzaru's only flaw is his incredible stupidity, but he is strong, so Hyun-suk should use him well. When Yuzaru tries to enter, he strikes his head against the doorframe and loudly announces it, leaving Hyun-suk wondering just how stupid he truly is. Back at the recruitment area, Hyun-suk says he will introduce himself again. He declares himself the protagonist, Babo's tamer, and the army's new head chef. One soldier remarks that this is his first time seeing Babo. Holding up a bone, Hyun-suk says Babo is a good boy. Babo's eyes shine and he begins drooling at the sight of it. Then Hyun-suk turns to the group and says he will organize the unit from now on. He posts a list and tells everyone to find their names and line up according to his new arrangement. Rahel is surprised that he prepared a list and asks what criteria he used. He says he assumed they were equally intelligent, so he sorted them by combat power. He adds that weaker soldiers with more kitchen experience were assigned to kitchen duty. Then he asks Rahel whether that isn't genius. After a while, one soldier announces that everything is ready and everyone has been assigned. Pleased, Hyun-suk says he will inspect the formation. Seeing the troops divided into 2 large groups, Hyun-suk announces that the right side is the cooking unit and the left side is the combat unit. Based on experience, he knows some may dislike their placement, so he invites anyone dissatisfied to step forward. A soldier raises a green hand and says there is a problem. It is the weak goblin with parted hair. He says he wants to hunt too and eat fresh meat immediately. Hyun-suk gives him a strange smile and says this is troublesome, then tells the goblin to come closer. The goblin nervously approaches, wondering what will happen. The moment he gets close, Hyun-suk kicks him directly in the crotch. The goblin screams with bulging eyes, and Hyun-suk calmly declares that it was his entrance exam. The unfortunate goblin collapses in agony, already realizing his future children are gone. Without any sympathy, Hyun-suk says he failed because he couldn't endure the kick. Only then does the hero system finally appear, saying that thanks to his exceptional leadership and command, Hyun-suk has successfully organized and stabilized the unit. As a reward, the system increases his hidden charisma skill and also raises his leadership skill. Looking over the squad, Hyun-suk asks whether anyone else has complaints. After a brief silence, he clenches his fist, prepares a speech, and shouts that everything is settled. Then he orders the combat unit to collect their weapons. It is time to hunt. In the great forest north of the Black Fortress, Hyunsuk gathers with the combat unit and tells Rahel that the forest feels unusually quiet, with no beasts visible. Rahel says Babo and Yuzaru may be frightening them away with their strength, and Hyunsuk admits that makes sense. Meanwhile, Babo and Yuzaru look cuter than ever. Hyunsuk complains that those two are his strongest soldiers, so he cannot simply leave them behind. Rahel then suggests using bait to lure the monsters out. He questions the idea, saying that if they had extra meat for bait, they wouldn't need to hunt at all. Rahel smiles and says he misunderstood. She isn't talking about expensive bait. Pointing toward the squad, she explains that the soldiers themselves can serve as living bait to attract demonic beasts. Hyunsuk instantly loses his enthusiasm, looks toward the sky, and asks God what he did in a previous life to deserve this. Then he crosses his arms and firmly orders numbers 14, 3, 143, and 7 from the list to step forward. Rahel asks what those numbers represent, and he says they were his old lottery choices on Earth. Sadly, they never made him rich. Still teary-eyed, Hyunsuk announces that the operation begins now, then orders Yuzaru to grab member number 14. The giant immediately becomes excited. Once Yuzaru lifts him, the unfortunate number 14 asks whether Hyunsuk has completely lost his mind. Calling him an intercontinental ballistic goblin, Yuzaru casually throws the goblin far into the distance. Resting a hand on his chin like a philosopher, Hyunsuk says the plan is actually excellent. If they keep throwing weak soldiers out as bait, something will eventually notice them. He then orders a fox soldier to light a small fire so the bait can find their way back. Rahel asks whether throwing soldiers like that will kill them on impact. Hyunsuk replies that at least 1 out of 6 should survive, then tells Yuzaru to keep throwing the others on the list. The rest of the battalion whispers in horror that the human head chef has gone insane and that they would greatly prefer long lives. One terrified goblin decides to turn around and run for it. But the instant he does, he finds Babo staring at him with sparkling eyes. The goblin panics and swears lifelong service to the Demon King army, but Babo appears unconvinced. Choi says the soldiers they threw are taking too long. They should have returned by now, while the goblin behind him continues crying for help. At that moment, one goblin comes sprinting back in terror, shouting for help with a pack of monsters chasing him. Choi grins and says the man finally returned. Now the soldiers can handle the monsters as long as Choi gets the finishing blow and the experience. But before he can finish speaking, Yuzaru charges forward. He is far too powerful to leave the final strike for anyone else. Yuzaru tears through the monsters one after another, shouting that he loves fighting. That leaves nothing for Choi. Rahel stares at him and asks what final blow he means when every monster is already dead. While Yuzaru celebrates with Babo, Choi bursts into tears. He gained no experience, and worse, the monsters were shredded too badly to use as food. Still shocked, Rahel points out that Yuzaru and Babo can kill those monsters in one strike. Choi can barely believe it and says he will return tomorrow without the two of them. Rahel asks whether he is certain, since only 1 day remains before the main commander's duties return to normal. Back with the battalion, Choi orders everyone to retreat and tells them to meet earlier at the same location tomorrow. Once they return to the kitchen, Rahel asks why he came there first, and Choi says he needs to determine whether the pulverized meat can still be used. Then he kicks open the door and orders the slackers to gather. One kitchen soldier rushes over and asks whether something happened. Choi immediately asks if he tested the meat from today's hunt. That soldier is Gao Loom, the vice chef. He says yes, but the outcome wasn't as good as they hoped. Choi says a craftsman shouldn't be so picky and asks whether Gao Loom understands. Tearfully, Gao Loom says yes. Choi then mocks him, asking how a vice chef with so much experience still cannot handle minced meat. Gao Loom replies that the kitchen battalion's main responsibility is gathering ingredients, not serving as the commander's private chefs. Commanders care about flavor, but everyone else only wants a full stomach. Choi says the ordinary members are struggling too and tells Gao Loom to work faster. Gaolum immediately runs off, shouting for the others to gather and prepare the firewood. Thinking about it, Choi realizes that everyone below commander rank has been surviving on tasteless food. That gives him an idea, and he smiles. This may be easier than expected. After a while, he visits someone he knows. Knocking on Abelson's door, he introduces himself as Hyunsuk, and she tells the hero to come in. Blushing and behaving awkwardly, he says it is nothing important and that he merely wanted to see her. Rahel immediately understands why he hurried to the kitchen. It was all to visit this woman. Then he reveals a beautiful, delicious-looking dish and asks whether she has eaten dinner yet. Choi says he won the duel only because she supported him, and this meal is his way of thanking her. Abelson thanks him and says she will have only a little. She cuts off a small cube of meat and raises her fork, already thinking the aroma is wonderful. After one bite and a few chews, she becomes completely still. Then, like an exaggerated anime food reaction, she says it is delicious, far better than anything she ate at the castle, with incredible flavor. A few minutes later, a pleased Choi says she clearly enjoyed it. Since she finished the entire plate, he shyly picks it up and says that now she has eaten, he should leave. Just as he is about to go, she calls his name. Abelson then asks what Choi plans to do after leaving this place. Becoming emotional, Choi blurts out that he wants to marry her. Abelson's eyes widen, and he immediately realizes what he said, and that he completely misunderstood her question. So she tells him he may leave now, but before going, he says there is something else he wants besides marrying her. That catches her attention. Before explaining, however, he asks what she wants to do after leaving this place. With lifeless eyes, she says she doesn't know because if she ever leaves, she doesn't want to do anything at all. The story shifts to Gartron, the holy imperial capital of Gradium, where the theocracy is ruled by the Pope of the Church of Deuces. A man kneels before him, addresses him as Your Holiness, and reports that Abelson Marriott's location has been found. He says Abelson, the next saintess, is reportedly being held in the Black Fortress, where the glutton lives. The man on the throne asks how the next saintess ended up there. Tapping his fingers against the throne, he asks whether the Demon King has sent any message. The answer is no. Nobody knows what the demons want because they have demanded nothing. The Pope rises and says that throughout all the wars between humans and demons, humans have breached the Black Fortress only a few times. Even then, the glutton Hemus wasn't present. A direct attack now would be far too reckless. Looking out the window, he says he will send a covert rescue team. Then Pope Orvan IV orders the man to summon their hero. Back at the hunting grounds, Choi arranges the kitchen battalion into 2 literal blocks. Even though something continues bothering him. He cannot stop thinking about what Abelson meant when she said she didn't want to do anything anymore. He walks to a suitable location, stops, and says this should work. While searching through his backpack, he calls the platoon commanders over and tells them to approach. Then he pulls something out and orders the platoon commanders to eat. It is 2 steaks, and the soldiers stare in disbelief, wondering whether this is a strange bribe or merely leftovers. Choi asks whether they are going to eat. The soldiers apologize and quickly begin. The instant they taste it, their eyes light up, and the meat is so delicious that they appear completely overwhelmed. The 3 platoon leaders fall to their knees, swear loyalty to Choi, and beg for another piece. But he reveals even more meat and says the tasting opportunity is over. From now on, he shouts they must run. Only the platoon that captures the most demonic beasts alive will earn the chance to eat with him. The 3 leaders immediately dash away, screaming for their soldiers to move. Watching them, Choi says the plan worked perfectly. They are all slaves to their appetites. His true reason for bringing the monsters back alive is simple. He wants to deliver the finishing blows himself and level up. Looking at the system window as his level and charisma rise, Choi says he gained 10 levels almost instantly while killing the monsters. Then one platoon leader asks which of the 3 won. Choi turns and announces that the Wolfkin platoon is victorious, so they will receive an incredible meal with him. The other platoons ask what they will receive, and Choi lazily says they can have the leftovers. Then he orders them to gather all the butchered meat and carry it back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, beyond the Black Forest, several soldiers lie dead while a man in a black cloak stands nearby holding a sword. Back at headquarters, someone stops before a door and says they have finally arrived. Inside, Abelson thinks she shouldn't have said that to Choi. After all, she cannot hide this forever. Then the door opens, and the black-hooded man calls Abelson by her full name. He pulls back his hood, revealing not Choi, but a blond man with green eyes. He says he has come to rescue her. Abelson recognizes him as Sir Geffen and asks whether the Pope sent him. He says he thinks so, though he isn't completely certain. Leaning against the table, she apologizes and says she cannot return now, politely asking him to leave. To her surprise, he says he would also prefer to retreat. But a mission is a mission, and he has to complete it. With a serious expression, she reminds him that Hemis the Glutton lives in this fortress, and if he tries to take her, he knows how badly things could end. Smiling, he steps closer and asks how she intends to stop him. Abelson says she will use divine power to summon Hemis. The man suddenly grabs her throat and says he isn't there to play games. He isn't a prince, but a soldier. Coldly, he tells her to close her eyes because when she wakes, she will already be back in the capital. As his grip tightens and she nearly loses consciousness, Abelson realizes that he may also wield divine power and cannot understand how. As her vision fades, she thinks that she cannot return there again. Then a sleep spell is fired at the blond man. Choi appears, shouting for him to release Abelson. Choi's punch strikes his face but barely seems to affect him. With a thin line of blood on his cheek, the blond man says the punch contained magical energy and asks what Choi truly is. He adds that Choi moves impressively for someone with so little magic. Annoyed, Choi throws another punch and demands an explanation, ordering him to get away from Abelson immediately. The man counters with a kick, saying it wasn't part of the mission, but acquiring something useful is always welcome. So Choi will come too. The kick slams into Choi's stomach so violently that he cannot remain standing. As Choi and Abelson lie on the floor, the blond man coldly remarks that pathetic worms always irritate him. Watching from a distance, Rahel sees the stranger defeat Choi with one strike and wonders whether she should call Babo for help. Then she senses a terrifying presence approaching. In the room, the man checks a teleportation scroll and mutters that taking another person requires changing several conditions. Then someone appears behind him and asks the blond man whether something went wrong. It is Hemis. Smiling, she asks whether he needs assistance. He spins around and freezes upon seeing her. He cannot believe it because he sealed the Saintess's powers. Hemis casually tells him to start calling her Gourmet instead. Trembling in fear, he notices that he cannot sense any magic from her and concludes that the difference between them is simply enormous. He bites down on the contract and begins thinking that the stories about Hemis the Glutton wiping out thousands of soldiers in one day may actually be true. Then Hemis releases a pink aura and says she wants to see what her blonde guest can truly do. Her magical pressure is so overwhelming that the blond man cannot move. All he can do is tell himself not to panic. If he remains calm, perhaps he can avoid her attacks and seize the Saintess at the right moment. But then dizziness strikes and he realizes what it is. It is the delayed effect of Choi's earlier punch. That brief opening is enough. Hemis attacks and appears to tear his arm completely off. The glutton says she likes him and asks whether he can entertain her a little longer. Seeing how badly injured he is, the blond man decides retreat is wiser. So he declares the mission a failure, activates the teleportation spell, and vanishes in a golden flash. Hemis looks mildly surprised that he fled after she asked him for a favor. Then she smiles wickedly and says, "That is fine because the real fun is only beginning." A brief explanation follows. Hemis the glutton is an ancient monster and ageless witch. Those names were all insults directed at Hemus, commander of the Demon King Army's 3rd Corps. Across endless ages, countless demons were born and disappeared, but two beings remained unchanged, the Demon King and Hemus, standing firm like towering mountains. But endless time dulls everything, and such an existence is cruel to any thinking being. A few days later, Choi is training and gets struck in exactly the same spot again. Lying on the ground and crying, he listens as Redrun says his attacks and magic remain far too straightforward. Redrun says he needs to relax and fight more flexibly. Through tears, Choi says he will remember that next time. Then Redrun adds one more thing in a dry voice. No matter how strong Choi believes he is, someone stronger will always exist. As he helps Choi back up, Redrun reminds him never to forget that a fair victory is a luxury only the truly powerful can afford. Then Redrun turns to Hyunsuk and says that is enough for today, adding that he did well. Afterward, Redrun walks away while Choi watches him leave, looking slightly awkward. Almost depressed, the hero collapses to the ground. Rahel asks whether he is all right, and he says no. He is practically dying and begs her to heal him. Rahel begins healing him, and Choi sighs that at least he can breathe again. That makes her ask whether she is merely a healing potion to him. Now, while she heals him, Choi continues thinking about Abelson's words. She told him he had to become stronger because only faith in his own strength could protect him. He repeats that to Rahel. Rahel becomes angry that he is talking about that woman again, especially after nearly dying because of her. She says she cannot tell whether Abelson is a saintess or a witch, and Choi warns her not to say such things or heaven may punish her. Still healing him, Rahel mentions the assassin using divine power and asks why, if Abelson truly is a saintess, he attacked her. Choi admits she has a point. The next saintess should have been treated as someone important, but that clearly wasn't happening. Frustrated, he says he is finished thinking about it. Rahel then asks why he is so attached to Abelson. He dismisses her and says she is merely jealous. Rahel fires back, calling him a lovesick idiot and asking whether he truly wants to die. A little later, Choi sits with his head lowered while Rahel and Babo stare at him. He mutters that everything is over and says he wants to be reborn as a wealthy family's cat in his next life. Both look confused, and Rahel asks Babo whether he is worried and truly wants someone like that as his master. Babo still doesn't understand, so Rahel says she will explain what happened. 30 minutes earlier, in Hemis's office, she summoned Hyunsuk and said she had a major problem. She quickly admitted that she had been bored for a very long time, catching both Rahel and Choi off guard. From her throne, Hemis said that meant she needed something entertaining to watch. Choi simply nodded, and then she told him he had 1 month to train and defeat the battalion commander. That left him stunned, and he nervously asked whether she truly meant power leaking from her claws. Hemis asked what was wrong. Couldn't he do it? Or did he want her help again, like with Mr. Donut? The moment he remembered that fight, Choi bowed so quickly that his head struck the table and said no, he would handle it himself. Hel finishes telling the story while Choi cries in the background. She tells Babo to say goodbye because he probably won't see Choi for long, and Babo finally seems to understand. Rahel turns to the hero and says it is time he accepted being a hero. Then she asks whether he truly intends to defeat the battalion commander with only 9,000 power. Choi says he is already crying about that, so does she want him dead immediately? As he continues complaining, Rahel thinks that although Choi became strong quickly, it is nowhere near enough. A battalion commander exists on an entirely different level. Hyunsuk remembers that battalion commanders usually possess more than 40,000 combat power and groans, because there is no way he can reach that within a month. He looks at Babo and thinks it would be wonderful if Babo could replace him, since Babo could fight the commander evenly, or possibly even win. While Babo comforts him, Rahel says the match is supposed to be a duel, and Choi agrees. Then Choi suddenly remembers Hemis's exact wording and gets an idea. He asks Rahel to repeat what Hemis said, and she says he has 1 month to defeat the battalion commander. That makes him brighten because Hemis never actually said it had to be a duel or even a direct fight. Rahel stares at him speechlessly. Choi quickly develops a plan. No matter how it happens, he only needs to win. If that requires using anything available, including outside assistance, then so be it. Rahel asks whether he should truly interpret her words that way. Biting his fingers nervously, Choi says the only option is luring the battalion commander out and ambushing him with Babo. Hearing that, Rahel asks what he even is anymore because she cannot decide whether he is a genius or simply a coward. Then she asks how he plans to lure the commander out. After all, does someone as reckless as Choi truly possess a way to tempt him? Grinning, Choi raises a spice and says yes because he has met the commander before and knows he loves refined food. So Choi begins preparing his ultimate grilled rib recipe. He selects the finest ribs and carefully begins preparation, soaking them in water and honey to draw out the blood. Once that is finished, he places them in a pot to boil. While they cook, Choi chops mushrooms and green onions. Then he adds fish sauce and mixes everything thoroughly. Afterward, everything goes into the pot with the meat to continue boiling. After at least 30 minutes, Babo drags Choi through the fortress corridors so quickly that it feels as though his soul is leaving his body. When they finally arrive, Choi collapses and complains that it is ridiculous for a human like him to lose in stamina. Then Rahel suddenly stops him and says, "It is burning," making Choi panic. A moment later, the ribs and stew are finished. Choi carefully arranges the dish. Smiling, he sprinkles chopped green onions over it and declares that the perfect stew to capture Commander Doris's heart is ready. Doris's table is already filled with excellent food, and he leans back, enjoying a rare peaceful moment. For someone in his position, quiet meals like this are uncommon. He even thinks giving Yuzar to Choi was a brilliant decision. It relieved far more of his burden than expected. Then a subordinate enters and bows, reporting that the cooking squad wishes to see him. Although already full, Doris becomes curious and tells him to continue. He immediately assumes they have not come to return Yuzaru. The subordinate explains that Choi came for another reason. He wants to offer a dish as thanks. That immediately catches Doris's attention. He has already heard rumors about Choi's incredible culinary talent, so he straightens and permits him to enter. A knock sounds at the door before Choi makes a dramatic entrance. Carrying a tray with a rose between his teeth, Doris blinks in surprise but quickly regains his composure. Choi places the tray before him with an exaggerated bow and thanks him for the opportunity that led to his new kitchen position. Doris has little interest in speeches. He wants the food to prove itself. With a slight nod, Choi lifts the cover and reveals a steaming plate of ribs. A rich, mouth-watering aroma fills the room, and even Doris begins salivating. The dish looks almost perfect. As he breathes in the scent, Doris becomes completely captivated. Across from him, Choi watches confidently, certain that one bite will carry him directly into bliss. The instant Doris tastes it, he freezes in shock. It is better than anything he ever imagined. Seeing his reaction, Choi suggests bringing more dishes later, and Doris immediately agrees to eat anything Choi prepares. As Choi leaves, Rahel by the door can barely conceal her expression, while Doris, still lost in the meal, casually remarks on how favored Choi has become. The moment he steps outside, Choi grips the doorknob with trembling hands. Then he and Rahel exchange a glance before both begin gagging violently. Rahel wipes her mouth and stares at Choi in disbelief, but he admits he knows exactly what he is doing. When she asks about his plan, Choi plainly says he will keep feeding Doris until he becomes a pig, ready for slaughter. Inside, Doris knows nothing about this and happily continues eating. A week later, Doris sits before another enormous meal, but his appetite is clearly weaker. He pokes at the food with a sigh, distracted by the battalion commander duel. His rising status has drawn dangerous attention, and defeat would cost him his title. Even so, he accepts the risk with pride. Choi realizes that his week of planning failed to account for outside threats. Still, he forces a smile and tells Doris that he will certainly win after Doris invites him to watch the duel. The next day, at the Grand Training Grounds, Rahel tries to encourage Choi with her usual sarcasm. He doesn't believe her. After everything Doris has eaten, Choi is convinced he has no chance. Ruger, commander of the Demon King Army's 3rd Corps Regiment, begins the duel. The challenger, a humanoid with a horned skull, steps forward. Across from him, Doris climbs the stairs already out of breath, but when he notices Choi, a smug smile appears. Ruger signals the beginning. Doris barely moves at first, looking completely unmotivated, until his opportunity appears. With one swift motion, he grabs his opponent's weapon. A shockwave erupts, making the crowd recoil from the impact. When the dust settles, the challenger lies unconscious, and a stunned Ruger declares Doris the clear victor. As the crowd disperses, Choi begins considering his next move. That night, at Babo's house, Choi studies the monster map he created. Rahel looks over his shoulder and asks what he is planning. His idea is simple: make monsters fight one another and let one enemy kill the other. Once Rahel understands, she realizes how clever it is. 3 days later, deep inside the forest, Rahel groans from exhaustion after memorizing monster after monster. Choi offered to divide the work, but she refused and now regrets it. When asked about their first target, Choi points ahead. Rahel quickly identifies it as a surfib, a giant forest worm, but says it is useless for their plan because it is passive. Proud of herself, she waits for praise. Choi simply replies that even an idiot can still be useful. A soldier approaches and asks where they will hunt next. Choi tells him to wait, then asks Rahel about dragon-like monsters with steel-hard scales. She says several creatures fit that description, so she would need to see it herself. That means they must confront the creature directly. Choi then orders the cooking squadron to clear the area. No captures. They may kill whatever they want and even eat it on the spot. The soldiers are delighted, believing their commander has finally regained his senses. They slaughter monsters without stopping and collect meat until it begins piling up. Choi checks the results, but sees that the true ruler of the territory still hasn't appeared. He begins thinking that all their effort was wasted. So he ends the operation and orders everyone to sheath their weapons. The platoon commander ensures it is done. But just as they begin relaxing, Choi hears something unusual and immediately knows something has arrived. Birds burst into the sky as a terrifying presence reveals itself. Above them, a dragon's eye stares down. It is Nedrak, a monster with overwhelming power. The soldiers panic and flee the instant they see. Nedrak responds by setting the entire area on fire. Choi, however, is pleased. With a monster like this, he finally possesses a weapon powerful enough to kill Doris. In Hemis's office, she discusses her concerns with Redrun. 3 weeks have passed without any news from Choi. She wonders whether Redrun has been giving him special training, but he says the training has been completely ordinary. Then Hemis asks what chance Choi has against the battalion commander. Redrun answers immediately, none. Still, he mentions that Choi has recently become close to Doris. That surprises Hemis. She remembers Choi promising to defeat the battalion commander, yet now he appears to be befriending him instead. That only makes her more curious about his true plan. In Doris's office, he continues eating and enjoying the grilled meat Choi prepared. He thanks Choi for the meal. Then Choi sighs, and Doris notices. Realizing something is wrong, Doris asks what happened. Putting on a miserable performance, Choi says the squadron faces a serious problem and hints that this may be the last meal he can serve him. Alarmed, Doris demands an explanation. Choi claims the Corps commander wants meat from a special monster, but the beast is far too powerful for them to handle, and he continues selling the lie. He makes it sound as though a dangerous monster is destroying the squadron. Then he calls it marbling, a name Doris doesn't recognize. Doris has only heard rumors that many cooks are being injured. Choi insists the monster is real, emphasizes its danger, and says ordinary soldiers would be useless against it. Instead, he suggests that someone as powerful as Doris could defeat it easily and earn praise from the Corps commander. The idea of receiving Hemus's recognition immediately affects Doris. He imagines her gazing at him affectionately and becomes flustered. Seeing that, Choi promises to personally tell her about his accomplishment, strengthening their false friendship even more. Although Doris pretends to hesitate, he agrees to help because he now considers Choi a friend. Choi thanks him, but beneath that polite expression, a sinister grin spreads across his face. The next day, the plan begins. At the selected location, Choi gathers everyone and ensures each step is prepared. Rahel asks whether he memorized the terrain, and he confidently says he is practically a living map. Then he quietly speaks to Babo, making it clear that their true target is Doris. Yuzaru, simple as always, prepares to do his part without asking questions. With that, the mission begins. Deep within the Great Forest, the soldiers have no idea what the real objective is. They only know they are hunting a dangerous monster. Irritated by the difficult journey through the wilderness, Doris asks how much farther they must travel. Choi says they are approaching Marbling's territory while remaining extremely cautious. He knows Doris is stronger than he appears, but still believes Nedrak will win. Then the atmosphere suddenly changes. Birds flee in panic, warning them that something is approaching. Choi warns Doris that something is nearby. Fully alert, Doris prepares himself. Nedrak emerges from the shadows, radiating crushing pressure. Confused, Doris asks whether this is truly Marbling because it looks familiar, but Choi dismisses the concern by saying many monsters look similar. Doris accepts the explanation and treats it as another beast to kill. Confidently, he orders his battalion to attack, trusting Choi to ensure the Corps commander hears of his victory. His soldiers charge the dragon without fear. Doris joins the battle personally, unleashing his powerful technique. Despite Nedrak's immense strength, Doris keeps advancing through sheer brutality. Watching this, Choi grows uneasy. Doris is more cunning than expected. Instead of confronting Nedrak head-on, he uses his own soldiers as shields and bait to create openings. Choi wanted the battle to destroy Doris, but this cold, calculated strategy is ruining the plan. Before Doris can finish the battle, a terrified soldier interrupts to report that another monster is approaching. Choi's expression darkens. He made a mistake. This was supposed to be Nedrak's territory alone, so another monster will destroy the entire setup. He immediately orders a retreat. But before anyone can escape, a massive worm erupts from the ground. It is a Surfib, the same creature Choi dismissed as harmless. But it now sees the battle as a territorial dispute and attacks. Doris immediately orders a complete retreat, but Rahel realizes that if he escapes, everything will be ruined. Choi knows only one option remains. With one swift, precise strike, he attacks, using the first form of Redrun's combat style. He hits Doris so quickly that he cannot react. Then Choi shouts for the retreat to stop. He urges the demons to stand their ground, appealing to their pride and courage, which only throws the battlefield into deeper chaos. In the middle of it all, Doris feels the pain and hears the battle roaring around him. Rage erupts as he wonders whether a mere human has just betrayed him. Furious, he screams Choi's name and decides to risk everything to reach him. Activating full bloom, he unleashes a devastating attack. Choi doesn't understand what is happening and has nowhere to run. Rahel screams at him to move, but before he can react, something strikes him like lightning. The blow nearly kills him, leaving him stunned and confused about what just hit him. Through the chaos, Choi sees Doris still, standing and shouting that he will tear him apart while he is still alive. Knowing he is in genuine danger, Choi quickly assesses the situation and wonders where Babo and Yuzaru went. At the same time, Rahel looks around and realizes Surfib's attack struck everyone within range. Choi feels as though he has been left alone with Doris, who is consumed by rage. Even so, Choi notices Doris coughing blood and realizes that he is pushing his body beyond its limits. So Choi chooses to stall and runs as fast as he can, telling Rahel to call out the monster territories from the map she studied earlier. She begins naming them as they appear. If Hyun-suk continues straight, he will enter the Warhound's territory. Doris chases him anyway, unconcerned about the monsters in the way. Choi knows most beasts avoid stronger enemies, but when their young are involved, they attack on sight. Doris dismisses it as a cheap trick, completely determined to kill him. Drawing out even more power, he uses a level 3 technique, Falling Flowers. His strength surges, driven by his belief that promote is a demon's greatest weapon. Certain his raw power will finish Hyun-suk, he moves in for the kill. Then something feels wrong. His body trembles, and he suddenly coughs up a large amount of blood. Choi stops to watch as Rahel warns that Doris's demonic energy is rapidly falling. Only then does Doris realize he has reached his limit. He spent too much energy hunting demonic beasts and is completely exhausted. Seeing that, he reluctantly turns away, accepting that he cannot continue. Hyun-suk calls after him, asking whether he is truly fleeing. Annoyed, Doris admits he has no choice and must recover first. Even so, he swears he will return for revenge and never forget this humiliation. But before he can leave, Choi stops him. He mocks Doris, saying he may have entered on his own, but he will not leave so easily. Doris scoffs, mocking Choi for believing his bare hands can bring him down, but Choi is prepared. He activates the 7th movement of Redrun's combat art and unleashes the explosive destruction wave. To his shock, Doris endures the attack and remains standing. With a smug grin, the demon mocks Hyun-suk for underestimating him. But before the fight continues, someone unexpected appears. A voice cuts across the battlefield, sounding amused by the entire scene. Hemis has arrived, asking what all this noise is in front of her castle. Then an explosion blasts Hyun-suk directly into a tree, leaving him dazed and aching. As he holds his head and tries to understand what happened, Doris turns to the Corps commander and begs her to intervene. He argues that he hasn't truly lost yet and that this was not their final battle. Hemis immediately silences him. She mocks his pathetic appearance, astonished that a human defeated him so badly. With demons already at war with humans, she finds it disgusting that someone like Doris holds the rank of battalion commander. The thought makes her sick, and she decides to kill him immediately. Hyun-suk sees his opportunity, rushes forward, and boldly tells the Corps commander that he personally defeated the battalion commander. Then he kicks Doris, splashing his blood across Hemis's face. Remembering their earlier wager, she accepts the result and calls Hyun-suk over, saying they have much to discuss together. During their conversation, Hemis learns that even a Surfib became involved in the chaos near the end. Hyun-suk admits he never expected that either. Curious about how his mind works, Hemis casually suggests cutting open his skull to answer a few questions. She admits that Hyun-suk manipulated the situation against her, and although she hates his method, she cannot deny its cleverness. Even so, she warns him not to expect another opportunity like this. If he tries another stunt or causes trouble again, the punishment will be severe. Back at Babo's house, Hyun-suk lies flat on the floor, exhausted but grateful to be alive. While catching his breath, he asks about Doris's transformation and the concept of promote. Rahel guesses it may be a demon-only martial art and says the cow-headed warrior might know more. When Babo barks, Hyun-suk admits the poor creature suffered greatly during the chaos, though at least the Corps commander ended everything quickly. Thinking back on the fight, Hyun-suk says he even feels slightly sorry for Doris. He wasn't a completely terrible opponent. Rahel quickly reminds him that he deliberately landed the final blow to steal all the experience points. He gives a false apology, but the grin concealed beneath his hand reveals his true feelings. Wanting to see the results, he checks his level and finds that it increased dramatically. The question marks in his status window confuse him. He wonders whether the system is malfunctioning, but Rahel rejects that idea, saying the hero system cannot simply break. She thinks he is joking, but Hyun-suk is serious, then decides to let it. Go. To celebrate reaching level 48, Rahel suggests checking his combat power. After examining the numbers, she says, his combat strength has risen to 13,936. Hyun-suk feels proud of the tremendous increase, remembering that not long ago, even a goblin gave him trouble. Then, as a surprise, Rahel produces beer so they can celebrate. They drink, cheer, and enjoy the victory. But even during that peaceful moment, danger and chaos seem to be drawing closer. Afterward, Hyun-suk returns to the same routine: sleeping, preparing, hunting, eating, cooking, training, and resting. No matter how powerful he becomes, that cycle never truly changes. While wrapping his hands for training, Hyun-suk wonders whether he should visit Abelson later and resolve the doubts still troubling him. Redrun arrives, surprised that he came so early, and they greet each other. Smiling proudly, Redrun congratulates him on defeating Doris, and Hyun-suk thanks him somewhat shyly. Using the opportunity, Hyun-suk mentions something from his fight with Doris that remained on his mind. When he asks about the technique called promote, Redrun thinks briefly and says it is an informal style from ancient combat. The word informal catches Hyun-suk's attention. Redrun explains that combat has two types: formal, which follows established movements, and informal, which breaks free from those fixed forms. He adds that informal combat has far fewer variations, and since even formal combat is already rare, informal styles are passed down far more secretly. From that, Hyun-suk guesses the difference resembles ordinary attack damage versus skill damage. Redrun continues, saying promote has been passed down for a very long time. Any demon with demonic energy can learn it, but few dare to use it because it is extremely dangerous and causes many side effects. That makes Hyun-suk ask whether he can learn promote too, since he possesses at least a little demonic energy. Redrun jokes about how tiny the amount is, pointing out that it isn't natural and isn't even genuine demonic energy. But Hyun-suk barely cares about the warning. He argues that a smaller amount may cause milder side effects, and if anything goes wrong, Abelson can help. Despite Hyun-suk's pressure, Redrun still refuses to teach something so dangerous. Meanwhile, Hyun-suk grows increasingly frustrated while waiting for an answer. Desperate, he drops to his knees and grabs Redrun's leg. He argues that without promote, he will die. Every fight is meaningless if he remains as weak as an ant, merely waiting for the commander to crush him. Finally, he promises that if even one attempt fails, he will stop asking. Redrun understands his reasoning and eventually agrees. Redrun admits he still has doubts, but he gave his word, and to Hyun-suk's relief, he will not take it back. Then Redrun declares that training has begun and tells Hyun-suk to watch carefully. The scene shifts to the underground prison of the Gartron Empire. There, a chained prisoner is visited by a man in white robes who addresses him by name, Geffen. Geffen says he wondered who was coming, then expresses surprise at seeing the Pope. He asks what he wants because he said they were finished with each other. The Pope replies that he has come to offer a chance for reconciliation. Geffen asks what he must do. With a cruel expression, the Pope says the mission is to kill Abelson. Geffen is startled and asks why. The Pope coldly says it is none of his concern. Geffen hesitates, worried because the glutton is there. The Pope tells him not to worry. 4 warriors will accompany him, and the glutton will be away for a while. He ends with a threat. Geffen must succeed because failure will not be forgiven. Back at the training ground, Hyun-suk writhes in pain as red energy pours from his body and foam escapes his mouth. Redrun only watches without reacting. Meanwhile, Abelson furiously scolds them for attempting demon combat arts, calling it insane because Hyun-suk is human. Redrun argues that Hyun-suk repeatedly claimed he was fine, and after all the training, there shouldn't have been much demonic energy left anyway. Furious, Abelson snaps that they are not healers and had no way to know whether he was fine, because neither was qualified to judge. She explains that she previously sealed Hyun-suk's demonic energy, but this training broke the seal because they believed they could control it. Redrun asks what will happen to Hyun-suk, and Abelson says she cannot keep the situation under control, like it is too late to seal the demonic energy again, so she decides to make his body adapt to its flow. Abelson tries to compress the demonic energy and suppress it with divine power, spreading it through his bodies so it doesn't remain concentrated in one place. Perhaps then he can survive it. Redrun is shocked by the plan and asks whether it can truly work. Abelson admits she doesn't know. She has never done anything like this and has never heard of another deity doing it either. There is even a possibility that the demonic energy will resist the divine power and spiral further out of control. Even so, she decides to proceed. Time is running out and no other option remains. Sometime later, Hyun-suk wakes in his room with a start. He tries to sit up, wondering what happened and why it feels as though so much time passed. Then Rahel and Babo suddenly leap onto him, overjoyed that he is finally awake. Rahel can barely contain her excitement as she repeats that Hyun-suk slept for 3 entire days. Shocked, he asks whether that much time truly passed, and she wonders whether he remembers anything at all. Hyun-suk says he remembers trying to learn promote, then checks his system window to see whether anything changed. The moment he looks, he notices something different. A new stat has appeared, demonic energy, marked with question marks. As he calmly studies it, someone arrives and interrupts him. Redrun and the commander enter, and she jokes that she knew Hyun-suk would wake up. Choi tries to rise and greet the commander, but nearly collapses. She tells him not to force himself when he can barely kneel. Then she mentions what Redrun told her, that Choi had been training to use demonic energy. When she asks why he kept it secret, Choi immediately becomes tense. The commander steps closer and examines him. Since the goddess healed him, she says the saintess lived up to her title and did well. Choi is confused by the reference to a saintess. Then she faces him and releases dark energy from her mouth, saying his demonic energy training isn't complete. Yet, this time, she will help him personally. After all, Choi called himself her little aunt. With snake-like magic, the commander strikes Choi in the neck. It feels like a bite and sends him directly into shock. Redrun asks what she is doing, but she calmly says Choi merely needs a little more rest. In his final moments of consciousness, Choi sees them leave for a meeting with the Demon King. A few days later, at Babo's house, the saintess completes another treatment session connected to Choi's training. When she finishes, Choi thanks her for always helping him. Deep down, he is also pleased that he gets to see her every day. Abelson says he needn't thank her because his own willpower kept the crisis under control. Under her breath, she adds that gratitude is unnecessary because he is her hope. Choi doesn't hear and asks her to repeat it. She dismisses the question, says goodbye, and tells him she is finished for the day. Left alone, Choi reflects on all the strange things Abelson has said and how this world keeps giving him more questions than answers. For now, he can only wait and see what happens. Later that night, Choi practices controlling demonic energy with Redrun. Redrun warns him not to push too hard, but Choi says he is fine. It has already been 3 days since he woke, and as long as he doesn't use that magic again, he should be all right. Redrun notes that it has also been exactly 3 days since the commander left. And while Choi continues talking, his thoughts begin to wander. Although the meeting occurs every year, something feels unusual this time. Choi notices Redrun becoming distracted and calls to him, prompting an apology. Choi points out that Redrun has been overwhelmed lately and offers to help because he has been handling command duties alone. Redrun says everything is under control and the commander will return soon. Even if she left earlier than usual, little should change. Then he tells Choi to focus on himself. Choi accepts that like an order, while Redrun silently notices how much stronger he is becoming. Now that Choi possesses demonic energy, Redrun believes his growth should accelerate even more. If he can remain stable, the results may be tremendous. But while observing him, Redrun senses something unusual. The moment he recognizes divine power, He becomes alert. He leaps to his feet, catching Choi off guard. Redrun explains that someone wielding divine power is inside the castle, and it isn't the saintess. Before Choi can react, Redrun confirms it is an intruder and orders him to stay quiet while he investigates. In the castle corridors, 4 men in black cloaks speak among themselves, surprised by how easily they entered. One says it was only possible because the commander is away. But Geffen interrupts and orders everyone to remain silent. He already knows that and warns them that one enemy still cannot be underestimated. The moment Geffen says Red Nightmare, Redrun appears before them and demands to know how they learned Commander Hemis was absent. One man panics when he realizes they face the feared Red Nightmare, but Geffen orders everyone to stay calm and prepare for battle. Geffen sends 2 men after Abelson while he and the final warrior remain behind to hold off Redrun. The instant Redrun hears they are targeting the Saintess, he becomes worried because her room isn't far from there. He clenches his fists in frustration. Defeating all 4 at once would be easy, but stopping 2 while the others slip past is much harder. Then a voice echoes through the corridor. Choi appears and asks whether everything is all right. He came because Redrun left with such a serious expression that he became worried. Redrun scolds him for ignoring the order to stay behind, though inwardly he is relieved Choi came. Then he tells Choi to listen carefully to a new command. The intruders are targeting Abelson, so Choi must reach her first and evacuate her safely. Redrun throws his necklace to Choi, leaving him confused about why he needs it. Before Redrun can explain fully, Geffen attacks. Even while blocking, Redrun says the necklace will prove the situation to high-ranking officers. Choi immediately runs at full speed. Annoyed, Geffen orders his partner to chase Choi and stop him. Redrun finally attacks, making it clear that no one will remove Abelson from the castle without the commander's permission. He activates the 7th movement of his combat style and strikes Geffen with heavy blows. Then he unleashes explosive destruction wave, his eyes glowing red with determination. Meanwhile, Choi sprints toward Abelson's room. As he runs, a mission appears: protect Abelson and escape with her. It even teases that romance may bloom afterward, offering a reward of 1,000 points. The idea that humans are trying to kill the Saintess puts Choi on edge. He is also stunned by the enormous number of points offered. When he reaches Abelson's room, Choi urgently tells her they must leave immediately because humans are attacking. Abelson is stunned and doesn't understand, so Choi explains it is the same group that attacked before. At the same time, in the nearby corridors, Redrun soldiers are slowing the intruders down. They shout at Choi not to waste time and to flee with the Saintess. Without hesitation, Choi grabs Abelson's hand, then quickly lifts her onto his shoulder. There is no time to apologize. He simply runs with Abelson in his arms. Elsewhere, the 3rd commander, Ruger, is leading a meeting. He speaks with obvious disappointment about Doris losing to a low-level human. He remembers the commander ordering him to maintain order while she is away, and wonders why that responsibility had to fall on him. Setting that aside, Ruger ends the meeting by saying nothing else requires discussion and everyone should follow their orders. Suddenly, a goblin bursts in with an urgent report. He says Choi has appeared carrying Redrun's necklace, and Ruger struggles to understand why. The goblin quickly adds that other humans are inside the castle searching for Abelson. Ruger hears this and becomes irritated by the trouble. A moment later, he meets Choi in the corridor with Abelson beside him, ready to explain everything. Choi says Redrun sensed divine power inside the castle and pursued the intruders, only to discover they were humans trying to kill Abelson. Ruger cannot believe humans would target the Saintess and tells Choi to calm down, assuming there must be a misunderstanding. Then Ruger suddenly senses something strange approaching them. He barely has time to warn everyone to protect themselves before a brutal attack tears through the corridor windows, announcing another enemy. Now there is no doubt. Seeing it himself, Ruger is stunned by the truth. As the enemies close in on Abelson, Ruger casts a restraining spell to stop them, but they are too far apart, and the spell cannot capture both attackers. Choi intervenes, preparing to use the 7th movement of Redrun's martial art. Before one attacker can reach Abelson, Choi strikes him from behind with a powerful punch and drops him in one blow. As he moves, Choi shouts that he will protect Abelson. Back in Redrun's battle, one invader is already down, and Geffen mocks his fallen ally after using him as a shield. Redrun expected Geffen to be strong, but not this strong. He is on the level of a commander. With divine power clashing against demonic energy, strength like this is exactly what makes warriors such as Geffen humanity's heroes. Geffen laughs and mocks Redrun, saying that struggling against 2 intruders proves he is nothing special. Redrun remains calm and asks how someone with no chance of victory can be so arrogant. Geffen fires back, asking who could stop him with the commander absent and the Red Nightmare failing to match the legend. As long as Redrun remains occupied, his allies can defeat the weaker defenders. Redrun becomes more serious, realizing the enemy knows far too much about the castle's defenses. Finished wasting time, he declares that he will end the battle quickly. Geffen smiles and asks how that is possible when their powers naturally counter one another. Redrun answers that raw strength can overcome any disadvantage. Meanwhile, after knocking one invader unconscious, Choi hears another say he had no idea the Demon King army possessed another hero. The man complains that he never expected to find 3 corrupted humans serving the Demon King. Choi ignores that and says the attack has already failed. The entire castle is mobilizing, and no matter how strong the man is, he cannot fight an army alone, so surrender is the sensible choice. The man sneers and asks whether Choi is truly certain the invasion has failed. Nearby, Ruger wonders when Choi learned Redrun's combat style, but he is grateful it helped them capture one attacker. The captured man begins muttering something too quietly to hear, but it soon becomes clear that he is chanting a spell to sacrifice his body and spread flames rapidly. Using divine magic, he burns himself completely to create fire as a final measure, raising a wall of flames that transforms the area into a blazing arena. Those flames kill with a single touch. Feeling secure behind them, the man raises his sword and says that even high-ranking demons cannot cross easily, so Choi should hand over Abelson. Choi is shaken. He cannot understand why humans want the Saintess dead when she is supposed to be on their side. The man ignores him, and before Choi can continue questioning him, Abelson answers. She says the divided empire abandoned her long ago. That catches Choi completely off guard. Abelson continues, saying the empire doesn't need the true Saintess, only a puppet who obeys orders. Finished with the conversation, the man drives his sword into the ground. He says he is tired of the drama and gives Choi a 10-second head start. Choi is trapped with no safe way to survive a direct fight. The only solution he finds is also the most dangerous one. As the countdown begins, Choi activates Promote. The moment he enters the first stage, Abelson realizes what he intends. She warns that his body cannot withstand it and begs him to stop, but no time remains. Choi is certain they will all die if he holds back, so he decides to fight with everything he has. He pushes the skill into full stage 2 and continues forcing Promote higher. Choi remembers Redrun's warning. Promote has 3 stages: Bloom, Full Bloom, and Falling Flowers. Each is more dangerous than the last, and the third is so risky that Redrun told him never to even consider. Still, with death directly before him, Choi sees no alternative. He decides that if he succeeds, this will be the first and last time. After 7 seconds, Choi reaches the peak. His heart feels ready to burst, and every part of his body begs him to stop. Rahel is horrified that the situation has become so desperate that this is their only option. Choi blocks out everything else. Only one thing remains: move. Promote reaches stage 3. With crimson eyes and dark energy pouring from him, Choi orders Rahel to cast her buffs. Time is up. The man is stunned to see a human using Promote and realizes Choi is no ordinary fighter. Choi says nothing and launches himself directly at the man. The invader chooses to block, knowing stage 3 will rapidly drain Choi's stamina because he is still human. Choi remains silent and pounds harder against the blade. The enemy is certain he can win simply by waiting him out. But then Choi suddenly knocks the sword aside with his fists, leaving the man completely exposed. Before the invader can react, Choi drives a clean, powerful punch into his chest. The strike knocks the man off balance, and he complains that Choi is using tricks. He stares in shock, disgusted that a human would corrupt himself with demon arts. Choi knows his body is nearing its limit. Even so, he cannot fall. He is the only barrier between the assassin and Abelson. He remembers that pushing promote this far can cause permanent damage, yet still finds a reason to go farther. A beautiful woman is crying before him, and he cannot accept that if dying will make her stop crying, then to him, it is worthwhile. With his body already doomed, Choi has only one path left: continue moving and surpass his limits. There is no turning back. He gives everything to protect Abelson. Watching his determination, Abelson considers using divine power to help him. But with demonic energy consuming Choi, that would make his body explode immediately. All she can do is pray. Choi charges again and activates his combat arts. The man notices him stacking attacks and laughs, calling it self-destruction. Choi ignores him and rushes forward. He leaps and strikes with instant obliteration. The enemy keeps taunting him, saying he will regret it when death arrives. As Choi's attack comes down, the man blocks with his sword and mocks it as weak. But Choi continues pressing, gathering an even more powerful attack. Not merely one strike, but an entire combination. This time, the invader has no chance to say a word. Choi's stacked strikes land simultaneously and leave him stunned. Now nothing remains except enduring the barrage. The impact is so violent that it tears through part of the castle and sends an enormous red blast into the sky. The enemy finally dies. Choi barely has time to see what he accomplished before releasing Promote. At last, Rahel immediately realizes Choi has collapsed, and Abelson rushes over in panic to help. Before he completely loses consciousness, the Saintess catches him, keeps him upright, and examines his terrible condition. Abelson sees that he is barely breathing and speaks to him, hoping to keep him conscious. Then a scream shatters the moment. The defeated enemy rises and charges again. Furious, he says Hyunsuk will become a threat to the Empire and forces himself up solely to kill him. But a huge hand grabs his head and stops him instantly. Redrun has arrived. He apologizes for being late and finally kills the invader. While Abelson continues treating Choi, Redrun wipes the remains from his hand. He quickly realizes Hyunsuk used the technique again, breaking the promise they made during training. Redrun asks the Saintess to care for Hyunsuk, and she promises to do everything possible. Shaken by how far he went to save her, Abelson prays that he survives. The story then shifts to the waiting room in the Demon King's castle. It is the 5th day of the commander's meeting, and Hemis is complaining about food when a woman snaps at her to stop whining and eat what is available, calling her a loudmouth. That woman is Park Hyuna, the 4th commander of the Demon King Army. Hemis mocks Hyuna's tough attitude and says that without the commander's non-aggression pact, Hyuna would have died by her hands many times already. That enrages the 4th commander. Before the situation explodes, a humanoid hamster rushes in shouting. He carries urgent news for Hemis from the Black Fortress. When Hemis asks what happened, he reports that the Gartron Empire attacked the fortress with 4 knights, including one at hero level. The raid caused many deaths and injuries. After hearing this, Hemims turns toward Hyuna with a smile and points out that the meeting schedule changed precisely when the fortress was attacked. Hyuna has no answer. As Hemis finally begins enjoying the food, she keeps thinking about that small coincidence and about the Demon King. Back in Choi's room, he wakes after using Promote and is surprised that he survived. Rahel immediately storms over, grabs his hair, and scolds him for being so reckless that he nearly died. Choi begs for mercy, reminding her that he is still recovering. He jokes that, judging by how much Rahel's strike hurt, he is definitely alive. Even though he thought he was, finished. Rahel tells him that he truly did lose, because even after combining every technique and landing a direct hit, the enemy remained standing while Choi was already unconscious. Before the man could finish him, however, Redrun appeared and ended the fight. That cow-headed warrior saved everyone with a single blow, and Choi listens in amazement. Rahel continues explaining what happened afterward. Redrun and Abelson treated Choi and provided everything needed for his recovery. She and Babo helped as well. More importantly, both Redrun and Abelson called Choi's survival a miracle and asked him never to do something so reckless. Again, Choi then points a finger at Rahel, and she instantly tenses, expecting an argument. Instead, he gently touches her face and apologizes for worrying her, thanking her for caring for him. That melts Rahel's anger, and the warmth between them returns. A few hours later, Redrun and Commander Hemis visit Choi. While Hemis plays with Babo, Redrun repeatedly says Choi used the technique so effectively only because of the demonic energy Hemis placed inside him. He also asks whether Choi believes he has 9 lives, reminding him that Hemis is the reason he remains alive. Choi says he understands. Now, still playing with Babo, Hemis becomes irritated by all the lecturing. Choi asks how the meeting went, and Hemis says she doesn't care. Protecting headquarters was more important, so she simply abandoned the meeting and returned to the fortress. Choi is stunned because it was a meeting with the Demon King. Hemis smiles and says the Demon King may have been slightly annoyed. That sends a chill through both Choi and Redrun as they imagine what comes next. But Hemis is more interested in what happened at the fortress. Choi's performance after receiving her demonic energy made it behave as though it had always been his. While Choi and Redrun worry about the Demon King's anger, Hemis is simply thrilled by how fascinating Choi is. Then the story shifts to Hemis's meeting with the Demon King. In that memory, she says that throughout every battle the Demon King ever fought, from the first to the last, she remained by his side and followed his purpose. Hemis believed everything he did was meant to protect. Demon King Tigrad interrupts and asks what exactly she is trying to say. Hemis speaks plainly. If his plans oppose her, they will have a problem. Tigrad says her attitude is insolent and that she is truly saying she no longer intends to obey him. Tigrad asks whether living so long has merely made Hemis bored, as though she only wants something to occupy her. Hemis says she expected that answer and makes it clear she has no intention of fighting him. Instead, she says she will leave. But before doing so, Hemis looks at Tigrad one last time and asks which of them is truly tired of time passing. She tells him to think carefully, calling it her final warning as an old companion. After saying goodbye, Hemis visits Choi, and the story returns to the moment she and Redrun are leaving. Choi respectfully watches them. Then Hemis turns to Redrun and congratulates him, leaving him confused. She says he managed to defeat a hero-class human by himself and asks whether it is finally time for him to advance to a higher rank. Redrun thanks her but says he doesn't believe this is the right time. When Hemis asks why, he answers immediately. He still wants to train, observe Choi's growth, and continue learning from Hemis. He believes that will help him improve. Further, Hemis gives a small smile. Then she asks directly why the castle was split into 3 sections during the human attack. Redrun admits it was and says he has no excuse. Hemis says everyone must have grown soft if things became so bad before she even reached the front. So she decides to hold a tournament to select a commander for the 3rd Army. The story cuts back to Choi, who is checking the system shop. He notices that even after upgrading the hero shop to intermediate level, he still has 950 points. Leaving them unused feels wasteful. I can't wait, so he wonders whether anything is worth buying. Rahel says that makes sense because he completed another quest and earned 1,000 more points. Choi excitedly scrolls through the upgraded shop and sees far more options than before, including various items and even cosmetic products. Rahel asks whether he truly intends to buy anything. He says that despite the vast selection, most items look basic and overpriced, especially because none provide bonus stats. Rahel agrees and points out that Redrun could tear through those items like paper. Looking more carefully, Choi notices that some accessories offer different effects, but the descriptions are difficult to understand. So he decides to upgrade his combat power gauge first. Just before doing so, Choi notices something else and asks what an item called Wrath and Magic creation is. Rahel explains that it isn't truly an item. It is more like a unique skill creation system that allows Choi to turn one of his moves into a real skill and level it up. So even if it remains the same kick, it should become much stronger. Choi considers that, then spends 500 hero points. The system begins the creation process by analyzing his mana and physical movements. It also says Choi can control how long the analysis continues. All that information completely confuses Choi, but once he understands how the system records movement, he becomes seriously impressed. With that, he stands and prepares to record his new skill. For the first test, Choi selects his kick and performs it while the system records the motion. Afterward, the system is supposed to generate an improved version by optimizing his balance and mana control. Choi simply watches it work. Then a warning message appears and catches him off guard, just as he thinks his life is beginning to feel like a true power fantasy. The warning says the creation process failed and tells Choi to perform the movement correctly. That immediately irritates him. He demands to know what is wrong because he followed the system's instructions exactly and cannot understand why it failed. Rahel guesses the system may not recognize him properly because he is a bugged user with demonic energy. She explains that the hero system has the strongest security in the world, so the failure may not actually be his fault. Even more frustrated, Choi grabs Rahel and shakes her violently while she panics. As he complains that he was already angry, and her explanation only made it worse, something suddenly catches his attention. A new hero quest appears. Before even reading it, Choi becomes more irritated. He just wasted many points, and now the system gives him another mission, so he demands a refund. But the quest tells him not to cry over spent points, saying he can earn more and should move forward. His new task is simple: create a new skill through his own strength. Later, at Redrun's training ground, Choi drops to his knees again and begs his master for help. Redrun repeats the request to confirm it. Choi wants help creating his own personal combat art, and Choi says yes. Redrun considers it for a moment, then tells Choi he will help. Choi becomes teary-eyed and cannot even respond. Redrun adds that he intended to train him anyway. Redrun turns and says training begins now, and Choi follows directly behind him. A little later, both sit in deep concentration as the true training begins. The session continues with more strikes and physical drills, which seem to leave Choi completely exhausted. By the end, Redrun and the Saintess look in on Choi resting in his room again, covered in bandages with his feet bent at strange angles. That marks day one, and Choi smiles, happy that he survived it. After pulling himself upright, he checks the system window and sees that he completed a mission. His combat power increases, and Choi realizes he successfully created his own personal combat art. It is based on a modified form of Redrun's martial arts. Choi decides to name the new style Noblesse. Then the day of the tournament arrives. The host introduces himself as Jark and announces that the event will select 1 company commander and 13 battalion commanders. He also says more than 1,000 fighters are expected to participate. As the host explains the format, he says the tournament will consist of 3 matches using a different battle style from previous events. Everyone receives 1 hour to prepare before the first round begins. During that time, several contestants gather, including a goat-headed fighter with a disturbing grin. Immediately afterward, Choi is shown smiling while the host says a knife was accidentally dropped, using it to introduce the first event, the Killer Run, which will take place along the outer highway. The focus shifts to Choi warming up when the 4th commander arrives and approaches him. She says she has been watching him for some time and mockingly asks whether he is human. Choi is caught off guard because he has never seen her before and is stunned by how beautiful she is. She continues examining him and says his black hair and combat power gauge make him resemble an ordinary hero at first. Choi tries to agree, but she continues, surprised that he possesses demonic energy and wondering whether he might be a spy. Before the discussion continues, Redrun intervenes, tells her to step back, and then recognizes her as the fourth commander. Redrun says he carries a message from Hemis for the cooking squad's commander, and Yuna is shocked that this man receives direct orders from Hemis. Redrun confirms it, so Hyuna backs away and gives them privacy. As she turns away, she notices Redrun standing beside Choi, not like a hunter near prey, but like a commander beside someone important. That thought excites her, and she says what happens next may be even more rewarding than expected. Redrun then tells Choi that she sometimes behaves improperly, but remains a core commander and is also a hero like him. He warns that she came to observe the tournament under the Demon King's orders, though Hemis called it surveillance, so Choi should avoid her. Choi quickly senses something unusual between the two commanders, then says he understands and asks what Hemis wanted. Redrun explains that Hemis demands he place at least 8th in the tournament. If he fails, he will be assigned to the second materials research squad. She also mentioned cost protection, which makes Choi panic about what may happen to him. 2 hours later, the tournament finally begins. The host explains the rules. The first event is simply a race. Reach the finish line, and that is all. There are no additional rules. He also says that if someone accidentally kills another competitor today, no punishment will follow. The goat-headed fighter turns to Choi and asks whether he heard correctly. Threateningly, he says that if he accidentally kills Choi, it will be forgiven, so Choi should stay away. Choi calmly says he understands. Then the host gives the signal to begin. The runners immediately take off, and Choi moves with a small group, though he remains far behind the leaders. One flying contestant mocks everyone trapped on the ground and quickly fires a magical attack at Choi's group, making Choi call Rahel for a shield. As he continues running beneath Rahel's protection, Choi asks for an update on the runners ahead. She says that at this pace, he will barely enter the top 100. Then the goat-headed fighter suddenly appears beside him. Surprised that Choi survived the attacks from above, he forms an energy sphere to blast him. The attack lands, but Rahel's shield blocks it perfectly, and Choi thanks her. Displeased, the goat gathers even more power and throws another attack at Choi. But before it hits, the energy divides into countless smaller projectiles and rains down on several other runners. Choi cannot understand why the man weakened his attack by spreading it out. Then the answer becomes clear. The goat pretends Choi launched the attack against everyone. Else, the false accusation leaves Choi furious. Now the entire crowd chases Hyunsuk, filled with anger and hatred. Holgoat accelerates and laughs at Hyunsuk for falling behind. As he flees the mob and spots Holgoat ahead, he swears to kill him once he catches him. He asks Rahel how many remain ahead, and she says he has already passed 76, leaving only 24. Immediately afterward, an attack from behind shatters Rahel's barrier and strikes Hyunsuk. As he stumbles from the impact, Hyunsuk suddenly remembers his training with Redrun. Back then, he struggled to understand how to combine his different fighting styles. Each had been created for a specific purpose, designed for demons and later modified for humans. So he needed to use both Promote and Redrun's combat style as the foundation for a completely new skill designed perfectly for him. That is how Noblesse was created. The moment he activates it and refocuses on the race, the system says his magic rank increased from D to C, while his demonic energy rose from E to C as well. Noblesse then appears in the system, a unique style created by merging those two powers, releasing a purple aura of magic and demonic energy with 0.06 proficiency. After building power while blocking attacks from the other runners, Hyunsuk suddenly surges forward and shouts for everyone to move. Within seconds, the runners see only a streak of purple light blazing past them at incredible speed. He passes one competitor after another, but then an update arrives. 95 runners have already qualified, leaving only 5 positions open. Hyunsuk pushes even harder, moving so quickly that Yahello can barely keep up. Holgoat glances back and is shocked to see Hyunsuk already directly behind. Hyunsuk almost enjoys it. He is glad he found Holgoat right at the finish line. Then he activates Redrun's third combat form and charges an attack as he closes in. The instant he reaches him, Hyunsuk strikes him from behind and tells him to accidentally die. Holgoat is launched at absurd speed into the wall, smashing directly through it. Watching the chaos, the host announces that the 99th and 100th qualifiers are Hyunsuk and Holgoat. Hyunsuk collapses in relief after qualifying, while Holgoat lies unconscious behind him. Hyunsuk gives thanks, but Holgoat quickly rises again, furious, cursing him and swearing revenge. Kill him. Before it goes any further, the host intervenes and ends the race. He says the 100 qualifiers will return in 3 days for round 2, while everyone else is dismissed. At night, in a forest near the Dark Fortress, Hyunsuk stands with Park Hyuna. The 4th commander asks whether she truly plans to release that thing into the tournament. Hyunsuk ignores the question and looks ahead, greeting Modem like an old acquaintance. The creature radiates a red aura and says it has indeed been a long time. 97 years, 3 months, and 11 days. Then it asks what Hyunsuk wants. This creature is Modem, someone Hyunsuk knows well. With power measured at 198,532, Hyunsuk tells Modem that his task is to seize every participant's flag. He agrees, and she adds one warning. If he encounters a promising contestant, he should hold back. Hearing that, Hyuna says the loudmouth is getting soft. Hyunsuk asks why the 4th commander thinks that makes her soft, then raises a larger question. Why do demons keep losing to humans? Without waiting for an answer, Hyunsuk gives one herself. Demons fight too fairly. They try to solve everything through brute force, and when they cannot win head-on, they still refuse to retreat. So they die, and everyone simply accepts it. Humans are different. When they start losing, they retreat and return with tricks that shift the battle in their favor. That is why the Demon King army keeps losing to weaker humans. Hyunsuk says this while pointing directly at Hyuna, leaving her stunned. Then Hyunsuk casually adds that the 4th commander needs to study more, which only makes Hyuna even more annoyed. The next stage's rules are announced. Random teams of 4 will each begin with 2 flags. After 48 hours, the teams holding the most flags advance, with only 10 places available. Any team with 0 flags is eliminated regardless of its rank. Once the teams are formed, Holgoat is thrilled. Their plan is to use Hyunsuk as bait, lure in other players, and steal their flags. Hyunsuk admits it is clever, but privately wonders what terrible luck placed him on Holgoat's team. The other 2 members remain silent behind them. One is a hawk, and the other resembles Arbok. Together they form Team 9. Still excited, Holgoat says they can simply wait because their current flags practically guarantee qualification. Hyunsuk can only think about how irritating he is. Then the rankings show Team 9 in 4th place with 4 flags. But that was not their true standing. A moment later, their rank suddenly rises again, moving into 3rd place even though they have done nothing. Everyone stares, wondering what is happening. Then a metal foot steps toward the group. Hyunsuk hears the metallic sound, turns around and sees Modem radiating overwhelming power and a terrifying presence. When Holgoat sees all the flags on Modem's back, he realizes this monster must be disrupting the rankings. Instead of retreating, he grins and wonders whether he has found a jackpot. Then he charges the stranger without thinking. Hyunsuk tries to stop him, warning that he cannot win, but Holgoat keeps going and calls him a coward. As he gathers power for an attack, Holgoat boasts that he will kill the tin monster and take all its flags. Modem defeats him with one simple move. The blow sends Holgoat crashing into Hawk and Arbok, and their team loses a flag. As Modem stores the newly acquired flags, those who sent him watch from afar. Hyuna asks whether this was truly necessary. Looking at Modem, she says the protagonist team has no chance with their current abilities. Hema says nothing and continues watching as the test time keeps running. Soon, Hyunsuk's team falls to 25th place. Later, with only 1 minute remaining in the test, Hyunsuk says he has a plan and tells everyone to move on his signal, especially Holgoat. They have encountered Modem again after he left to collect more flags. The moment Modem sees them, he assumes they are attempting another crude assault. Hyunsuk gives the order, and Holgoat begins charging magic, clearly irritated that a human is commanding him. The blast strikes Modem's position, but when the flames and dust clear, he remains completely unharmed. Then Hyunsuk calls to the Hawk, already high above and prepared. The Hawk begins his dive and drops toward Modem at full speed. Modem notices the charge and realizes it is a coordinated assault. This is the first team to use tactics like these, so he prepares to block it. As the Hawk closes in, Modem grabs him by the neck and stops the attack instantly. Only the powerful wind from the dive reaches him, and Modem casually says the breeze feels pleasant. Then he notices Hyunsuk moving in and remarks that the team's attacks are painfully simple and slow. He even mocks how weak Hyunsuk's demonic energy is. At the same time, Arbok approaches from underground while Hyunsuk closes in on Modem's guard. He orders the centipede to attack and tries to slip past Modem's defense, finishing the assault with everything he has. Then Hyunsuk activates his unique skill wrapped in noblesse. He rushes toward Modem, and just as he comes within inches of grabbing a flag, Modem stops him and even praises the team's combined attack. He says it was not bad for something created on the spot. But that is as far as they get. It still is not enough, and Modem has already pinned down Arbok and Hyunsuk. With only 15 seconds remaining in the test, 3 team members are completely immobilized. Modem then asks Hyunsuk what that purple energy was. Hyunsuk ignores the question and keeps watching the clock. Desperate, he tells Modem that he will find out the hard way. Grabbing the enemy's hand, Hyunsuk activates his new skill, Chi Explosion. Purple energy surges into Modem, and in an instant, Hyunsuk is already out of the fight. Still, the attack is powerful enough to knock Modem off balance. As he falls, time expires and both fighters are pushed apart. At the final second, Modem regains his balance, and the test ends. Modem understands how the move worked and wonders whether it was essentially self-detonation, though not a particularly powerful one. Hearing that, Hyunsuk gets his attention by calling him Tin Can and telling him to look behind. On Modem's back, Holgoat is holding a flag, leaving him confused. Hyunsuk mocks him, asking whether he truly thought Hyunsuk would blow himself up without a plan. He explains that the entire attack was designed so Holgoat could grab a flag at the instant of the explosion. Then Hyunsuk says it was a true pleasure not to meet him. The rankings appear, and Hyunsuk says he will never see Tin Can again before flipping him off. The system then displays his new skill, Chi Explosion, with 0.11 proficiency. After round 2, Hemis asks Modem what he thinks of Choi. Modem calmly says Choi is a rare human who uses both demonic energy and mana simultaneously, something he has never witnessed. Hemis says she already knows that and asks what else he noticed. Modem adds that Choi is not merely talented. He thinks quickly under pressure, and his instincts are sharp. Even many elite demons Modem has encountered do not compare. Hearing that, Hemis remains silent for a moment. She begins thinking that the Demon King army may need to change direction. If she follows her own path, the future may become far more interesting. The story shifts to the divine empire of Gartrum. The Pope mourns Geffin's death, a hero-class fighter killed disgracefully. Even amid the grief, everyone in the room is already considering the next move. A man nearby asks what they should do about Abelson. After a brief pause, the Pope coldly says that regardless of her popularity, she is merely the princess of a tiny kingdom. He removes her from consideration as saintess and orders her branded a heretic who collaborates with the Demon King's forces. Then he turns to another, Matter. He asks whether Hemus is causing trouble. Again, the man answers that she has begun reorganizing the army. Her plan is to select new officers through a tournament based on ability. Always scheming, the Pope asks whether there is a way to disrupt those plans. Elrond says he tried requesting the Demon King's help, but the response was openly hostile. If they interfere too much with Hemus, they may provoke the Demon King himself. The Pope proposes a more direct option. Send a hero to destroy the structure from within, with Kinley as one possible candidate. Elrond hesitates. Huna, now branded a traitor, is at the Black Fortress, and Kinley would have little chance against both of them. The Pope notes that Yuna's presence may indicate the Demon King and Hemus are not entirely on the same side. For a moment, Elrond considers abandoning the sabotage plan, but the Pope silences him with a raised hand. He insists that Gartrim and Dracen have always grown stronger through conflict. Their strength comes from holy war against demons. In his view, evil must exist so the light of justice can shine more brightly. That light fuels the people's faith, and their faith strengthens the empire. Therefore, regardless of how circumstances change, the war must continue. The Pope reveals that one of their methods has been pretending to cooperate with the Demon King to quietly guide the war. But if the demons continue evolving so quickly, they may soon escape the Empire's control. Then he tells Elrond to check whether their spy reported the location of the next tournament. Elrond searches through his notes, opens a map, and confirms that the next match will take place in Inamazid, a distant forest filled with dangerous beasts. Both men note how far it is from the Black Fortress and consider that favorable. The Pope gives his order: gather the heroes and use the next round to test their strength. As the Empire puts its plans into motion, the story returns to Hyunsuk in his room. He is amused by the confusion in his system after combining demonic energy and mana. His energy structure has become far more complicated, while Rahel quietly remembers when he possessed only one skill, the one he refined through Redrun's brutal training. Hyunsuk notices that changes to Redrun's combat style now appear in his skill window, with Noblesse and Chi Explosion listed as separate skills. That brings his total to 5 unique skills, marking significant progress. Watching the update, Rahel asks whether his leadership rank increased too. She says the new effects on his skills are extremely useful and is clearly impressed by how quickly he is rising through the ranks of the Demon King army. As he examines his system, Hyunsuk wonders whether the shop contains anything that could raise his stats even further. A voice suddenly interrupts, bluntly saying nothing in the shop will help someone at his level and that he needs to wake up. It is Hyuna, who appears without warning and startles him. Hyunsuk jerks backward when he realizes the unexpected visitor is the 4th commander. Irritated by his reaction, Hyuna tells him to stop panicking and asks how many hero points he received. He quickly says 1,300. She asks his shop rank and he says it is intermediate. Hyuna immediately mocks him, calling that progress utterly pathetic. Seeing an opportunity to learn, he carefully asks what Hyuna purchased at his stage, hoping to gain advice from someone more experienced. Hyuna laughs, fully aware he is trying to extract information from her. Still, she agrees to offer one tip if he answers every question she asks. He accepts immediately. She tells him that since he already has an aura, his next step should be upgrading the shop and purchasing a dimensional pocket, an inventory item with excellent value for the price. Hyunsuk wonders how useful it is and asks whether it may appear in the next shop rotation. Hyuna nods, then says it is her turn to ask questions. First, is he truly a hero? He gives a vague answer, somehow, yes. Then she asks why he serves in the demon army. Again, he says it somehow happened. Her third question is how he can use both demonic energy and mana simultaneously, and he gives the same response. It just happened. Frustrated, Hyuna summarizes sarcastically. He is a hero who somehow joined the demon army and somehow uses both demonic energy and mana. Hyunsuk merely nods. That response earns him a powerful kick to the face, sending him across the room. Dazed, he replies that Hyuna is also part of the demon army. Sometime later, Hyunsuk lies face down on the floor, pinned beneath Hyuna as she sits on him. When she calls his name, he answers immediately. Hyuna asks whether he wants to transfer to the 4th Army and become her direct subordinate. She even offers to train him personally. Still in pain, he politely refuses and thanks her anyway. Her mood darkens, and she presses harder against his back, demanding to know why he is so determined to remain. Struggling through the pain, Hyunsuk says the main reason is simple. If he attempts to leave, Hemis may kill him. Hyuna asks whether that is his only reason or if he has any goal beyond merely surviving. Hemis, without hesitation, he says his greatest dream is to marry a wealthy blonde noblewoman and have 5 children. The random answer leaves Hyuna stunned. She immediately gets off him, visibly shaken, and says they should both forget the conversation. After recovering, Hyuna tells him to pursue whatever strange dream he wants. She admits that on one point, he is probably correct. Hemis would never allow him to leave easily. With that, she turns away and tells him to rest while he still can. As her footsteps fade, Hyunsuk lies staring at the ceiling. He admits that fear of Hemis and his ridiculous dream are not the only reasons he remains. His growth as a person, fighter, and perhaps even a hero is tied to this chaotic life in the Demon King army, and strangely, that thought makes him happy. Sometime later, the 3rd round of the tournament finally begins. The tension is high as he prepares, checking his equipment and packing the little he needs. Before leaving, he smiles and asks Babo to guard the house. He promises to return with 1st place, and Babo responds with a bark. As Hyunsuk and Rahel prepare to depart, Rahel asks about the route to Inamazid and whether they will pass through Lee Dongjin first. He checks the map again and confirms it. With everything ready, the two leave the house filled with excitement. Both are focused on winning and determined to claim the top prize in the next round. The story jumps to the 3rd day of the tournament, where Hyunsuk is hunting monsters. He notices that every kill grants an entire level, and after already leveling 4 times, he wonders whether it is real. The enemies are dryads, plant-type demonic beasts that usually help other monsters reproduce by spreading pollen. Holding a defeated dryad, Hyunsuk wonders why he is receiving so much experience. Above him floats a purple sphere used in this round. On the 3rd day, the challenge is simple. Survive in the demonic forest until 10 of the 24 participants are eliminated. Each contestant also received a magical item. That item is the same purple sphere Hyunsuk finds suspicious. Created by Hemis from demonic energy, it tracks every participant's location for the organizers like military GPS. Rahel moves closer to the purple sphere, amazed that the Demon King army can produce magic like this. Hyunsuk decides not to waste time and continues before anyone can steal his kills. Suddenly, something strikes him in the head. He falls to the ground and the monsters he carried slip away. The attacker is pleased to have found him, while Hyunsuk struggles to recover from the blow. Then the attacker reveals himself. It is the goat, furious and ready to crush Hyunsuk permanently. Elsewhere, the tournament host complains from boredom. Watching over the event feels like a pointless chore to him. Meanwhile, the other guards help monitor the portal to Inamazid. One guard tells him to take the job seriously. The portal is important because it is the only one connected to the main gate, and if anything happens to it, the consequences could be severe. The host admits that is true, but says nobody is likely to appear in such a remote place. Far away, a new presence emerges. The portal guardian immediately senses strange beings nearby. He sends out energy to examine them and confirms they are humans, probably monster hunters. Even so, he dismisses them because he senses no unusual magic from them. He decides attacking first would only cause trouble, especially if they discovered the portal. Since Inamazid is enormous, he assumes they will not encounter the tournament participants and leaves them alone for now. Back with Hyunsuk and the goat, the new enemy tries to appear intimidating, boasting about his strength and saying Hyunsuk should beg or at least flee because retreat is not shameful. Tired of the performance, Hyunsuk asks Rahel whether they should simply kill him already. That single line changes everything. The goat immediately abandons his threatening act and begs for mercy, warning that killing him would be a major mistake. Hyunsuk has no idea what he means. Then the goat says he knows something extremely important that makes Hyunsuk ask what it is. The goat reveals that every demon in the area has placed Hyunsuk at the top of their target list. Hyunsuk doubts him. If that were true, he asks, why is everyone not already hunting him? Instead of answering, the goat suddenly begins counting down, leaving him confused. When the countdown ends, the other participants appear around the giant tree. Hyunsuk is stunned, and the goat bursts into laughter. Back at the Black Fortress, the entire scene is being shown to Hyumis and Hyuna through magic. Hyumis didn't expect everyone to unite against Hyunsuk, and she laughs at how pathetic it looks. Hyuna quickly says this is not something to laugh about. Then the broadcast suddenly cuts off as the Guardian reports that humans are attacking and trying to destroy the gate. He says the enemy is a heavily armed human force using stealth equipment, and somehow they know the exact location of the gate. The message ends there. Hyumis immediately orders Redrun to move. Redrun instantly understands the severity and says he will handle it. Immediately, Hyumis points out that the attackers are far too prepared, meaning someone must be leaking information. As she says this, Hyuna can only stare in shock. Hyumis raises her voice and demands to know where the leak is, while Hyuna appears even more shaken. Back in the forest, Hyunsuk escapes the others, but he is furious and afraid. He cannot believe the contestants are breaking the rules, and even worse, the organizers are doing nothing. Rahel tells him to be quiet before he reveals their location. Nearby, 2 participants search for him. After a quick inspection, they decide he is not there and leave to await the next tracking update. Hyunsuk remains hidden a little longer to be safe. Then he collapses to the ground, overwhelmed by fear and wondering how he can survive. Rahel tries to calm him. She reminds him that his leveling has gone well, suggests hunting more nearby monsters, and asks whether the shop contains anything useful. He agrees and begins searching, though he doubts anything there can truly save him. Just as he notices something promising, a dark cloaked figure approaches and interrupts him. The stranger asks whether he is the rumored hero, catching Hyunsuk off guard. Then the man pulls back his hood, revealing red hair and a human face, which shocks Hyunsuk even more. The others accompanying him uncover their faces, too, all staring at the hero in a strange manner. They are clearly human, but something about them feels wrong. Their leader apologizes for not introducing himself sooner. He says his name is Andrew Taylor, and that he is also a hero. At that moment, Hyunsuk's system displays a mission: survive at all costs and kill every villain for 1,000 hero points. Thinking quickly, he pretends to be clueless. He cheerfully introduces himself as a rookie hero named Hyunsuk and casually asks what they are doing in a place like this. Andrew answers that they are there to hunt demons. Hyunsuk agrees enthusiastically, calling it a noble cause and saying demons deserve destruction. Then he stands, says he is also going to crush some demons, and wishes them luck. But suddenly, Andrew draws his sword and slashes at him. Hyunsuk barely avoids the attack. Andrew makes it clear that they are also there to kill the human traitor. As he prepares to attack again, the tournament participants arrive, still searching for Hyunsuk. The goat sneers that there is no escape now. Some contestants notice another human and wonder whether Hyunsuk can somehow create copies of himself. Andrew is confused by the remark, while Hyunsuk quickly assesses the situation and develops a plan. Without hesitation, he orders everyone to recite the 3rd commandment of the Demon King army. The crowd is stunned and has no idea what he is doing. Even Andrew stands there confused. Then Hyunsuk begins delivering a speech, declaring that they are the mighty Demon King army. A blue aura begins pouring from him, and as he continues, the goat and the other participants hesitate, asking whether that means they should devour the humans before them. Hyunsuk says yes and urges them to destroy the enemies of their father, the Demon King, like true warriors. At that moment, the system announces the hidden stats, charisma, and leadership, and says allied morale has risen. Hyunsuk shouts for them to charge, and the participants begin talking among themselves. The goat admits that Hyunsuk has a point. Another participant agrees that they are an army either way, and the goat supports him. He shouts for everyone to move and tear the humans apart. Empowered by Hyunsuk's blue aura, the entire group rushes into battle, and Hyunsuk is delighted that his trick succeeded. He silently praises their courage, then runs in the opposite direction, cheerfully saying they will meet again in Valhalla. As he escapes, Hyunsuk thinks they probably will not survive long and that fleeing is his only chance. Then someone suddenly grabs his scarf. It is the commander who guarded the gate. Hyunsuk immediately recognizes him and asks what happened. The commander says the gate connected to the castle was destroyed during the human ambush. When Hyunsuk asks about the guards, he says they were probably all killed and that he barely escaped himself. Hyunsuk cannot believe it, especially because there were only about 40 enemies. The commander explains that everyone was at least battalion commander level, 3 were regimental commander level, and 1 was nearly as strong as a division commander. Hyunsuk then asks what they can do to remain alive. The commander answers that survival may be impossible. Then he reveals that Hyunsuk has a tracking spell on him. Since the commander also holds a high rank in the Demon King army, both are priority targets. Hyunsuk asks whether the spell can be removed, but the commander says no. It requires too much time, which they do not have. Suddenly, the tracking spell detects a nearby creature with an absurdly high level, a demonic beast. Hyunsuk realizes that monster may actually help them. He looks at the commander, who waits for his plan. Then Hyunsuk says he has an idea that may get them out alive. Sometime later, the invading force has already killed all the tournament participants and notices that the traitor hero escaped. So they begin a full pursuit, using the tracking spell to follow him. Andrew notices something besides Hyunsuk is being detected and wonders whether it may be Flowclad. He explains that Flowclad is one of Inamazid's top predators, a massive plant-type monster with combat power between 250,000 and 300,000, classified as high risk. Normally, defeating it requires at least a fighter-class hero. Andrew says killing it is possible, but the damage would be severe. Before long, the invading heroes fall into chaos when they collide with the monster. Andrew orders his team to occupy the beast while he pursues the traitor hero personally. At that moment, the system announces the use of an item called pheromone perfume. It copies a demonic beast's scent, though the larger the covered area, the weaker the effect becomes. It creates beast affinity toward humans for 10 hero points. Hyunsuk uses it together with Promote, gambling everything on the escape plan, even if it means dressing like a female tree. Andrew soon notices the pair in their bizarre disguises and looks completely caught off guard. He charges directly toward them, and Hyunsuk immediately calls for the commander to stop him. The commander cleanly blocks Andrew's attack, and both swordsmen retreat into their stances, prepared to fight. Andrew activates an advanced form of his sword skill and attacks, again beginning a fierce duel between 2 master fighters. While the commander is pressured from several directions, Hyunsuk intervenes and defeats the supporting attackers, one after another. He tells the commander he will handle the weaker enemies and urges him to follow the plan so they can survive as long as possible. Andrew understands and asks whether their entire strategy is merely to buy time. No one answers. The story flashes back to when Hyunsuk explained the plan to the commander. His idea was simple: use the demonic beast as their primary weapon against the enemy. The commander was supposed to avoid Andrew whenever possible, exhaust him, and keep the beast between them. Meanwhile, Hyun-suk would defeat the others by exploiting the beast. The key was never fighting directly. He even named the plan, "Come at me." Back in the battle, Andrew becomes irritated by the commander's constant dodging and demands to know how long he will keep running. The commander says nothing, but internally thinks the humans fight like cowards. Even so, he knows that tactic is exactly what is buying them time. The focus shifts to Hyun-suk, now facing a cloaked enemy. The man is exhausted but rises with a single goal: kill the traitor. He attacks, and Hyun-suk avoids every strike with ease. Still, Hyun-suk can tell the blows are precise and powerful. Any one of them could split him in half. But there is a problem. The man swings his sword mechanically, stiffly, and predictably. Hyun-suk makes the first decisive move and sweeps his leg from beneath him. The man falls face first, and Hyun-suk finishes with a powerful kick to the head, knocking him unconscious instantly. The easy victory grants Hyun-suk several levels, surprising even him. The battle was almost too simple, and their robotic behavior makes him wonder whether these people are truly human. Then, while considering how long he has used Promote and how much stamina it consumes, Hyun-suk notices something strange. His forehead begins changing, and the system says his demonic energy has risen from rank C to rank B. A horn begins growing from his head. Confused, Hyun-suk realizes he is developing a demonic appearance. The system explains that his body has temporarily synchronized with demonic energy, causing an immediate transformation. Nearby, the commander watches Andrew from a safe distance and feels his strength fading. He is approaching his limit, which concerns him. The demonic beast he has been using as cover is also severely injured, breathing heavily and trembling. Neither can last much longer. Andrew finally breaks the silence. He mocks the commander, saying running is his only talent and that it is about to end. Smirking, Andrew boasts that heroes grow stronger whenever they kill a beast or demon. He is already level 983, and killing the beast will bring him to 1,000. Then Andrew charges. He attacks with deadly precision, and the commander barely blocks, using the whip at his side. For the first time, genuine concern appears on his face. He knows that unless he acts quickly, he is finished. So he rapidly begins touching vital points on the beast's body. His fingers move with practiced speed, and small red sparks erupt with every touch. The sparks leave strange markings across the beast's skin. Even as Andrew attacks relentlessly, the commander continues, gambling everything on completing this seal. Andrew advances while the commander blocks what he can and clings to the beast. Every strike forces him farther backward until one heavy blow sends him crashing to the ground. Andrew raises his sword with both hands and prepares to stab the weakened beast. Arrogantly, he tells the commander that after gaining stats from killing it, defeating him will be easy. But before the final strike lands, the commander speaks between labored breaths. He says he was not running around for nothing. At that moment, the markings on the beast glow bright red, and thick metal chains erupt from them in every direction. Red sparks crackle around the demonic beast. It is an advanced restraint technique. Ignoring his injuries, the commander completes the final hand sign to activate the seal. The glowing chains surge forward and wrap around Andrew from behind just as he prepares to strike. Again, the story flashes back to when Hyun-suk and the commander discussed the second part of the plan before the battle. Barely containing his excitement, Hyun-suk suggests naming it Kill, Steal. The commander gives him a doubtful look and asks whether that is some kind of hero terminology. Hyun-suk grins and explains that he will eliminate the rest of the group before the beast goes down. Always cautious, the commander asks what happens afterward. Hyun-suk confidently answers that the commander should keep stalling as planned. And when the moment arrives, Hyun-suk will return and help finish the beast. The commander awkwardly scratches his head and admits they have no better options. However, he says the plan has two serious problems. First, can Hyunsuk return in time? Second, even if he does, can he defeat Andrew after he levels up? With his usual blunt honesty, Hyunsuk admits the plan's chance of success is below 1%, but he adds that surrendering now reduces their chance to 0. Clenching his fist, Hyunsuk says that if those are the only options, he will risk everything on that 1%. Back in the present, Andrew is suddenly restrained by glowing chains around his legs, wrists, and even his raised sword. Furious, he demands to know why the commander is using such a cheap trick. The commander remains calm, forming more hand signs as he controls the chains. He tells Andrew to be patient. They also have a hero capable of leveling up. Then Hyunsuk appears in his awakened demonic form. Horns rise from his head, power pours from his body, and even Andrew is stunned. His voice trembles as he asks what Hyunsuk is and whether he is truly a demon. Hyunsuk does not answer. Instead, he charges the demonic beast barehanded and strikes it with brutal force. The impact creates a shockwave, and the chains restraining both the beast and Andrew shatter. Simultaneously, the system confirms Hyunsuk has leveled up. The demonic beast takes its final breath and crashes to the ground. Dropping to one knee, the commander laughs wearily and says Hyunsuk could not have arrived at a better moment, though it was far too close. Hyunsuk nods, his fists still covered in the beast's blood, and thanks him for enduring. Then Hyunsuk turns and points directly at Andrew. With complete confidence, he declares that he will defeat the hero. Andrew raises his sword and scoffs, dismissing Hyunsuk's claim as pure arrogance. Killing a weakened beast does not mean he can defeat Andrew, who is ready to crush that foolish belief himself. In the next instant, Andrew reveals a new sword technique. Form 3, Dragon Slayer. Blue energy surrounds the blade as he steps forward with complete confidence. With a roar, he swings. Hyunsuk does not retreat. He raises his arms, crosses his wrists, and stops the blade with raw strength. The ground cracks beneath him, but he remains standing. Andrew immediately understands the threat. Hyunsuk is not merely strong. He is a close-range fighter with terrifying physical power. If he closes the distance again, the sword may not be enough. Hyunsuk stares back with glowing white eyes, calm and fearless. Andrew's flashy sword and hero title mean nothing to him. He is here to end the battle. Andrew unleashes repeated attacks with his sword technique. Blue beams flash around Hyunsuk, but he blocks everyone easily. Concerned that Form 3 is insufficient, Andrew raises it to Form 7 and charges again. Before he can finish, Hyunsuk counters with overwhelming force, blasting him away in violet lightning. Andrew is thrown from the demonic beast and stops only after crashing into a stone wall hard enough to crack it. Blood drips from his mouth onto the ground. Gritting his teeth, Andrew screams desperately and wonders what Hyunsuk truly is, perhaps even a demon. Standing on the ground, Hyunsuk radiates a violet aura. He approaches Andrew and calmly says every enemy he defeated was stronger than him. Then he drives a heavy kick into Andrew's stomach. The impact makes the hero gasp in pain. Without warning, Hyunsuk grabs Andrew's face and slams him into the ground. Keeping him pinned, Hyunsuk speaks steadily while Andrew begs him to stop. As he leans closer, Hyunsuk delivers one brutal blow after another. Between strikes, he repeats the same lesson as though carving it into Andrew's mind. In the end, level is only a number. With energy surrounding his fist, Hyunsuk finishes the statement with one final punch. It strikes even harder than the others and ends the battle permanently, proving his point. Afterward, Hyunsuk gains several levels and unlocks a hidden stat, Fighting Spirit. It increases resistance to mental effects and sharpens concentration during battle, beginning at 10 points. A little later, Hyunsuk lies on the ground in pain after using Promote again, though the backlash is milder this time. Even so, he behaves as though he is dying when he is clearly not. While Hyunsuk continues his dramatic performance, the commander approaches and asks whether the hero is still alive. Hyunsuk says no, he is dead. Then the commander suddenly pours red liquid onto Hyun-suk's face, startling him, and orders him to drink it. Hyun-suk immediately sits up, complaining about the terrible taste and asking where it came from. The commander says Rahel brought many of those potions. Rahel appears holding another bottle and explains that it is a high-grade potion. She offers him more, and the system says it restores health and a small amount of mana. Hyun-suk asks Rahel where she found so many. She says dead heroes drop everything they carry, catching him off guard. Looking at Andrew, Hyun-suk says heroes in this world are far too strange. Rahel does not understand, so he explains that heroes are supposed to be righteous people who fight evil and save the world. But here, killing another hero brings no punishment. Instead, it grants experience and items. Hyun-suk realizes that, despite being a hero, he has lived more like a villain, and nothing resists it. After hearing this, the commander says Hyun-suk's concern makes sense from a human perspective. But as an ally, his actions were no different from those of a good hero. He saved him. Ultimately, the commander says human morality is not simple. Everything has two sides, and right and wrong are not absolute. Hyun-suk listens carefully to the commander's words. Still, one thing troubles him. Was the commander actually trying to comfort a hero? When Hyun-suk asks, the commander responds with kicks, ordering him to be quiet and rest. Still suffering from the side effects, Hyun-suk complains that his bones already ache. The commander finally stops and explains that he called for help before the signal was cut during the attack, so reinforcements should be approaching. Hyun-suk smiles in relief, though he remains cautious in case the commander kicks him again. Then the story shifts to Redrun's arrival. He opens a portal for everyone to return. The commander helps Hyun-suk enter the portal, and it works without difficulty. Everyone passes through and reaches the dark fortress. Hyun-suk happily announces that he is back, but the moment he opens his eyes, he sees devastation. Everything is destroyed, and he is stunned that his safe zone is no longer safe. His shock becomes anger when he sees his house burning, and he demands to know who caused this. Redrun and the commander also see the damage, and all three quickly determine who is responsible. It was Hemis. She remains there, filled with fury and wearing an empty expression. Hyuna is the one trapped in Hemis's rage. She desperately tries to reason with Hemis, saying the destruction is pointless and makes no sense. Then it becomes clear that Hemis believes Hyuna is the traitor, despite Hyuna's strong denial. By now, Hemis no longer cares whether she is guilty. She is furious, and that is enough. Anyone connected to the Demon King will not be allowed peace, and with a cruel smile, Hemis prepares another attack. With no alternative, Hyuna prepares to defend herself. She cannot believe Hemis continues destroying everything, despite proof that she is not a traitor. Hemis launches a devastating attack, but something strange knocks it off course. A massive cloud of smoke rises, and a creature slowly emerges from the chaos, leaving everyone uncertain who it is. Then someone resembling Redrun calls to Hemis with a stern, serious expression. It is Uzgace, another commander in the Demon King army. He carries a direct order from the king himself, commanding Hemis to stop. Immediately, Hemis pauses. How did Uzgace learn about this so quickly? Even with an instant warning, arriving in time should have been impossible. That means the Demon King knew before it began and sent him beforehand. Hemis then realizes Hyuna was only a decoy and someone else had truly been assigned to monitor her. When she says this and confronts Uzgace, he replies that she is merely paranoid and exaggerating something created in her own mind. She takes it as mockery and prepares to direct her next attack at Uzgace. But then Hemis pauses, lowers her guard, and descends to speak with him face to face. As she approaches, Hemis admits she may have overreacted. Then she recalls how she was punished for saving Rotak from humans and imprisoned in the Dark Fortress for 100 years. With that, she reveals what she believes Uzgace meant, asking whether he truly considers her arrogant and paranoid. Simultaneously, she begins casting a spell across the ground. As the magic spreads, Hemus says perhaps saving Rotak was a mistake. Uzgeus notices the danger and is caught off guard by her sudden action. While dark energy closes around him, Hemus finishes by asking whether he agrees. Uzgeus does not move, almost as though certain nothing can harm him. Suddenly, a voice rings out. It is Redrun, shouting for Hemus to stop before he attacks. Uzgeus immediately recognizes Redrun, clearly showing that the two know each other. Before the situation escalates, Hemus calmly approaches and touches Uzgeus's shoulder, telling him to relax because there is no longer any need for confusion. She says she already obtained what she wanted. Then she tightens her grip and tells him to thank his nephew, revealing that Redrun is Uzgeus's nephew. Later, Hyunsuk lies in bed, still processing everything. He is stunned by the chaos within the demon King army. Abelson is with him again, helping him recover. She asks whether he still plans to remain in the Demon King army, especially since he is about to be promoted to battalion commander. Hyunsuk says he probably will. Official war has begun between the Dark Fortress and the Gartram Empire, and even if he wanted to leave, living among humans would now be nearly impossible. Now that Hyunsuk has horns and uses demonic energy, Abelson cannot help laughing at his situation. Soon, Hyunsuk reflects on the trial, especially the heroes who appeared there. Something about that group felt wrong. Aside from Andrew, the others looked strange. They all seemed dazed, and regardless of how badly they were injured, even when they died, their expressions never changed. When Hyunsuk asks whether she knows anything about them, Abelson says she is uncertain. Since being expelled, she no longer knows the Empire's inner affairs. Still, she confirms the Empire possesses many powerful heroes, and most wars against demons are not fought by priest-rank heroes. Even so, it remains unclear how the Divine Empire gathers so many powerful heroes so quickly. There are rumors that cruel methods are used to achieve it. As soon as she finishes, someone arrives and interrupts the conversation. Redrun apologizes for disturbing their moment but says Hemus wants to see them. The scene shifts to Hemus's office, where she warmly greets them and happily announces a new mission. They must install a spatial interference magical shield. Hyunsuk does not understand, so Hemus explains simply. It is a barrier that blocks unauthorized teleportation. She says it is important so he does not wake up with an assassin in his room. Hemus adds that only the second corps can complete this task. At that, Hyunsuk begins to understand where this is going. Hemus continues, saying they will travel undercover as a messenger and the messenger's personal medic. She says the arrangement is mainly to protect them from humans, so the mission should be simple. Additionally, she will send a trusted guide with them. That guide reads the travel order with fire in his eyes, clearly irritated at being pulled into yet another absurd mission. The commanders gather in a grand hall around a long table. 7 seats are prepared, but only 5 are occupied. One empty chair stands out because Rotak skipped the meeting again. Uzgeus, the 5th commander, merely shrugs. Rotak never attends these meetings anyway. Darokijis, the 1st commander, is clearly annoyed by Rotak's absence. Even if attendance is not required, Hyuna lazily dismisses it, saying that even if Rotak had come, he would have only rambled. Hemus remains silent, listening while the others say nearly everything already. At last, Tigrad, the supreme commander, surveys the room and declares the meeting open. The subject is Hemus. She conducted a major operation without reporting it, and the clash between Choi's demonic form and Andrew is included. Tigrad explains that the border was left exposed, allowing humans to launch an ambush with heavy casualties. Uzgeus interrupts to provide the figures. 97 dead, 100 injured, and even more missing. Tigrad calmly continues, saying Hemus also attacked the 4th commander without clear justification, violating the rules. Battles between commanders require prior approval. With that, Tigrad formally opens discussion of Hemus's punishment and asks whether anyone has objections. Hemus immediately interrupts, saying she wants to speak in her own defense. She raises her hand and argues that she had a reason. According to Hemis, someone was spying on her and circumstances led her to believe the fourth commander was responsible. So instead of punishing her for protecting herself, they should search for whoever was attempting to sabotage her. The statement clearly irritates Tigrad, who asks whether she is challenging his authority. Hemis answers that it is merely a humble suggestion, though her smile makes it obvious she means more. This angers Tigrad further, and he grips his throne tightly, stunned by her boldness. Later, Uzgais, Derokagis, and Huna speak in the corridor outside the chamber. Uzgais points out that both commanders allowed their emotions to dominate, making the entire meeting meaningless. Huna is upset, saying Hemis and the Demon King may never reconcile. Derokagis agrees they will probably never be as close as before, and Huna admits she hates where events are heading. In the end, they decide not to dwell on it. From now on, clashes like this will likely continue, and all they can do is choose which side to support. Meanwhile, at the magical tower of the fourth core, Choi's group arrives, and the hero is quickly amazed by what he sees. Before long, the fourth commander's guards stop them and demand that everyone identify themselves. Ruger introduces himself as commander of the 3rd Regiment and explains that 2 humans accompany him. After examining Hemis's letter, the guard warmly welcomes the group, says the commander expects them, and leads them inside. At the same time, Rotak relaxes in his office, thinking about the human capable of using dark mana and slowly transforming into a demon. He finds it fascinating, but after Hemis's warning, reminds himself that the boy remains human soon. The group reaches the chamber and greets Commander Rotak, who welcomes them before suddenly lunging at Hyunsuk, interrupting his greeting and catching him completely off guard. As Rotak examines his body, he seems surprised by what he feels, or fails to feel. Then he channels energy into one of Hyunsuk's arms, warning that it will hurt and that he must endure. Hyunsuk has no idea what is happening, so he can only grit his teeth and bear the pain as Rotak's energy flows through him. When it ends, Abelson quickly asks whether he is all right while Hyunsuk kneels, trying to recover. The Saintess moves to help, but Rotak seems more impressed than concerned, praising Hyunsuk's development. As Hyunsuk looks up, Rotak asks whether he understands the future awaiting him. Then he finally says that if things continue this way, Hyunsuk will be dead in approximately 3 months. The warning leaves him stunned. Rotak explains that Hyunsuk is transforming into a demon at a dangerous rate. He says Hyunsuk is fortunate that only parts of his external body will change, but eventually his organs will also be corrupted by dark mana. Once that corruption reaches his heart or lungs, he will die immediately. Hyunsuk doubts him, saying he feels fine. Rotak turns away to retrieve something and tells him to wait if he wants proof. He takes a paper from his desk and shows it to Hyunsuk, calling it a demon contract, a device that reveals the truth. That catches Hyunsuk off guard. The contract confirms Rotak genuinely believes he will die within 3 months. It also reveals Rotak's plan. He wants Hyunsuk to accept experimentation, possible deformities during treatment, and even the risk of losing parts of his mind or identity. Hyunsuk immediately understands what Rotak wants. Abelson is horrified and begs Hyunsuk not to sign, promising she will care for him herself. Rotak dismisses her immediately. He calls Abelson naive and explains that dark mana and divine power cancel one another. Her healing only worked because Hyunsuk was still primarily human. Once he becomes a complete demon, her power will stop affecting him entirely. The statement shocks both Abelson and Hyunsuk, and Rotak pressures them further, reminding them that 3 months is only the most optimistic estimate. Hyunsuk must decide quickly. The group steps away to consider it. Rahel worries that Hyunsuk essentially has a fatal condition, while the only person who may save him wants to conduct insane experiments on his body. Hyunsuk says he hoped to buy time before battalion training and wonders whether treatment is possible without becoming a test subject. Then Ruger asks why he does not bring the issue to Hemis. Hyunsuk is surprised by the suggestion, and Ruger explains that unofficially, Hemis outranks Rotak among the commanders. If anyone can pressure the second commander into changing the contract, it is her. So the group returns and knocks, asking permission to enter. Rotak allows them in immediately. Then Hyunsuk steps forward again, this time carrying something beneath a cloth, and asks to enter. Rotak immediately notices the object and asks what he is carrying. Commander Ruger places it on the table, revealing a glowing purple orb everyone recognizes. Then he begins the spell to contact Hemis. Rotak tenses the instant he sees the communication orb. Hemis answers quickly, greeting Rotak and casually asking how he has been. With a trembling voice, Rotak greets her and comments on how long it has been since they last met. Hemis reminds him it was during one of the Demon King's meetings, and Rotak awkwardly agrees, growing even more nervous. Hemis wastes no time and says she is calling to request a favor. Her voice sharpens as she orders him to add several clauses to the contract. First, he must do everything possible to treat Hyunsuk. Second, Hyunsuk must not be harmed. Rotak immediately understands and freezes. Hemis continues with a third condition. Nothing in Hyunsuk's body may be altered without permission, and he cannot be allowed to die before the contract is fulfilled. That list makes Rotak snap. He demands to know why Hemis cares so much and why he must go so far for a human. Hemis calmly says his name, and Rotak immediately straightens. She reminds him that 350 years ago, after his own people abandoned him, she took him in and fed him. She also reminds him that 200 years ago, she helped him win the commander selection tournament, and 100 years ago, she saved him from humans. With every reminder, Rotak's pride crumbles. Hemis ends by saying she even paid a price for defending him. If he remembers any of that, only one action remains. Sign everything. Rotak has no choice but to obey. Later, he can only release his anger by cursing both humans and Hemis. Humiliated and furious, Rotak calls for a subordinate to bring a communication device. He has someone to contact. By the following day, Rotak brings Hyunsuk back to his laboratory office and says they have much to discuss. Without delaying, he gets directly to the point. Hyunsuk notices Rotak's seriousness. Calmly, the commander asks whether he knows why demonic energy is changing his body. The question surprises him, especially because Rotak treats it as normal. Believing they agree about preparing him, Hyunsuk answers honestly. He says his body is changing because a human using demonic energy violates nature. Rotak immediately says that is incorrect. He explains that Hyunsuk is only partially right. Humans are not designed to contain demonic energy. A normal person should explode and die the instant it enters the body. But through fate and pure chance, it settled inside Hyunsuk and became part of him. As a result, the demonic energy continued evolving and began transforming his body. It is changing more than his flesh. It is altering what he is and allowing the power to sink deeper. Shaken by the explanation, Hyunsuk asks whether there is any way to stop the changes. Rotak bluntly says no. The transformation cannot be stopped, though Hyunsuk may be able to guide its direction. To do that, Rotak plans to transplant parts from a demon or magical creature into his body. Hyunsuk reacts badly, already imagining himself becoming a human monster hybrid. He asks whether refusing is possible because every transplant proposal sounds insane. Rotak says that if he refuses, he can continue living like a terminal patient until death. Rotak adds that Hyunsuk should not worry. He intends to preserve his appearance and vital organs, using only transplants that will not be visible. With that, the matter is settled. Later, in the training arena, Rotak meets him for a noblesse test and tells him to demonstrate the skill. Hyunsuk focuses immediately. Soon, purple energy gathers around him, signaling the beginning of the transformation. Rotak observes closely. He sees Hyunsuk combining demonic energy and mana with remarkable efficiency. More importantly, Hyunsuk has developed enough physical strength and mental control to endure it. Rotak is impressed by Hyunsuk's talent. Once the noblesse state is stable, he immediately tells him to activate promote. Shortly afterward, horns grow from his head again. Rotak notes that this is the only significant physical difference between Hyunsuk's noblesse form and his promote form. He concludes Hyunsuk may have been fortunate, then confirms the transformation is efficient because it protects his internal organs. Privately, Rotak desperately wants to study this further and reproduce it in future subjects. He hates that Hemis prevents him from dissecting Hyunsuk for complete analysis. He also regrets being unable to mass-produce these powers and chimeras, which would make him untouchable. For now, his only option is a scroll pact. Noticing Rotak lost in thought, Hyunsuk calls him back and asks what he should do after activating promote. Rotak refocuses and says no further demonstration is necessary today. Privately, he knows he already obtained what he wanted. Then he tells Hyunsuk that beginning tomorrow, he will repair his body and powers gradually, and says he should rest. Afterward, Hyunsuk continues performing promote tests and intense physical training until he collapses from exhaustion. Once he reaches that state, Rotak begins physical procedures on him. Rotak repeatedly modifies Hyunsuk and forces his altered body beyond new limits, creating further needs and additional modifications. Commander Ruger and Abelson remain with him throughout, watching everything. Later, the story returns to another conversation between Hyunsuk and Rotak, with Rahel also present, casually eating cookies. The system shows Hyunsuk's improved stats, but he is so exhausted that he says he wants to die, then jokes that he feels so terrible, he may already be dead. Rotak watches the drama and points out that dead people do not possess bodies or an aura this stable. With that, he declares the day finished. Hyunsuk thanks him, though he is clearly exhausted. As soon as Hyunsuk leaves, Rotak activates the communication orb again and calls someone. He asks whether they can speak now. The person on the other end asks what could be so urgent that Rotak called unexpectedly. He presses for an answer regarding his earlier proposal. The other person asks which proposal, then remembers. The person is Hyuna. She mentions Rotak's offer, an alliance to overthrow Commander Hemis. Hyuna smiles at the idea but remains doubtful. Even if she has conflicts with Hemis, she does not understand why Rotak wants to wage war against her. After all, Hemis raised him and supported his growth until he became one of King Amon's commanders. Rotak replies that those days ended long ago and their paths separated a long time earlier. His voice becomes cold and distant. Then a flashback shows Rotak speaking with Hemis, telling her he wants to continue his chimera research because he believes it is an extremely powerful method. Hemis mocks the project and asks how long he plans to rely on cheap tricks. No matter how strong his chimeras become, she says it means nothing if he, their controller, remains weak. The words strike deeply, reminding him how insignificant he is, alone. Back in the present, Rotak demands a clear response from Hyuna. Will she join him or not? Hyuna pauses, wondering whether he would be better off ignoring Hemis as she ignores him instead of attempting to destroy her. Rotak says he could have continued living that way, but Hemis now possesses someone too valuable to ignore. If he can reproduce that person's abilities and distribute them to others, the alliance could become much more than revenge. It could transform everything for them. Hyuna quickly guesses that he means Hyunsuk, though she asks for confirmation. She still doubts he is worth opposing Commander Hemis over. Rotak says he is. He argues that regardless of Hemis's strength, she cannot withstand two commanders attacking simultaneously. If he and Hyuna unite, her downfall will not merely be possible but certain. After considering it, Hyuna agrees and tells him contact her when the plan is prepared. The call ends with Rotak calmly saying he will contact her again in several days. Rahel, still sitting nearby with her cookies, overhears everything and is stunned by what Rotak is planning. Before long, the group contacts Hemis to warn her about the conspiracy, but surprisingly, she already suspected it. Hyunsuk asks why she is not surprised. Hemis asks why she should be, since everything was obvious from the beginning. Then she asks whether that is why they used the orb to call her. Hyunsuk says no. He has another question. Caught between monsters far more powerful than himself, he wants to know what he is supposed to do. Hemis becomes silent for a moment, clearly considering her response. Then she looks back and asks what they think of a new idea she just had. It is a clever plan, but one that will place Rotak in an extremely dangerous position sometime later. Outside Rotak's laboratory, Ruger and Hyunsuk knock out one guard. Ruger leads the way and finds the chamber holding the mission's true objective. He asks whether the vials before them are the treasure Hemis mentioned Rotak was guarding. Ruger says yes. They contain demonic energy extracted from ancient beasts that are now extinct, making them irreplaceable. Some were gathered over centuries and sealed away for good reason. One vial is the strongest of all. Holding up a container filled with red liquid, Ruger tells Hyunsuk to wait before doing anything. He warns that if this fails, he will at least ensure Hyunsuk receives a proper funeral. Hyunsuk stares at him unimpressed and thanks him with pure sarcasm. Then, without much hesitation, he snatches the vial from Ruger, asks whether now is the moment, and begins drinking. Earlier, during the call with Hemis, they discussed the plan that would help Hyunsuk gain more from his dealings with Rotak. Her instruction was brief, clear, and deeply disturbing. Hemis told Hyunsuk to injure himself. The order was so simple that it seemed even worse. He was stunned, confused, and hesitant. After all, she had just forced Rotak to accept strict rules protecting his body, so why order him to harm himself now? The contradiction made him deeply uneasy. Seeing Hyunsuk hesitate, Hemis softened her voice slightly but remained firm. This was not a joke or cruel lesson. It was an order, and a clever one. From what she had learned, Rotak was careless with Hyunsuk's treatment, performing only the minimum required to honor the pact. Once that obligation ended, he would stop trying to keep Hyunsuk alive. Hyunsuk still could not understand, so he asked what any of that had to do with injuring himself. It contradicted every rule intended to protect him. Hemis explained that Rotak spent years gathering rare demonic essences, traces of ancient monsters containing tremendous power. Her plan depended on them. For it to succeed, Hyunsuk had to absorb the strongest extinct demonic essence Rotak possessed. Just hearing that made Hyunsuk feel sick. He asked the obvious question. Would swallowing something so dangerous not simply kill him? Hemis expected that, calmly. She reminded him how the pact functioned. Rotak was magically compelled to do everything possible, even the seemingly impossible, to keep Hyunsuk alive. That was why she established those conditions. Regardless of how deadly the essence was, Rotak would have to use every skill he possessed to save him. Then she tried to reassure him personally. Hemis knew Rotak's abilities better than anyone because she shaped them herself. She cultivated his medical talent. If anyone knew what he could handle, it was her, and she trusted the plan. The story returns to Hyunsuk reluctantly drinking the potion. As the bitter liquid passes down, Commander Ruger watches closely. Rahel remains nearby, worried, and asks whether he is all right. Hyunsuk sighs and says, "Nothing seems wrong yet." Aside from the terrible taste, for one moment, everything appears fine. Then a brutal wave of pain tears through his body so suddenly that he freezes. The vial falls from his hand and shatters on the floor. His vision blurs, and he struggles to breathe. The pain is worse than anything he has experienced. Rahel calls his name in panic, while Ruger narrows his eyes and mutters that the side effects have begun. Then it becomes even worse. Hyunsuk twists in agony, struggling to remain conscious. Even then, he manages a sarcastic remark at Ruger, blaming him for not explaining how terrible the side effects would be when he clearly knew what was inside the potion. Ruger responds with cold calm, saying it should have been obvious. Hyunsuk glares angrily and tries to reply, but the pain overwhelms him. He loses consciousness. Sometime later, Hyunsuk wakes in a bed, still dazed. He immediately knows the location is unfamiliar. Slowly, sore and weak, He pushes himself upright. Then Rahel appears with a faint smile and tells him he is in Rotak's office. According to her, the commander spent 4 consecutive days treating him with various suspicious but effective methods simply to keep him alive. Her words are meant to reassure him, but she still looks uneasy. Finally, she asks how he feels. But before he can answer, Hemis enters as though she owns the place, saying it has been a while. Ruger and Rotak follow directly behind her. She approaches Hyunsuk with a satisfied smile and says his power has clearly increased. Hemis adds that he became even stronger than expected. Hyunsuk tries to dismiss it and say he is not particularly impressive, but she pays no attention. Without warning, she places a hand on his shoulder and begins casting a spell. Hyunsuk's right arm turns completely black, and sharp pain surges through him. Whatever she used was intended to destroy the limb, leaving him shocked and confused about what would happen next. Rotak explains that the beast essence Hyunsuk drank is gradually settling into his body. That beast was once feared throughout the demonic world, primarily for its nearly perfect durability. Many believed it could not be destroyed, and now the same trait is beginning to manifest. In Hyunsuk, his cells, muscles, and internal organs are changing because of the extinct demonic essence. Achieving this result was pure torture. The process brought his body near collapse, and preserving his life required all of Rotak's knowledge, plus the pact forcing him to act. Even so, the result is obvious. Hemis listens with a slight smile and admits she feels somewhat jealous. Half joking and half serious, she wonders whether Rotak concealed the entire plan deliberately, perhaps because he wanted nobody interfering with his little project. Rotak does not truly answer. He merely says the hero's treatment is complete and coldly asks whether it is time to dissolve the pact. Hemis agrees without objection. She calmly begins the ritual, noting that the pact already fulfilled its purpose by ensuring Hyunsuk's treatment was completed. When the final glyph crumbles into magical dust, the pact disappears entirely. Rotak is no longer bound. The instant he is free, Rotak turns toward Hemis and reveals his resentment. He says he has not forgotten what she did and promises she will regret it. Hemis does not flinch. She simply smiles and asks whether she will truly be the one regretting anything. Her response sounds more like a warning than an answer. She suggests someone else may be left with regret and says she will wait to see how Rotak's threat unfolds. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where Hyunsuk and Redrun are engaged in another intense sparring session. From the first exchange, Redrun can tell something has changed. Hyunsuk's stance, timing, and the force behind his attacks have all improved. He has unquestionably become stronger. Hyunsuk throws a heavy punch, and Redrun blocks it easily, but Hyunsuk continues, following with a rapid combination of strikes flowing together with surprising control. Redrun studies every movement, the angles of the punches, Hyunsuk's footing, and even his breathing control. The improvement is real. Then a breakthrough occurs. Hyunsuk lands a clean punch to his mentor's stomach. Redrun does not even attempt to stop it. The grin on Hyunsuk's face says everything. For the first time, he struck his teacher fairly. All the pain and effort were finally paying off, but it does not last. In one swift movement, Redrun drives his elbow onto Hyunsuk's head, slamming him hard into the ground. Dizzy and aching, Hyunsuk is immediately reminded that he still has a long way to go. Lying flat, he thinks about everyone saying he improved. Perhaps that is true, but Redrun still overwhelmed him with raw power. Hyunsuk exhales, wondering whether progress alone is enough. Redrun kneels beside him and tells him not to become discouraged. He says Hyunsuk is unlike any student he has ever trained. His development is extraordinary, with no meaningful slowdown. Once his body fully adapts, the results will be remarkable. Still doubtful, Hyunsuk stands and mutters that he does not believe it. His last real battle almost killed him, and he survived only because others intervened. Redrun does not immediately answer. He simply smiles at his students. Humility. When training ends, he extends a hand and pulls Hyunsuk up. Calmly, he tells him not to hurry. When the true moment arrives, Hyunsuk will be prepared. That confidence encourages Hyunsuk, and he quietly promises to prove himself. Meanwhile, back in Rotak's territory, the atmosphere changes quickly. Soldiers rush around, preparing for something major. Weapons are distributed, and orders echo throughout the area. Elsewhere, cages are secured, each containing a chimera ready for deployment. In his office, Rotak receives confirmation that everything is prepared. He immediately rises. The objective is simple. They are reclaiming the human Hemis stole from the dark fortress. Furious, Rotak swears she will pay. That human was never hers to take. He was Rotak's experiment, and Rotak wants him back. At the training grounds, Redrun finishes encouraging Hyunsuk, telling him not to rush because his chance to prove himself is approaching. Those words leave the hero feeling more confident. Then, a massive explosion tears through the wooden structure surrounding the training grounds, catching Hyunsuk completely off guard. Both he and Redrun immediately prepare for whatever is coming next. The Sentinel team sounds the alarm, shouting that the Skeben tribe is attacking. Redrun immediately recognizes them as the second commander's troops, shocking both of them. The Skebens, led by Rotak, are rat-like beings approximately 1.5 meters tall. They may be physically weak, but they are extremely cunning. Outside the fortress, Skep commanders demand more firepower, and additional cannon shots strike the walls, defending it. The scene shifts to Hyuna, who praises Rotak's firepower and admits she never expected him and his tribe to attack with such confidence. Before Rotak can answer, one of his soldiers rushes over. He reports that the targeted wall has already collapsed. They breached it so quickly because the previous attack delayed repairs, intelligence Hyuna had given Rotak beforehand. The second commander orders the troops to advance with the chimeras leading and tells Galdeo to capture Hyunsuk. Rotak says he will accompany Hyuna and confront Hemis personally, finally putting his revenge plan into action. The focus returns to Redrun and Hyunsuk as they move out. Redrun says he always suspected Rotak might attempt something like this, but admits he did not expect it so soon. Seeing Hyunsuk panic, Redrun tells him to calm down. At a moment like this, he needs a clear mind. More than ever, Hyunsuk still loses control, asking what they are supposed to do and what exactly he should do. With a serious expression, Redrun says he will gather the troops and gives Hyunsuk a special mission. Hyunsuk listens carefully as the first order is to defeat Commander Galdeo, leaving him stunned that he is being sent against a commander alone. Redrun explains that Galdeo is one of Rotak's closest supporters. Under normal circumstances, Redrun would fight him personally, but this time, he says he completely trusts Hyunsuk's strength. That faith inspires the hero, making him eager to accept the mission. Then the second order arrives immediately. As the scene shifts to Hyunsuk running through the halls while pulling Abelson by the arm, the Saintess asks whether Redrun sent him to evacuate her, and he says yes. The reason is simple. If Abelson moved freely and used her divine power without restraint, she would become an enormous threat to the demonic army. Her sacred energy alone could throw enemy units into chaos. Hearing how seriously they regard her strength, Abelson gives a faint, amused laugh. Standing beside her, Hyunsuk remains focused and states exactly what he intends to do. Find Galdeo. Before he can choose a path, the commander appears directly before them. The sudden entrance surprises both Hyunsuk and Abelson. Galdeo confidently introduces himself, and when Hyunsuk checks his stats, 162,730, he is stunned by how high they are. This is not merely a strong enemy. Galdeo is a true monster. Hyunsuk immediately remembers Andrew Taylor, the enemy hero who pushed both him and Ruger to their limits, and wonders whether he can truly defeat this opponent alone. He has little time to think before Galdeo acts first, ordering his hellhounds to attack. The beasts charge directly at him, and Abelson. Without hesitation, Hyunsuk steps before the Saintess. The hellhounds bite him from every direction, but he endures and keeps her safe. Watching with cruel satisfaction, Galdeo says the hero is trapped. He begins charging what appears to be a finishing attack, boasting that it will erase Hyunsuk completely. But before he can fire, Hyunsuk interrupts. In a firm voice, he says the hound's bites mean nothing and that their strength was greatly exaggerated. Their fangs could not even scratch him. Then he transforms, erupting with energy as he jumps directly to level 3. The sudden increase in power shocks everyone present. The hellhounds sense the danger and immediately retreat, while Galdeo visibly loses his confidence. Hyunsuk gives him no time to recover. He surges forward at incredible speed, putting everything into the attack. His fist crashes into Galdeo with tremendous force, and the real battle begins. Snarling, the commander insists he possesses the finest technology on the continent and could never lose to a mere human. Driven by pride, he orders his entire army to gather. Immediately, from behind, Abelson senses the growing danger. Then she sees chimeras arriving, twisted war beasts that increase the threat further. Resolute, she drops to her knees and begins chanting. She pours all her divine power into one spell, attempting to slow or stop the monsters. A massive burst of sacred energy erupts across the battlefield. Her light floods the area in every direction, bright enough to be visible throughout the Black Fortress. Hyunsuk is impressed briefly, then becomes concerned. Breathing heavily, Abelson admits she cannot continue. She used everything in that single attack, and that was all she had remaining, but it was enough. Renewed, Hyunsuk turns back toward Galdeo and begins driving him backward. With a fierce shout, he tears one mechanical arm from Galdeo's suit amid screeching metal. Fear spreads across Galdeo's face. The commander, who seemed so confident moments earlier, cannot understand how Hyunsuk charges again without hesitation, placing all his power into one crushing punch aimed at the armor protecting Galdeo's head. The blow lands violently. Metal fractures, the guard shatters, and the punch drives directly into the commander's body. It is a perfect finishing strike. At last, the enemy falls. Looking down at him, Hyunsuk feels strangely disappointed. For a commander, Galdeo seemed far less impressive than expected. Then he reconsiders. Perhaps Galdeo was not weak. Perhaps Hyunsuk had simply grown much stronger than he realized. After training with monsters and surviving brutal battles, he became accustomed to comparing himself with legends. That may have made him forget how far he had already progressed. His thoughts are interrupted when Abelson, still shaken, asks whether he is all right. Hyunsuk turns to her, his expression softening, and calmly says he is fine, still covered in blood. Then he notices something unusual. Perhaps it is her posture or aura, but it makes him uneasy. Before he can consider it further, the scene shifts to another battle where Hemis stands firmly against two opponents. Before her are Rotak and Hyuna, both radiating confidence. With a twisted grin, the second commander asks whether Hemis is prepared to die. Hemis responds with sharp sarcasm rather than fear. She mocks how much preparation they required, joking that they even brought the fourth commander just to defeat her. To Hemis, it is cowardice on an entirely new level. Rotak does not care. Coldly, he says she may call him anything she likes. Coward, weakling, or worse, none of it matters. Only the result matters, and to him that means her death. Beyond that, he wants to surpass her as a warrior and bury her legacy on this battlefield. With that determination, Rotak steps forward and prepares to fight. Then he turns to Hyuna and asks whether she is fully prepared to begin the final battle that will end Hemis's reign. Hyuna responds with a dark, mocking smile and an expression that makes Rotak appear foolish for asking. Dripping with sarcasm, she says she cannot help because she has suddenly been overcome by terrible hunger. She repeats the excuse as though ridiculing him, leaving Rotak completely confused. Rotak snaps, demanding to know what nonsense she is speaking at such a moment. She shrugs and says he and Hemis can enjoy themselves without her. She is going home to eat a hot bowl of ramen. Before leaving, Hyuna points at Hemis and says she has one final thing to explain. The instant Rotak approached her with his plan, She had already decided to betray the Demon King army and join Hemis. She merely pretended to cooperate with the attack. In return, Hyuna asks for one thing, that her long conflict with Hemis finally be resolved. With that, she casually says goodbye and walks away. Hemis is left alone with Rotak. She mocks him, asking whether his strongest ally truly abandoned him. The insult cuts deeply and Rotak explodes. He demands to know whether his suspicion was correct from the beginning. Had Hemis and Hyuna been cooperating to deceive him? Hemis calmly confirms it. The moment Hyuna learned Rotak's true plan, she changed sides, so Hemis had known about his scheme all along. Calmly, Hemis asks whether he still intends to continue after everything that happened. Furious at her pity, Rotak activates a hidden device in his chest and vows to finish this regardless of the cost. The device generates strange technological armor that coils tightly around his arm. Dark crimson energy spreads across his body, completing the transformation. Fully armored and prepared to kill, Rotak intends to prove everything he gained from centuries spent training in Hemis's shadow, constantly trying to surpass her. Back with Hyunsuk, the figure he noticed is revealed as Hyuna, and her sudden arrival catches him completely off guard. Hyuna says she was passing nearby and worried that he might be injured in the chaos. Then she admits that her concern was unnecessary. He has clearly become much stronger. Hyunsuk is confused because she was once his enemy. Now she stands calmly, making conversation and showing genuine concern. Hyunsuk asks whether she was supposed to be fighting, and Hyuna says Hemis ordered her to remain out of the battle, so she chose to watch from a safe location instead. Once he understands that she is obeying Hemis, Hyunsuk asks who she believes will win. Hyuna admits Rotak arrived fully prepared and completely determined. Even so, she says Hemis exists far beyond anything his power or plans can overcome. Then the battle begins and blazing spheres of energy fly directly toward Hemis. She does not move, calmly waiting as Rotak's attacks race toward her. This only enrages Rotak further. He demands that she fight back and take him seriously, reminding her that he is a Demon King army commander and leader of a tribe that depends on him. When her posture remains unchanged, Rotak pushes his power to its limit and pours everything into one final assault. Still completely calm, Hemis asks why she should treat this like a genuine battle when she already knows she will be the one standing afterward. Without another word, she releases a massive energy blast directly at Rotak. As it strikes, Hemis reminds him that Hyuna betrayed him and that the weapon he spent years constructing is worthless. Her attack targets its core, destroying it beyond repair. With authority and a trace of pity, she asks again whether he still intends to fight. Rotak has almost nothing left. He admits she is correct. Yes, he was betrayed, but he still refuses to retreat. Then he activates Promote to force out the remainder of his power. He launches one final desperate attack, firing enormous shining energy spheres from his cannon toward Hemis. It is a devastating last attempt meant to end the battle in one gamble. Hemis stops everything with a single effortless shield. From Rotak's perspective, the entire attack seems absorbed, leaving him stunned. For one brief second, hope rises within him. Perhaps even Hemis could not withstand that much power. But Hemis sounds almost amused as she admits it was a respectable attack. Then a deep purple aura spreads across Rotak's blast. Within moments, her power crushes his attack completely and erases it from the battlefield. She appears before him and says he has truly changed from the weak, lost person she once knew. He did become stronger. Still, Hemis says it is her turn now, and she will show no mercy. She slowly licks one finger, keeping her eyes on Rotak. Then she points at him and activates her ability. Countless black claws appear and rush toward him like starving beasts. The moment Rotak understands the attack's danger, all his determination becomes pure fear. He freezes, unable to move, and can only wait for the claws to reach him. A moment later, they wrap around him and pin him in place. The attack becomes even more brutal. With terrifying force, Rotak's limbs are torn away, leaving only his trembling, ruined torso This is the same man who came to destroy Amos and her people. Knowing death is near, Rotak uses his final moments to ask his former mentor something. As Hemis approaches, she asks whether he is about to beg for mercy, her voice cold but sorrowful. With fading strength, Rotak asks whether she still considers him weak, worthless, and pathetic. He remembers once swearing to become as strong as Hemis and grow into a true leader, someone capable of standing equal to or above everyone else. But that dream was destroyed by the pain of Hemis rejecting and looking down on him. From then onward, his only objective was surpassing her and forcing her to pay for every humiliation. Hemis remained silent for a moment, considering his words. Instead of answering directly, she says time is cruel. Some things seem as though they will last forever, but time continues, people change, and they make decisions they later regret. Even so, she thanks Rotak. In the end, he found at least some meaning in his long journey, and his actions helped shape what came afterward. Those words bring a faint, peaceful smile to Rotak's face. Then he finally collapses, and Hemis quietly tells him to rest in peace. The story shifts to the ruined Black Fortress, now close to collapse. There, Hemis meets with Hyunsuk and Redrun. The situation is simple. The fortress can no longer serve as their base, so Hemis announces they are preparing to relocate. The news surprises everyone and leaves the room silent. Hemis explains that no amount of repair can restore it. Regardless of what they do, the fortress is too damaged to save. Redrun and Hyunsuk listen silently. Neither argues, but their reactions show how difficult it is to accept. After a quiet pause, Redrun asks where the third corps will go. It sounds practical, but he is clearly worried about what comes next. Hemis answers immediately. The third corps will move to the 8th Division, and their new headquarters will be Fort Gadrick. The announcement hits hard. Redrun begins objecting, but she immediately silences him. Her decision is final, and she orders him to send a letter demanding that the current commander leave the fort for them. With nothing more to say, Hyunsuk and Redrun leave the room. As they walk through the fortress, Redrun becomes quiet. Of all possible destinations, why choose the 8th? Noticing his discomfort, Hyunsuk finally asks, what about that division troubles him so deeply? After a moment, Redrun explains that Fort Gadrick is not an ordinary base. It is the fortress closest to the human front lines, making it essentially a frontline position and one of most dangerous. Hyunsuk's expression tightens when he understands. It is a brutal assignment. Still, if the fort has survived this long, its commander should be more than capable. Redrun shakes his head and mentions Fort Hemmern. Hyunsuk looks confused, clearly irritating Redrun. Frustrated, Redrun reminds him that this is where they first met. He recalls the fierce battle there, the one that forced their forces to retreat. Neither could forget it. Redrun then reminds Hyunsuk that Grat commanded that division at the time. Hyunsuk asks how Grat survived Hemis's anger after the defeat. Redrun answers seriously. Despite the chaos, Grat still managed to protect Fort Gadrick because it was his own base. Hyunsuk nods slightly and remarks that Grat must understand how to defend what belongs to him. Redrun does not entirely agree. Perhaps Grat preserved the fortress through skill, or perhaps through another trick. Either way, nobody knows with certainty. The story then shifts to Fort Gadrick. In his office, Grat finishes reading Redrun's letter. A vein rises on his forehead, and he slams his fist onto the desk, shouting Redrun's name in fury. The message has clearly enraged him. The order is simple and humiliating. Abandon the fort so Hemis's third corps can occupy it. Under his breath, Grat curses Hemis as an old witch and wonders what she is truly planning. Even so, he knows the order cannot be ignored. But he is not finished. After a short pause, he reaches for a nearby communication orb. He activates it effortlessly, opening a magical connection. Once the link stabilizes, he introduces himself as Grat, commander of the Demon King Army's 8th Division. The person on the other side responds with dry humor, saying it has been a long time since Grat last called, and asking what he wants. Grat speaks directly. He has a proposal And it is important. The story then moves to the holy capital, where a tense conversation occurs in the shadows. One of the Pope's men speaks in a low, disappointed voice. He regrets the failures of Geffen and Andrew, admitting he sincerely expected Andrew to win. Then he wonders whether Hyunsuk was once again the one who changed everything. The monocled man confirms it immediately. He says Hyunsuk is growing at a rate they have never witnessed, and his power is increasing too quickly. The situation has become serious enough to concern even the Pope. The advisor suggests setting Hyunsuk aside temporarily and focusing on the Drasan Empire first. In his opinion, Hyunsuk remains only one individual, but the Pope rejects the idea. If Hyunsuk were an ordinary man, perhaps they could ignore him, but he is not ordinary. He is a hero, and that changes everything. The Pope then rebukes the monocled man for treating the matter lightly. He says the advisor still does not understand what a hero truly is or what a hero can become. Making such a choice would be reckless and impossible to justify, especially for someone holding so much authority. The damage could extend far beyond one nation. Calm but firm, the Pope says they must eliminate the threat before it reaches the heart of the holy capital and corrupts it from within. Then he turns to his aide and asks whether their spy among the enemy sent any new information. The aide says yes, a report just arrived. According to the spy, an unexpected offer has been made. Assistance in eliminating every major enemy target in one decisive operation. The Pope becomes silent. The proposal is so sudden and bold that it clearly catches him off guard. Narrowing his eyes, he quietly asks how the spy could accomplish something so large. The man explains that the Third Corps is moving to Fort Gadrick and intends to use it as their new headquarters. That suggests a far greater plan may already be developing there. As tension increases, the Pope asks why this offer was not mentioned earlier if it had already existed. The advisor answers carefully. Grat attached severe conditions, so extreme they seemed impossible. He demanded 10,000 sacrifices, the withdrawal of support posts from multiple fronts, and a 5-year non-aggression pact. Even saying it aloud, the monocled man sounds stunned. The demands are enormous in both scope and scale, perhaps even absurd. The Pope considers them, then calmly asks what Grat truly wants. Why demand such a high price? Taking a breath, the advisor says he heard rumors that the second commander's seat is vacant after Hemus killed Rotak. With that opening, Grat may be attempting to claim the position by manipulating both Hemus and the demon king. The Pope considers it possible. 10,000 sacrifices and perhaps more than lives are involved. The agreement may also concern territory concealed within political bargaining. But the monocled advisor says land is not the primary concern. What alarms him is the number of sacrifices. Losses of that magnitude could destabilize the empire itself. The Pope then asks why Grat specifically desires so many resources and services from the empire. Before anyone answers, the Pope rises slightly and announces his decision. Accept the agreement. The advisor is visibly shocked. The Pope's determination leaves no uncertainty. He explains that this may be their only opportunity to eliminate every major threat in one bold attack, destroying all their enemies in a single campaign. Beyond that, it could place their spy in a crucial position deep within the demon king army. That advantage is too valuable to lose, regardless of the cost. 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 sacrifices. Still, the Pope warns that an operation of this scale requires flawless preparation. Every stage must succeed. They cannot afford another failure. With that, the Pope issues his final command: summon the legendary warriors from every region. The time has arrived. The final battle is approaching. Sometime later, inside Fort Gadrick, Grat greets the arriving Third Corps with an obviously false smile. He behaves warmly and follows Hemus's order to surrender the fortress, but the tension beneath his expression is obvious. After several lines of conversation, his tone shifts, his eyes narrow, and concern appears. Redrun immediately asks what problem he means. Grat explains that the nearest human army has been behaving strangely. Its forces are moving unpredictably, and enormous quantities of supplies are being relocated around. From this, Grat concludes that they are likely preparing to besiege the fortress. To him, this is not speculation, but a warning. Redrun quickly asks what plan Grat has to stop them. Grat answers grimly. He is preparing a staggered offensive to strike first, before the enemy can surround them. But for the plan to work, he needs reinforcements to maintain the defense until Hemis arrives with the main force. He claims the 8th Division has been weakened by constant trouble and lacks the manpower to manage alone. Redrun agrees that the 3rd Corps will support them. He asks whether the rest of their group will join the counterattack, but Grat hesitates and says no. According to him, bringing them may slow the operation. He insists they would be more of a burden than assistance. Urgently, he says he will assign the roles personally. For now, everyone should rest and prepare for the operation. Later that night, in their quarters, Hyunsuk and Rahel talk while tension remains in the air. Still troubled, Hyunsuk again asks the same question. What does it truly mean to be a hero? Rahel immediately understands where the conversation is heading. Hyunsuk is falling into another spiral over one painful reality. He is supposed to be a hero, yet he fights humans. Rahel answers calmly, almost coldly. She says there is little they can do because circumstances simply develop this way. That troubles Hyunsuk even more. Rahel once spoke constantly about duty, justice, and heroism. So when did she become so detached? Smiling faintly, she asks when she ever said those things. Hyunsuk immediately reminds her that she once promised to help him defeat the Demon King and save humanity. But recently, his perspective has begun to change. He admits he no longer sees things the same way. To him, heroes should not exist only for humans, and heroes do not always choose the correct path. Sometimes they make the wrong choice. Then Abelson finally speaks. She says she once read that heroes exist to carry out the will of everyone. Hyunsuk blinks because he has no idea what she means. So Abelson explains that ancient writings say heroes are born to protect the happiness of the absolute majority. That is their true purpose. The statement recalls a memory. His commander once told him something similar and said Hyunsuk was already a hero. That makes him wonder what majority truly means. Does it include non-humans too? The Saintess nods slightly. Most likely, yes. Humans often assume their happiness equals the world's happiness, but perhaps it does not. Human joy may not mean peace for everyone. Hyunsuk frowns. Is a hero meant to protect the happiness of every thinking life form? The Saintess says that may be true, and perhaps that is why he is different. A hybrid hero. That leaves him silent, weighed down by the meaning of protecting the happiness of the absolute majority. At sunrise, the roles are assigned. Redrun will move alone, while Ruger leads the scouting unit and is ordered to engage the enemy on sight. The 8th Division will support Redrun after his clash. Hyunsuk, Abelson, and Babo are kept behind to guard the fortress's supplies. Following orders, the three wait in a room resembling a mess hall until the battle begins. It does not take long for Hyunsuk to say he dislikes the plan. Something feels wrong, and he cannot ignore it. Hearing his tone, Rahel leans closer and asks exactly what feels wrong. Hyunsuk looks around, thinking quickly, and then realizes it. The teams were rearranged. Compared with the formation approved by Hemis, every one had been separated and sent to the opposite locations from where they were supposed to be. Rahel tries to understand but cannot. If they were deliberately placed far apart, what was that meant to accomplish? Abelson answers calmly. Redrun was sent into an extremely dangerous area. Ruger was also positioned near the front with the scouts, while the three of them, Hyunsuk, Rahel, and Abelson, were placed somewhere safe, far from the true danger. Rahel frowns and attempts to justify it. Perhaps it is because they are protecting a saintess, which should be important. But the logic fails. Hyunsuk stands and identifies the problem. If the enemy is not expected to be very strong, why were Redrun and Ruger sent to the front while three powerful fighters remained behind guarding? Supplies? Rahel's eyes widen. He is correct. Keeping someone as strong as Hyun-suk in the rear makes no sense. Abelson does not need all three of them protecting her. Hyun-suk nods. That is exactly what has troubled him. Then he begins leaving. Rahel jumps up and asks where he thinks he is going. Is he truly about to disobey his orders? Hyun-suk continues walking. He says Babo can manage things there perfectly well. As for him, he cannot remain still with this feeling. He must see the front for himself. After a brief pause, Abelson says she will come too, if he permits it. Hyun-suk turns toward her more gently. He says he will not stop her but asks whether she is certain. Remaining with Babo is still the safer option. The saintess does not hesitate. She says she can help. And she meant it. He reminded her that he could move much faster in his transformed state. But that wasn't what worried him. It was something else, something harder to explain. Abelson looked puzzled, ready to ask more, but Hyun-suk cut her off. He told her to forget it. If she felt well enough to keep up, she could come. With that, he said they were heading to the battlefield. Before he could go any farther, armed guards blocked his path. Their orders were strict. The protagonist could not leave without direct permission. Thinking quickly, he gave a half smile and said he only needed the bathroom, then sarcastically asked where it was, promising he'd be right back. The guards didn't move. One repeated the order. MC was not allowed to leave for any reason. That hit him hard. Their determination to keep him there felt far too deliberate. His unease worsened, and he could only hope Ryazam was still safe. Far from the fort, Ryazam was already fighting. Worn down and covered in battle scars, he faced a gray-haired hero, wielding a sword. Then a red-haired warrior joined in, calling him the Red Nightmare. With a smug look, he praised Riadran's strength, admitting he hadn't expected him to hold off two heroes, even if Byron was still a rookie. Byron scoffed, saying he could have defeated Riadran alone if he hadn't slipped up. The red-haired hero immediately shut him down, warning him not to grow arrogant while he was still inexperienced. Then he gave the order to kill the Red Nightmare. He also called in the Holy Magic Unit. Soldiers poured out and formed ranks with perfect timing. Redadrun immediately understood it had all been a trap. In that moment, the truth hit him hard. Grat was the traitor. Back at Gadrick Fort, Hyun-suk and Abelson made their move. They slipped past the guards and rushed into the night. Soldiers tried to stop them, but they were too fast. Bobo stayed behind, and they weren't worried. No one would dare touch him, since everyone knew the dog belonged to Rems. That gave them room to move. As he pressed forward, the fear in his chest only grew. He prayed they weren't already too late. Back on Riadran's battlefield, he realized it wasn't just the two heroes facing him. The other knights were carrying magical weapons too, which was far too much for a fight against one man. The red-haired hero admitted Riadran had a point, but said they couldn't let Hyam's favorite subordinate escape. That statement put Riadran on edge. Now he understood who their real target was. It only made him more determined to fight. The red-haired hero noticed Byron growing restless and told him to stay focused. The plan was to wear Riadran down first, then strike at the right moment. After that, he ordered the 2nd Regiment of warriors to prepare. Seeing how organized they were, Riadran grew even more tense, but he was also ready to give them a real fight. The moment he entered combat mode, looking almost like a Super Saiyan level 3 form, the hero ordered the 1st Regiment to attack. Fully transformed into a Super Saiyan, Riadran was struck by a storm of arrows and braced himself against the barrage. With one punch, he blocked the attack and even sent several arrows flying back toward the enemy force. The force of the blow created enough wind to shield him and turn their own attack against them. The hero shouted for the soldiers not to fear him. They still had the advantage in numbers, and Riadran was alone. A group of spearmen charged next while Riadran calmly waited for them. Then he prepared one of his special moves, Destructive Explosion Wave. With a single motion, he slammed the ground and unleashed massive destruction. He leaped away as a crater opened beneath the charging Soldiers then moved in on those still trapped in the wreckage, taking them down one after another. As he finished the last spearman by smashing his head into the ground, Byron grew increasingly frustrated at being forced to watch. When Riadrun looked close to breaking free, Byron tore away from the red-haired hero's restraint and charged him head-on. But the Red Nightmare dodged with ease. Even so, Riadrun was surprised by how quickly Byron had recovered and jumped back into the fight. It didn't change much, though. Riadrun moved to strike Byron, but the red-haired hero stepped in, pulled Byron aside, and counterattacked. Riadrun stopped the red-haired hero's sword with his bare hand and stared both heroes down. Using that opening, he attacked them together and slammed the ground with another destructive strike, tearing open a fresh crater. When the dust cleared, the heroes had already escaped with barely a scratch. Even so, they were shaken. Riadrun was far stronger than the intelligence division claimed, and that frustrated them. Still in Super Saiyan form, Riadrun began feeling the strain of pushing himself too hard. After spending so much demonic chi, he wondered how much longer he could continue. He barely had time to think before the heroes called. In the 2nd Regiment, they moved the moment Riadrun hesitated over his fading energy. At the same time, the heroes charged with the rest of the warriors. Byron remained behind, annoyed that the red-haired hero kept taking command. Seeing the massive assault approaching, Riadrun prepared to use his destructive attack again, but before he could finish, the heroes rushed him. They pulled his attention away and forced him to block several attacks at once. That distraction gave the other warriors a chance to strike with magical spears. The instant they hit, Riadrun felt his power draining rapidly. Those spears could absorb all his demonic chi. As his energy was drained away, Riadrun finally fell under the siege. The red-haired hero explained that the spears drained so much energy that even the strongest demons couldn't move or fight back. Then he stepped before the subdued Red Nightmare and declared the battle over. To be safe, he ordered his men to drive in more spears, keep Riadrun pinned, and complete the capture as quickly as possible. Hearing that, Byron approached, snatched a spear from one of the warriors, and said he'd stab Riadrun himself, as though settling a personal grudge. He moved closer, mocking the Red Nightmare for becoming just another helpless demon, and prepared to strike. But with his head lowered and eyes dark, Riadrun muttered something under his breath, while trying to gather one final trace of power. Byron leaned closer, curious, and told him to repeat it. Instead of answering normally, Riadrun repeated that he was the Red Nightmare of the Demon King, then unleashed a brutal counterattack that tore Byron apart instantly. The blast was so massive that it killed Byron and several spear warriors, leaving only a small group and the red-haired hero alive. In disbelief, the red-haired hero wondered how someone that stupid had ever become a hero and been sent into such an important battle. He saw that the army was nearly wiped out, but said Byron's death was nothing to celebrate, even if he had been useless. Still, he wasn't completely useless, because Riadrun had spent his remaining strength on that attack, allowing the plan to continue. He ordered the surviving soldiers to raise their magical weapons and surround Riadrun in a circle. But before they could regroup, the hero was smashed in the face by a devastating punch. It came from Choi, who had arrived on the battlefield in a rage. Now in his half-demon form, he was ready to wipe out everyone who had set this trap for Riadrun. The blow sent the red-haired hero rolling far across the ground. Riadrun noticed Choi and felt relieved to see help arrive. Choi said he had a bad feeling, so he rushed to Riadrun's location. Seeing how badly injured he was, Choi asked whether he could still manage. Riadrun admitted he didn't know whether he could handle it alone, but he was grateful Choi had come. The red-haired hero rose, saw Choi, and quickly realized this had to be the rumored hero serving the Demon King. Meanwhile, Choi lifted Riadrun, trying to get them out quickly. The red-haired hero considered how most of his soldiers were dead, leaving almost no one to carry out the plan. That meant Rehedron was about to escape. With only two options, letting him go or fighting to the death, the red-haired hero chose the extreme one. Rehedron and Choi realized he wouldn't back down as he activated his kamikaze mode. He offered his soul to his god and a blazing aura erupted. From him, Choi recognized it immediately. He had seen something similar at the Black Fortress when another hero used an untouchable fire that burned everything nearby and consumed his own life as well. The red-haired hero continued transforming, and the power he gained was enormous. It shone so brightly that it could be seen from far away. Rehedron realized it was the same kind of technique, but this hero was on a completely different level from those Choi had fought before. The technique was called divine summoning, an advanced version of that all-consuming fire. Only high-level sacred warriors could use it, and surviving it was incredibly difficult. Hearing Rehedron explain it, the red-haired hero confirmed it and said not to compare him with the weakling sent earlier. He made it clear that he stood above the battered pair. He claimed to wield the true power of a god. Rehedron realized that for sacred warriors, divine summoning was what was for demons, but such tremendous power came with a price. The user was doomed to die. The red-haired hero was surprised Rehedron knew so much, then confirmed it. Once the power faded, he would die, because sacred strength was purchased with life. Still, he said it was worthwhile if Rehedron and Choi died as well, and charged them. His sword came directly at Choi, but Choi blocked it without much trouble, though the impact felt strange. The red-haired hero explained that sacred power and demonic chi were complete opposites, and Choi was barely human anymore. He had been almost entirely consumed by demonic chi. The fight continued, with the hero pressing forward while the pair struggled to defend. Then the red-haired hero intensified his assault, calling Choi nothing but a walking corpse, with no means left to protect himself. A massive explosion opened another crater, hurled Rehedron far away, and left him badly injured. Choi still endured the blast and remained standing. With effort, he turned and saw that Rehedron had taken the worst of it. He was gasping, trembling, and close to collapsing. Choi compared the effects of the transformation and the attack. They were terrible for him too. But because he was only half human, they weren't as severe as they were for Rehedron, a pure demon. That meant Rehedron suffered the full force of everything. Even so, Choi regained some hope. He only needed to endure until the red-haired warrior exhausted his sacred power. If the hero kept using reckless attacks, he would burn through it faster. Still, Choi didn't know how much longer he could remain standing. He considered simply enduring or provoking the enemy into spending even more power. In the end, everything depended on luck. No matter what Choi could survive, there was no telling how long Rehedron could last. Right after that thought, Choi looked back at the red-haired hero and was caught off guard. The man was trembling, already struggling with the cost of using too much divine power. The side effects had begun sooner than expected. His vision was fading and his ears were ringing, but he said he didn't need them much. He could still sense demonic chi and continue attacking. Choi then spoke up, curious about something. The hero asked what a walking corpse wanted to say. Choi asked whether the red-haired hero was having trouble seeing. The hero said he had expected something better, then admitted it. Yes, he was going blind, but he didn't care, because he could still track demonic chi with his eyes closed. As they traded word, Choi realized that could still be a weakness even if the red-haired hero could keep attacking. His reaction left both Rehedron and the red-haired hero confused. Then someone appeared on the battlefield carrying a blood-stained club. Choi prepared to end it and said the red-haired hero was merely a blind man now, mocking him calmly as he told Abelson to attack. She had already moved behind the red-haired warrior, holding the club. A brief flashback showed that a few minutes earlier, Abelson had been watching the battle from the mountain. She feared both men would die if things continued this way, and wondered what she could do. Then someone suddenly grabbed the saintess by the ankle, startling her. It was one of the heroes pretending to be dead. He said he had waited for Choi to move away so he could approach the saintess and take her with him. Abelson didn't know what to do since no one remained to sacrifice themselves for her. But now that she was cornered, she realized she couldn't keep depending on others for protection. She remembered all the times Choi had saved her from a cruel fate, giving everything he had and even being ready to die for her while she had only remained passive, living under the same roof every day and never giving anything back to the person who always protected her. Acting weak only made Choi worry more. Then Abelson noticed a club nearby and decided that from now on she would protect herself. Gathering her courage, she killed the soldier. The story returned to the present, where she brought the club down on the red-haired hero's head. That strike brought victory and the relief of knowing she was no longer a burden to the man she called the hope of the world. The scene shifted to a standoff between Grat and the Divine Empire's army. Surrounded by blades and hateful stares, he couldn't understand why they treated him as an enemy. In his mind, he had kept Riadran under control as agreed, so he should have been an ally, not a target. One of the army's leaders stepped forward and ordered Grat to be silent, calling him a filthy demon. Then he accused Grat of arranging a scheme that led both heroes at the front to defeat, creating a disaster for the Divine Empire. Grat was stunned, realizing he knew nothing about any of this. His thoughts spiraled. How had this happened? How could Riadran defeat not only two heroes but an entire army alone? Before Grat could answer, a violent force shook the area. Then a blinding light crashed down on Shang, striking the ground hard enough to create an enormous crater. As the light faded, the one who had landed, there was revealed. It was Hemis. She looked over the soldiers and Grat, then calmly asked what was happening. The soldiers immediately connected Hemis's arrival to Grat. Rumors spread through the ranks, and they began believing this had been his trap all along, that he had brought them there to die. Grat immediately seized the opportunity. With a sly grin, he told Hemis he had gathered all these humans as an offering for her. He even boasted that they were the strongest soldiers in the region. Hemis watched him for a long moment, her expression impossible to read. Then she admitted that for once, he might actually have done something useful. Without wasting time, she activated a skill. Speaking like a superior, Hemis said she wouldn't reject a feast so generously prepared by Grat. The ground began to shake, and darkness slowly spread across the battlefield. One soldier noticed something overhead and shouted a warning, but there was no time to react. A giant fireball fell from the sky, burning the air before it even landed. It struck with overwhelming force and wiped out every soldier in its path. No one survived. The army vanished, leaving only scorched earth, shattered armor, and blood behind. When the flame settled, Grat rushed over to Hemis and began praising her. He gushed over the attack, calling it unbelievable and saying she had erased an entire army alone. Then he went even further, calling her a living legend without equal. But Hemis quickly grew tired of his false praise. In an instant, she moved faster than the eye could follow. With one smooth strike, she severed Grat's head. His body fell before the sound of the attack had fully faded. Only then did Hemis speak. She said she had already known Grat was the spy and even suspected he had accomplices. She watched him repeatedly cause trouble, but eventually saw him clearly as a reckless liar who acted only for himself. Her sole regret was not killing him sooner. With that finished, she left the battlefield. The scene shifted again, this time to Fort Gatwick, where a meeting was held to reorganize the troops. Hemis spoke while Choi, Riadran, and Rogers listened. She announced that Riadran would take command of the forces Grat had left behind to assist him. Rogers would serve as his adjutant. Then Hemis turned to Choi and revealed a surprise. In a calm but firm voice, she told him he would become a regiment commander serving directly beneath her. Choi was surprised but excited. Still, he wondered why she hadn't assigned him a lower rank, such as battalion commander. Hemis answered immediately. She said his talent was too valuable to waste on a single battalion. The rank was both a reward for his hard work, for surviving everything so far, and for the unusual way he had managed to entertain her. But there was one condition, and it immediately changed the mood. As regiment commander, Choi would move forward without any troops. Everyone was confused by the idea. Ryadrun finally asked what everyone was thinking. He said he didn't understand the purpose of making someone a regiment commander without soldiers to command. Hemis replied without hesitation. There was a possibility, small but real, that Choi wouldn't need subordinates at all. She wanted to see what happened if he worked entirely alone. Before anyone could ask more, a firm knock sounded at the door. A voice announced a visitor. The timing was perfect, because just as Hemis mentioned Moten as a proxy commander, the door opened and Moten entered. With a faint smile, Hemis told the two men to get along. That gave Moten a chance to greet Choi warmly, clearly pleased to see him again. Choi, however, immediately remembered the trouble Moten had caused during a previous tournament. With that, Hemis left the meeting, saying she had other urgent matters to handle. The scene shifted to Abelson's room. In the quieter setting, Choi admitted he had honestly been surprised by what the Saintess did. He asked what gave her the courage to crush that hero's head when it mattered most. Abelson smiled softly before answering. She said that constantly relying on Choi had made her too passive, even lazy, and it had begun to trouble her. Choi noticed how much she had changed and asked whether that meant she would join him in battle. From now on, she answered immediately. If he needed her, she would fight. Abelson reminded him that as a saintess, she could use power close to divine invocation. The problem was that her body couldn't sustain it for long, so she would tire quickly. Choi was glad to hear her say that. Half joking and half serious, he said she might even surpass him someday. There was a little jealousy too, since she now possessed the highest level of divine power. Abelson answered modestly, saying power alone didn't decide a battle. Those words carried weight, especially from someone who had won through unusual, creative methods instead of simply overpowering people. Then Rahel joined in teasingly. She said, Abelson made it sound as though Choi won only through dirty tricks. Afterward, she mentioned something that caught him off guard. Rahel explained that the rank of battalion commander equaled that of a hero in the human world. Across the whole continent, probably only about 1,000 people ranked above a hero, meaning Troy was already near the very top. Troy was speechless for a moment. He knew he had become stronger, but being among the 1,000 strongest people in the world was something else entirely. From there, the story moved away from the room. The next scene showed the holy city of Benedict in ruins, with destroyed defenses, dead soldiers everywhere, and a trail of blood leading toward a great church. Before its doors stood only two people, Hemis and one trembling survivor. Hemis surveyed the destruction without changing her expression. Then she told the man she would spare his life, not from mercy, but so he could spread her message across the land. The man trembled even harder as she continued. From that day forward, she said, she would erase every village in the Divine Empire one by one and leave. No survivors. All he could do was fall to his knees and beg for mercy. He would never receive. 500 years ago, the entire continent descended into chaos through endless war. The mighty Drazen Empire kept expanding, swallowing smaller kingdoms that resisted. Then, without warning, a new land appeared along with an enormous pillar of light. Rumors spread quickly. People wondered whether it was the lost super-civilization of Valentine, said to have sunk into the sea 1,000 years earlier, and once known as the pinnacle of magic. Some believed that if these truly were Valentine's ruins, they could restore ancient magic, a power almost lost. Every kingdom believed whoever restored it would become stronger than all the others. So every warring nation sent teams into the new land, hoping to discover overwhelming power. But what humanity found there was nothing like Valentine's ruins or its lost inhabitants. Instead, they discovered beings from another world, demons, violent, hungry for conquest, and completely unlike humans. Faced with such a threat, humanity stopped fighting itself and united to survive. The war against demons began, and it would continue for centuries. At first, it appeared the demons would win. They possessed far greater raw, physical strength. Worse, they also wielded demonic chi, a deadly force that gave them an even greater advantage. Just as hope was fading, a new force entered the war. Clerics, healers, and priests, once kept away from battle, chose to fight. They brought divine power which could oppose the demons. That changed everything. It not only turned the war around, but also spread religion throughout the continent. From that arose the divine empire of Gartronar, a union of nations bound together by faith. Over the next 200 years, that faith only strengthened, and the number of combat clerics grew at an incredible rate. Humans, once outmatched, eventually surpassed the demons and gained complete military control. Then a new figure emerged, the man who contributed more than anyone else to the war against demons. He became the legendary Pope. With unmatched combat skill, he trained enormous numbers of knights and soldiers, and even summoned heroes from other worlds. Under his command, the demons were driven to the continent's edge. Peace finally arrived, but that peace created a new problem. At a great council attended by leaders from every land, the Pope asked why humanity was in danger again after so much time. Then he answered, it was because the demons had not been exterminated when humanity had the opportunity. Instead of finishing them, people chose to rebuild their ruined cities first. That decision wasn't wrong. People's lives came first. But because the demons survived, every nation continued living beneath their shadow, and that fear shaped their lives. Before matters worsened, the Pope urged every nation to unite once more and strike back. Through a holy war, the divine empire of Gartrum would lead it. They would hold nothing back, no effort, resources, or soldiers, with one goal: to build an era ruled entirely by humanity. The story then shifted to a religious gathering where a message was delivered. Demons were once again threatening human lives. 3 cities had already been destroyed in only a few days, and no one knew which would be next. The speaker said, perhaps even those standing there could be next, because demons spared no one, not women or children. He then pointed to Father Levi, the sole survivor of Benedict. In a hollow voice, the priest said the entire city had been killed in a single instant. They had only been living ordinary lives. He alone survived to carry the message. But as far as he was concerned, his soul had died in Benedict with those he loved. He said he had no reason left to live. The speaker resumed, warning that the demons grew stronger every day. He said the Pope had declared a holy war and refused to simply stand by. He also revealed that Etzahelbald, the legend of Gatling, had emerged from seclusion to join the war. Other nations had also promised to send their own legends and heroes to protect the people. A major offensive was already beginning, but even that wouldn't be enough to eliminate the demons permanently. If the continent was to have a future, every man and woman capable of fighting had to lend their strength. Now was the time. The call went out to everyone. Join the holy war. God's will that would lead them to peace. The speech ended with a thunderous cry from everyone present, united by one purpose: destroy the demons once and for all. The scene changed again. In private, the Pope told a subordinate that Cardinal Elrin might be capable, but his recent failures were too severe. His mistakes caused the deaths of 2 heroes and the failed attempt to capture Riadron, a disaster that accomplished nothing and cost tens of thousands of lives. Because of that, the Pope ordered Elrond's duties transferred within 3 days. Afterward, all his property would be seized, and he and his entire family would be executed. The story then cut to Riadron, who burst excitedly into a room after Hemis arrived. Hemis greeted him with mild surprise, joking that she never expected Riadron to enter without knocking. Perhaps he had missed her that much. Riadron ignored the joke and went directly to the point. Why had Hemis attacked an entire city? Alone? Hemis calmly said she had acted alone, but it was part of a larger plan. Ultimately, that plan would benefit all demons. By doing this, she forced the humans to deploy their legends, since ordinary fighters couldn't stop her. Hemis said each nation's legends were its strongest assets, and removing those figures would give the demons more time. Nervous and confused, Riadron asked what she meant by gaining time. Hemis stood and answered calmly. The time she wanted to buy was for the hope carried by these new winds to grow. Looking through the window, Hemis quietly spoke to Moten and wondered whether Riedran had truly believed her plan. Moten said he probably hadn't doubted her. It was simply his nature. Then he asked whether Hemis truly had no intention of working with the Demon King again. His concern was obvious. Regardless of her strength, the path she had chosen was far too reckless. Hemis answered without hesitation. There was no possibility of them standing together again. Even if they could repair their relationship, it would require a price she refused to pay. She added that she didn't hate him. She understood why the Demon King wanted to avoid another war with humanity. Then she tried to make Moten understand, saying the Demon King had recently begun making foolish choices, driven by pointless emotions, worrying about dead subordinates, comrades, and even family. To her, such thoughts meant nothing. If someone died, she said, it was because they were weak and deserved it. In the natural order, the strong at the top crushed the losers and claimed victory. To Hemis, that was how the world should function, and it was what the Demon King once believed too. That was why his new compassion made no sense to her. She confronted what she saw as his cowardice, but eventually lost patience. After one final warning, she turned away and told him to regain his senses and return to his old, colder self. Even so, Hemis admitted she felt some regret. She was about to make a choice her former self would never have made. Moten remained silent, noticing the conflict within his commander. Hemis said that if she had understood sooner what it meant to want to protect someone, perhaps she would have understood the Demon King better. That thought left her regretting their choices. Then she turned to Frisch and apologized for dragging him into it. Frisch approached with a calm smile and said it was no trouble. Following her orders had been an honor. He was then revealed as the Pope's right hand. Hemis gave a faint smile when she noticed Frisch was still dressed in priestly robes. As he began removing the disguise, he explained that after so many years as a cardinal, he had simply grown accustomed to wearing them. He was glad to see her again after so long. Hemis handed him a letter. She asked him to give it to Riadran and Moten when the time was right. She said she could deliver it herself, but if she did, she might regret it later. Frisch accepted the letter, fully understanding her intent. Then Hemis brought up Hyensak. She told Frisch to make sure the protagonist didn't die, which clearly caught him off guard. Hemis noticed and teased him, saying perhaps she was growing old, or perhaps she simply didn't want to leave Frisch alone with nobody to stand beside him after she was gone. The next day, at Gardra Castle, the doors slammed open, jolting Hyensak awake. Startled, he jumped up and shouted with false authority, demanding to know who dared interrupt the commander's sleep. But the instant he saw Riadran, all that confidence disappeared. Lowering his voice, he asked what was happening. Rila told him to leave immediately and run as far away as possible. MC was stunned and asked why. Riadran explained that the human army would attack the castle the following day, launching a massive battle involving humanity's strongest figures, its legends. He protested, asking whether it wouldn't be better for him to stay and help. Riadran shook his head. The enemy wanted only one thing: Hemis dead. He said that although he believed she could win, if anything happened to her, he wouldn't be able to protect Hyensak alone. Then the story shifted to the moment a letter was slipped beneath Rilatron's door. He picked it up and began reading. The letter revealed part of Hemis's past and the truth behind recent events. In it, Hemi said the demons had suffered countless deaths and were finally driven into exile at the continent's far edge. Even after cornering them completely, humanity still never finished them. There were many reasons for that decision, but the greatest was the Holy Empire. For the empire to preserve its power, the demons had to remain alive. The Demon King exploited that and formed a secret agreement with Gartrum. Both sides agreed to hold the front line and leave each other's lands untouched. Because of that, demon survival became tied to the human belief that the war was still continuing. They were kept alive through small clashes and minor threats. That balance helped keep Gartrum and the other nations united. Only Hemis knew about Gartrum's proposal, and she rejected it immediately. To her, dying with pride was better than living in chains, but that decision carried a price. She was exiled, and using Rotaka's actions as an excuse, they sent her to the Black Fortress. In the letter, Hema said all of that was merely the beginning. What mattered was what came next. Frisch said the humans were preparing a massive assault, an unprecedented battle involving legends and heroes from every human nation. While she confronted them alone, Rylodron had to defend the castle and take command. She admitted his current strength might not make that easy. Still, when the vote for the next commander occurred, Huna and Azjajaz would support him. That had already been arranged, and Azjaz needed no persuasion. He cared too much about his nephew to refuse. Hemis wrote that this was all she could do for now. From that point onward, everything was in his hands. She trusted him to make the right decisions and thanked him for making her time in that suffocating castle somewhat easier. At the end, she mentioned Choi. Rylodron shouldn't worry. His path had already been prepared. Choi would leave the Demon King army, and if everything went well, he and Rylodron would meet again. But for now, Choi had to leave with the Saintess. Later, they began preparing to depart. Rylodron told Choi that once things settled and he reached his proper position, he would contact him through the communicator. Choi hated how suddenly this was happening, but he still went along with it. Then someone called to Choi. Abelson and Frisch arrived, and Hemis's aide stepped forward, introduced himself, and said Hemis had ordered him to accompany them. He explained the plan. They needed to enter human society and observe how events developed. During that time, Abelson would pretend to be a priestess in training. Frisch then distributed false identities to everyone. He said he and Choi would pose as mercenaries. If no one had questions, it was time to enter the carriage. Abelson climbed in first, and Choi followed with obvious reluctance. He was still trapped in denial, holding on to the hope that everything would somehow work out. Once they were inside, Choi asked Frisch where they were going. Frisch sighed, regretting that he hadn't explained sooner. He said the Holy Empire's territories were far too dangerous, and Drazen was known for rejecting heroes. That was why they were heading to the Kingdom of Marriott. The next morning, Riadran woke alone in his new room. He sat quietly, considering what he should do next. His gaze rested on the desk that once belonged to Hemis. He thought about all the demons who had already died. If events continued this way, even more would be lost. Knowing the truth behind the war between humans and demons, Riadran reached a painful conclusion. None of those deaths had meant anything. A knock at the door suddenly interrupted his thoughts. It was Roiger, standing firmly and saying, it was time to go. Taking one final deep breath, Riadran steeled himself and declared that from that moment forward, demons would be different. He would do everything possible to make his will a reality. The scene shifted as Riadran stood before his army and ordered them to listen carefully. He began by praising what they were, reminding them that demons were a warrior race, born for battle, and that no other race could ever tame them. That was why, he said, they had to face the coming battle without fear, and if necessary, they had to be ready to die for freedom, to die as warriors for the future of their entire race. Rajan raised his voice at the speech's peak, declaring his way of battle and ending with firm conviction, demons were warriors of pride. The focus then shifted to Hemis, who quickly realized Rajan had already begun making his move, meaning she now had to make hers as well. Hemis moved into action. From a mountaintop, she leaped to the ground below. As soon as she landed, she found a man calmly waiting beside a tree. He spoke first, saying he knew she was coming and had been waiting for this meeting. Hemis recognized him immediately and noted that it had been 150 years since they last met, yet somehow he looked younger. This man was Basil Scott, the legend of Jurassic Park. He explained that his youthful appearance came from reaching the realm of legends. Hemis said she had expected a different human. The one she truly sought had apparently hidden and concealed his magic. Scott remained calm and told her Gartram's command was stationed far from their location. Then he drew his sword and said their battle would take place there without interruption. Hamas understood his intentions but didn't appear concerned. She coldly told him to watch his words before challenging her. She hadn't forgotten how lesser soldiers once blocked her while Scott fled to save himself. Then she said his present courage came from wanting to repair his ruined reputation. After that, she activated her personal domain, the boundary of lamentation. Scott wasn't shaken. He said he had lost before to a technique he had never seen, but this time would be different. The instant he finished speaking, he charged Hemis with full force. Hemis countered with the Stars of Loss, but the attack didn't stop him. He deflected every strike and continued advancing until he was nearly upon her, his sword filled with tremendous power. For a brief instant, Hemis wondered whether he was right, whether this time truly was different. As his attack approached, she blocked it immediately and mocked him, saying she had yet to see any real difference in his strength. Sneering, she laughed at how little he had grown. Their weapons clashed repeatedly. During that exchange, Scott realized his power now seemed almost equal to hers. So he decided the key was simple: remain alert for the magical projectiles falling from above. These attacks, called Tears of Lament, were cast instantly by Hemis. But this time, they didn't only descend from the sky, they also erupted from the ground. Caught off guard, Scott was forced to evade. He scrambled to dodge while also handling Hemis's relentless close-range attacks. At one point, she leaped and prepared a crushing combination that nearly took his head off. He escaped by the narrowest margin. The near miss impressed Hemis. It proved he truly had grown, dodging attacks that would once have crushed him. Irritated by her mocking tone, Scott shouted at her to be quiet. He strengthened his energy and steadied himself, preparing to charge again. Their battle became even fiercer, but Hemis also attacked his mind. With a cold smile, she asked where the next tears would emerge, from the sky or the ground. Watching him struggle against so many threats, she warned that the moment his guard slipped, she would kill him with one blow. A moment later, that warning became reality. Before Scott could react, the ground beneath him exploded, releasing countless magical stakes that pierced his chest and pinned him in place. Stunned and helpless, he could only grit his teeth. Hemis stared sharply and said the fact that he had dodged so much already proved his growth. He clearly wasn't the same man she had fought years earlier. But before she could continue, his body began blurring and fading as though being teleported away. Hemis briefly wondered whether it had been a clone, then rejected the thought. She knew she had struck the real one. A moment later, Scott emerged from a portal and attacked with a new technique that genuinely surprised her. For the first time, Hemis was truly impressed by how much he had grown. Charging with complete resolve, Scott said he had preserved this secret technique for that exact moment. He unleashed everything he had, but Hemis blocked it. With only one hand, she made it clear that the gap between them couldn't be crossed. She stood 2,000 years ahead of him. Then the commander raised two fingers and pointed them at his chest. A devastating blast erupted and struck him directly, knocking him unconscious. He fell with no strength remaining. Defeated and out of options, Scott wondered whether this was truly the end. Shame crushed him. He hadn't landed a single decisive blow. Then Hemis called to him and asked whether he truly was the famous Legend of Drasen. Before he could recover from the shock, she asked him for something he never expected, something no hero would imagine hearing from a demon. Hema said personal matters were involved and that she needed his help. If he ever encountered Choi in the future and fought him, she wanted him to spare Choi once. Scott was stunned, unable to understand why a commander like Hemis would make such a request. Before she could explain further, the sky suddenly split open, and a massive wave of golden energy crashed down upon him. The blast was so overwhelming that the legend of Drayson was completely erased. Nothing remained, not even dust. Caught off guard, Hemis tried to understand what had happened. She was certain the hero was dead, and anger rose within her. She had given him time to speak, only for someone to interrupt so rudely. Looking toward the sky, she recognized the only person capable of using that kind of power, Azrael Bald, descending with his subordinate, Marim, beside him. He had planned to reveal himself only after the group defeated Basel, but once he saw that was impossible, he decided he had to intervene early. Just then, Hemis appeared with her scythe in hand. For a moment, doubt crossed her face. Was this too cruel to do before humans? Was it truly the right decision? But the answer came quickly. It didn't matter. The man before her was the legend of Drayson. Even if they had cooperated for a while, Drayson remained the Holy Empire's old enemy. Killing him first was the wisest choice. The death of a legend could shake an entire nation. From the cliff, Azrael watched Hemis below. He immediately understood that the city's destruction had been bait, meant to draw him there. Her reaction confirmed it as she recognized him as the legend of Grattan. Azrael made it clear that this was no accident. Everything had been prepared for that exact day. Behind him stood Morian, glowing with holy power, with a massive army beside her. Morian pressed her hands together near her lips as though praying. In her mind, there was no doubt that the second battle was about to begin. Hemis immediately sensed something was wrong. The pillar before her wasn't merely a shield. It didn't only block her energy, but actively pushed back against the power she tried to spread. It was as though space itself rejected her control. The pillar contained sacred power accumulated over time, and now its golden light spread outward, erasing her influence. Above them, Azrael raised his sword before the army. The plan was simple. The saintess would maintain the pillar, and the knight would protect her at all costs. The soldiers took their positions, resting their hands on swords, planted in the earth, their heads bowed. From each position, golden flowers bloomed like symbols of holy power. At Azrael's command, they raised a barrier to prevent Hemis from escaping. A golden sphere wrapped in lightning-like energy illuminated the battlefield. Hemis had to shield her eyes from the combined glow of the pillar and sphere. She immediately knew this barrier was unlike anything she had seen. Her scythe dissolved into black smoke, with tiny sparks drifting away. The repelling force was that powerful, and her domain began collapsing beneath the sacred power. Even her remaining shield had become only a faint remnant, nowhere near enough to protect her. Then, as her face emerged through the light, it had changed. She tore open, the stitches sealing the cuts that extended from the corners of her mouth across her face. Sharp fangs showed through the openings, and a twisted smile appeared. Hemis mocked them, saying they would never have dared challenge her without the handicap she had placed upon herself. Holding the cord made from those mouth stitches, she stared at the enemies on the cliff. Then, in one swift movement, she dashed forward and cracked her whip at Oziel, who jumped down to confront her, sword raised. She attacked from one side, then the other. Every strike was fast and precise, while he continued blocking with his blade. One strike passed close enough to cut the air. Beside his face, spotting a small opening, Oziel moved to counter. With a shout, he thrust his sword forward to finish the battle, but the strike never connected. At the moment of impact, Hemis vanished. Oziel's eyes widened. Her body had completely dispersed. From above, Morian shouted for him to look up. When he did, he saw Hemis floating overhead and chanting as red light surrounded her body. It was Hellflash, the evolved form of Hellflare. On the ground, Oziel bent forward, frustrated by the crushing power above him. High in the air, Hemis brought her hands together and released the attack, sending a massive blast directly down at Oziel, but it was stopped. Oziel gripped his sword with both hands and blocked the full force head-on. The collision carved a deep V into the ground around him. Hemis clenched her fists as she watched. Even knowing he specialized in defense, she hadn't expected him to emerge completely unharmed. Sweat poured down Oziel's face, but he didn't move. His sword remained raised as his entire body resisted the attack. Hemis quickly understood why. The sacred barrier was absorbing the demonic energy in her attacks, weakening them and preventing real damage. A top-class defensive fighter, a saintess, and an enormous shield fueled by the holy power of hundreds of soldiers. Morian remained bowed with eyes closed and hands clasped, channeling all the surrounding energy into the barrier. To Hemis, it was maddening. The battlefield had been constructed perfectly for a prolonged war of attrition. Violet sparks began crackling in her right hand. For a moment, she considered her options against that impossible defense. Basil had drained more of her demonic energy than expected, and every action was becoming harder. At half strength, breaking that shield was impossible. Looking at the white-haired man before her, she realized she had taken Basil's place. Now she faced the same trial he once did. Then a memory flashed through her mind. The battle resumed at full speed. After several exchanges, Oziel pressed forward, gripping his sword and declaring he would end it there. With all his strength, he drove the blade into the ground and released immense divine power, the Sword of Revelation. Golden light erupted from the impact, blasting stone upward and creating clouds of dust. Before Hemis, a crimson sphere began forming, pulsing with compressed energy. She recognized the technique, but showed no fear. She knew the move and was far from believing. The battle was finished. The sphere drifted slowly toward her, almost as though alive. Her golden claws gleamed sharply. Then suddenly, blood burst from her upper body, forcing her backward. The kneeling soldiers, still holding their swords in place, stared in disbelief. Morian's eyes widened as she cried out that he had brought down the glutton. Oziel looked equally shocked. His sword was still embedded in the ground, while Hemis lay collapsed before him, covered in blood and unable to move. Trembling, he returned his blade to his waist. Struggling to believe what had occurred, a drop of sweat slid down his face as he quietly asked whether it was truly over. His eyes remained fixed on Hemis's hand, her golden claws lying motionless on the ground. Before Oziel even realized she was alive, he was already trapped between Hemis's fangs. She lunged with a massive mouth that burst open from the wound he had inflicted moments earlier. In one movement, the legendary hero became a bite for the glutton. Only part of him remained, making the sight both horrifying and unreal. Unable to believe it, the saintess cried out for Oziel in desperation. Filled with confidence, Hemis returned to her normal form and mocked everyone's shock. Then she admitted how desperate the situation had become. She had been forced to fake her death and use a trick Baal once employed. Still sneering, she asked what they thought of her little performance, but her composure didn't last. She began coughing blood and admitted the Empire was far stronger than expected. The saintess noticed and wondered whether the blood came from Hemis's injuries or from her inability to digest. A paladin. Without wasting a second, the saintess ordered the warriors to begin layered enchantments while she maintained every barrier herself. The soldiers immediately obeyed, dividing into groups to prepare their spells. Meanwhile, Hemis stood motionless, drained and too weak to resist. She realized digestion was far slower than usual, probably because it was being suppressed by the sacred barrier. When she looked up, the attack was nearly ready. At that moment, she understood her end had arrived. With quiet acceptance, the commander said her role was finished. She entrusted the future to those she trusted. Since she couldn't solve everything alone, all she could do was hope her allies completed the task. Then the saintess fired a radiant beam of sacred energy that struck the commander directly. Hemis accepted it calmly, remaining still and satisfied that she had never surrendered to a life of servitude. At last, the battle ended. All that remained was shattered earth and an enormous crater at the center, with no trace of Hemis anywhere. Breathing heavily but finally somewhat relieved, the saintess let her thoughts turn to Asal. He had behaved foolishly, allowing early victory to make him arrogant. That arrogance left him vulnerable, and he paid horribly for it. She also considered the weight of the loss. Asal had fallen far too early in everything now unfolding, and she knew the Pope would be deeply disappointed. Then a warrior broke the silence and asked what they should do next. The saintess slowly turned toward the gathered army. Firmly, she ordered them to return to the capital for now. Then she warned them to listen carefully and remember every word she was about to say. Only one story was to survive. Sir Asal and Sir Bezel of Drazen fought with unmatched courage and died together while facing the glutton. They deserved the greatest honor, as the living legends they were. Then she ordered that no other version ever be spread. The story then returned to the battlefield, where Riadran stood after killing every soldier in his path. Moten arrived and praised him, saying none of the men who fell there had ever stood a chance against Riadran. Riadran dismissed the praise, saying he still had a long way to go before he could compare with Moten. But Moten meant every word. He said it wasn't empty flattery. At this pace, Riadran would surpass him within a few years, perhaps even before the year ended. That statement struck Riadran deeply and left him stunned. Then Moten solemnly planted his sword into the ground. He revealed that his connection to Rems had completely vanished. Shaken, Riadran pieced the signs together and voiced the fear that the worst had happened. Moten confirmed it, and Riadran asked what he intended to do now. The knight answered immediately. Rems had been his only lord, and he would continue following her final command. His loyalty, he said, would never change whether she remained alive or was already gone. Riadran then asked what her last order had been. Moten explained that Rems ordered him to protect Riadran until he became a commander. After that, Moten would remain beside him, help train him, and guide him until he possessed the strength and wisdom to rise above the others, powerful enough to change the corrupted state of the demon race itself. Then he extended his hand and promised to remain Riadran's ally forever. The scene shifted to a great temple where the Pope addressed the faithful with grim news. One of the Holy Empire's greatest pillars had fallen. He announced that Asil had become a martyr after giving more than 2 centuries of his life in service. With a heavy voice, he mourned the loss of a long-time comrade, a man who had stood beside him and the legendary Sir Quinley for many years. The Pope said Asil had lived with unmatched devotion to God. Even with his final breath, he thought only of the Holy Empire's people, praying that their remaining days would be safe and peaceful. Then he asked everyone present to pray in honor of Osiel's deeds. He urged them never to forget that sacrifice, warning that one day divine punishment would descend upon all who opposed God. With sorrow on his face, the Pope reflected that he had often warned against becoming careless during moments of advantage. Now he mourned the tragic death of the legendary hero Osiel, whose loss would weigh upon the faithful forever. He was suddenly interrupted by a messenger who reported that Drahan had sent someone to Marriott requesting permission to investigate the battlefield where Hemis had fought. The Pope guessed they were searching for the truth behind Basil's death, but said the cleanup was already complete and nothing remained to be found. Even so, he ordered the messenger to secretly contact Marriott and have Drazen's request denied. The man bowed and turned to leave, but the Pope stopped him. He had one more question. He asked where Abelson and Choi were. The messenger said neither had been seen, even during the recent battles. Choi's absence was especially strange, since he had no reason to avoid the front. He suspected Hemis had removed him from the Demon King army. That made the Pope realize Choi remained a problem even at the end. Since he hadn't appeared when Hemis was in danger, the Pope ordered a search, regardless of how far it had to extend. He wanted both of them found and warned that anyone hiding or assisting them would face divine punishment. The story then moved to the group's carriage, or rather, the 4 travelers inside, where Choi and Rahel were busy complaining before someone interrupted. Rahel was asked to check whether the disguises were ready. She was surprised by how quickly they had been completed. Then she looked at Choi and noticed his newly dyed icy red hair. After judging the result, she told him not to ruin this. Abelson then appeared, saying her disguise was finished too, and asked what everyone thought. Choi reacted as usual, nearly losing his mind as he blurted out that Abelson looked gorgeous, like a princess from a fairy tale. Abelson laughed, thanked him, and said she might not come from a fairy tale, but she truly was a princess. One from Marriott. That pulled Choi back to reality immediately. Frisch was stunned that Choi had never connected Abelson's surname with the kingdom they were entering. Even Rahel admitted she wanted to defend him, but this time he was simply too foolish. Choi quickly bowed to Abelson and apologized for not realizing sooner that she was a princess. She told him it was fine and asked him to treat her as he always had. Choi muttered that as a Korean, he had something like a servant mentality. Then he realized that if Abelson was a princess, she had to possess influence in Marriott. Abelson said she wasn't certain. She had already discussed it with Frisch, but if possible, she didn't want to reveal her identity or even return there. Choi asked why, only to be struck on the head by Frisch, who called him an idiot. Rahel immediately agreed. Frisch explained that one of the continent's strongest empires was hunting him, and Abelson didn't want anyone else suffering because of her. Abelson added that it wasn't as though she would never return, but if things became bad enough, she might have to ask for help because they were still her family. The story then returned to the battlefield where Hemis had clashed with the heroes. A sharp cracking sound suddenly echoed through the rubble, and from within the ruins, a dark aura began to rise. Whether that was good or bad, no one could yet tell. Now inside human territory, the trio continued deeper into the forest. Worried, Choi checked his system again, still troubled that it wasn't functioning. Rahel noticed his concern and asked what was wrong. Choi explained that ever since they entered human territory, the hero system had stopped working. All he could see was a screen filled with glitches and scrambled text. Rahel doubted it, saying the system was far too advanced to simply break like that. Choi said he had felt something strange for a while, as though someone was watching him and creating obstacles in real time. Rahel objected, saying she couldn't see the system and therefore couldn't know for certain. Perhaps it was malfunctioning because Choi had taken a completely different path from other heroes. He was such an irregular case that the system simply couldn't process him. In other words, a corrupted user of demonic power who stood against humanity. Naturally, Choi reacted only to the part where she called him corrupted. Rahel finished by saying that even so, she still hadn't been ordered to abandon Choi and return. Perhaps that meant he was doing something right. Frisch overheard them and ended the conversation, warning that they were nearing the village closest to the borderlands, Keaton Village, Kingdom of Marriott, Viscount and Death. Abelson became curious and asked whether this was Choi's first time entering a human village. He said yes. His journey had begun in a strange place thanks to someone, but at least he was finally getting a proper hero experience. Abelson said he would probably be disappointed because his first human village wouldn't be anything special. Soon, guards stopped the group and requested identification, and Frisch smoothly answered that they were 3 mercenaries seeking paid work. Choi was surprised by that explanation, especially in a region directly beside Demon Border. Frisch ignored his reaction and said it would make sense once Choi saw the place. What awaited them was disaster, with ruins everywhere and people living in misery. Rahel moved closer and noticed posters on the public boards. The notices painted a bleak picture. Taxes, endless forced labor, more taxes, and then even more taxes. It struck Abelson deeply. especially because the land belonged to her family. Frisch noticed her expression and sarcastically asked why she looked so ashamed. When Abelson hesitated, he answered for her. The royal family was bleeding, the people dry. Using the threat of coming war as an excuse, they took everything possible. Frisch added that it wasn't only a Marriott problem. He had seen the same thing in other empires while serving as a cardinal. Across Gartron, rulers used fear of war to squeeze their people and fill their own pockets. Abelson listened in shock, unable to believe conditions had become so terrible. Later, Abelson sat beneath a knight's statue, quietly thinking about the lives of those below her station. Her thoughts were interrupted when someone suddenly called to her. It was Choi. Surprised to see him, Abelson asked where Frisch and Rahel were. Choi sat beside her and asked how she was feeling. Abelson answered honestly. She admitted her mood hadn't improved at all. In fact, she was angry. Choi tried to lighten the atmosphere with a joke, saying that after hearing all that, she had every reason to be. Abelson said her anger wasn't aimed at Frisch but at herself. She had wanted to defend the empire somehow, but couldn't. Nothing she said could excuse what Gardner had been doing to its people. Hearing that shocked Choi, and he tried to think of a way to cheer her up. The problem was that every idea he had felt completely inappropriate for the moment. Before he could choose, Abelson called his name. Panicking that he had done something wrong, Choi blurted out an apology despite not having said anything, which only made her stare in confusion. A moment later, Choi realized she hadn't been about to scold him. Abelson also froze briefly, caught off guard by his reaction. Then she smiled and said an old story had come to mind, one she thought he would enjoy. So Abelson began telling him about a hero from Khitan, a place that now looked like a poor village but had once known genuine glory. That hero was Lofer Dozer, a name remembered for centuries. He came from the era when warriors who fought demons were first honored as heroes and legends. Lofer was the greatest hero of his age. His fame spread beyond Marriott and across the entire continent. He earned that reputation through both his deeds and his character as a flawless warrior who loved his homeland, protected the weak, and showed mercy. But like everything else, Lofer's story ended far too soon. At only 37, sadly, his end came in Khitan. Choi asked why he had died so young and why it happened in Khitan. Abelson said it occurred 1 year before the war ended. When the demons suddenly pushed harder, probably as a final desperate effort, Marriott's imperial family ordered Lofer to abandon Khitan and retreat, but he refused to accept it. For the first time, he defied an imperial command. Lofer believed a nation had to protect its people, so he would never allow Khitan to be abandoned. After making that clear, Lofer went out to confront the demons and drove back their assault. He did it alone, without a single warrior beside him, and that achievement carved his name into Marriott's history. Choi quietly absorbed the weight of the story and fixed Lofer's name in his memory. Abelson continued, wondering what the hero would think if he saw Khitan now and the suffering its people endured. By nightfall, the two were walking together. Abelson thanked Choi for staying beside her and said she felt better. He dismissed it, saying all he had done was listen, but she said that alone had been enough to comfort her. The mood between them began to change. Then a sudden scream cut through the night. 2 men rushed from an alley, shouting in panic about a dead body and calling for the guards. Choi immediately went to investigate, telling Abelson to remain alert. One glance was enough for him to realize this wasn't ordinary. It wasn't merely a corpse. The blood around it had been arranged in a strange pattern. Abelson moved closer, concerned, but Choi said the officials should arrive soon, and the immediate danger appeared gone. Even so, something felt wrong, so he asked her to inspect it too. She approached and asked exactly what he wanted her to examine. Choi pointed out that the smell was far too strong for someone who had just died, and there was also a strange magical circle around the body. Since he knew little about magic, Abelson should be better able to judge it. The moment she approached, someone suddenly shouted a warning. Choi Look behind you. An undead creature was directly behind him. Lunging in with a surprise attack, Choi reacted quickly, broke free, and jumped backward to create distance while trying to understand what he was facing. Abelson charged in too, moving to shield him from another strike. She smashed the creature's head and dropped it instantly. Shaken, Choi asked what that thing was and whether the person was truly dead. Abelson explained that it was an undead raised through necromancy, a dark form of magic demons used to control corpses. She said demons were rumored to have used that magic during the war, but this was the first undead she had ever seen. Personally, Choi said it felt like something from an American movie and asked whether being bitten could infect someone. Abelson wasn't certain. There were no records about that, but being bitten by undead was obviously dangerous, so they needed to be careful. Before they could say more, soldiers arrived to investigate the disturbance. Seeing Choi and Abelson, they immediately noticed neither was local and demanded to know what they were doing in the village. Abelson began to answer, but Choi interrupted first, saying they were mercenaries who had come seeking work. The guards exchanged glances and quietly discussed it. One said the pair did appear to be mercenaries. Then a guard asked to see Choi's mercenary badge, and he handed it over immediately. After examining it, the guard confirmed their story, said he understood why they were there, and ordered them to follow him. Later, once things settled, Choi told Frisch everything that had happened, including accepting work as a mercenary. Frisch was immediately annoyed. They had been walking around letting people believe they were mercenaries, and now they were even accepting jobs. At this rate, he said, Troy might actually become one. Not long afterward, Edmar appeared, looking for the mercenaries the guild had described as incredible. That description left Troy and Abelson somewhat confused, and even Edmar began wondering whether they truly deserved such praise. To maintain appearances, Troy boldly said they weren't merely good. They were legendary mercenaries, and people should feel fortunate to live in the same age as them. After boasting like that, he silently apologized to Abelson, telling himself it was the best way to conceal their identities. Then he moved on, saying the guild had told them to handle the matter quickly, though it sounded as though they genuinely did need to address it. Abelson felt embarrassed before God and silently requested forgiveness for her companion's lies. Once Edmar was satisfied with their identities, he got directly to the point. Choi summarized the situation. Over the previous few months, villagers had disappeared one after another, and these weren't ordinary cases of people leaving because life was difficult. Soon after each disappearance, bodies began appearing around the village outskirts. Some were placed atop family graves. Others were pierced with strange staffs, while some had unknown letters and crude symbols carved into their bodies. Abelson added that she had never seen anything like it. Choi continued, saying the villagers recently requested help from their lord. Rather than solving the problem, he ordered them to relocate to a nearby settlement, probably because he didn't want to waste effort on poor villages that barely paid taxes. So the residents gathered what little money they possessed and submitted a request to the mercenary guild. Frisch understood and asked whether that was why Choi had pushed so hard to be treated like actual mercenaries. Rahel snapped that they were all liars, complaining that she had been excluded and saying this was their punishment. Frisch then looked at Abelson and said Choi lying was one thing, but a saintess doing, it was too much. Even so, they all understood the situation. From that point on, avoiding attention was best. If undead were involved, the Demon King army might notice, so behaving carelessly would be dangerous. Abelson asked whether Frisch could allow them to help, even for only one day. She wanted to do whatever possible for the villagers before they departed. Seeing how deeply she cared, Choi said he felt the same and wanted to help as well. Frisch agreed, but established a limit. They could remain for 1 week. If they did everything possible and the problem still wasn't solved, they would leave. Choi quickly agreed and immediately brightened. Abelson did too, relieved that they would be able to help the village. The group developed a plan and divided the village into 2 patrol zones. Rahel and Abelson took one side, while Choi and Frisch covered the other. Choi asked what Frisch would actually do, and Frisch said he would watch the village entrance in case outside mercenaries appeared. 4 days later, Abelson returned to the room where the others had gathered, and Choi greeted her. He noted that she was late. Abelson said she had needed to investigate something first, and now had something important to tell him. Curious, Choi asked what it was. She said it had begun earlier that day while she was patrolling with Rahel, and now she was certain. The village contained an unusually high amount of demonic energy in the air. Any land could hold traces of human energy, demonic energy, and divine power, and it was normal for one to be stronger than the others. But if humans were protecting a place, demonic energy should be extremely low. That wasn't true here, making it unnatural. Frisch and Choi immediately said they had felt this kind of energy before. Abelson said the abnormal demonic energy was probably connected to everything happening. During the remainder of their stay, they should determine why it was gathering in the village and report it to the chief. Choi pointed out that this still wouldn't truly solve the problem and asked whether she was satisfied with that. Abelson said she knew she had already consumed too much of the group's time, so she couldn't ask them to become involved any further. Frisch and Choi ended the meeting by saying they would continue for 2 more days. Now that they finally had a lead, they separated and continued with the plan. That night, the group began working. Choi mentioned necromancy and asked whether Frisch used it too, but Frisch said no. Almost no one in the 3rd Legion did. That surprised Choi. Frisch explained that Rems hated necromancy just as much as chimeras and said it was an extremely strange kind of magic. Choi asked what he meant. Frisch looked toward the saintess and asked whether she had ever explained necromancy to Choi. Abelson said no. She didn't know much about how it actually worked. So Frisch explained that only a few demons had ever used it, and even then, the results were poor. Because of that, human records were extremely limited. Then he broke down its function. Necromancy allowed someone to transform corpses into undead and control them. During the war, all the dead bodies became fuel for it. At first, it appeared to be a powerful method for building an army, but weak undead were too unintelligent, forcing the caster to control them individually. Trying to manage that during battle left the user completely exposed. Creating stronger undead could be even worse. Once one became stronger than its master, it could break free. Sometimes the undead even attacked the summoner. Once control was lost, they assaulted any living creature nearby, friend or enemy. Choi understood and agreed that necromancy truly was a twisted form of magic. Frisch added that it had caused considerable friendly fire during the war. Then something interrupted them, a strange energy. Abelson quickly said another demon was nearby. Frisch was surprised she detected the demonic energy so quickly and asked where it was. Choi asked which direction it came from, and she said the statue plaza. They rushed there immediately and found someone casting a spell on the ground. Choi asked whether that was the source of the energy, and Abelson said yes, but told them to wait. Killing him now would be a mistake. First, they needed to learn what he was doing there. Frisch asked what she intended, but Choi interrupted and said he would handle it himself. He asked to approach alone. The caster noticed them and remarked that Choi had a very strange aura for a human. Choi immediately realized how sharp the man's senses were. The caster stood and said that if they wouldn't come closer, he would approach them instead. Choi was surprised, but before anything happened, he began his plan and shouted for everyone not to attack. He declared the man an ally, completely confusing his companions, since a battle had seemed imminent. The hooded man was equally confused and demanded to know what was happening. Choi loudly declared that he was Ryan Sok, regiment commander of the Demon King Army's 3rd Legion, and ordered the man to state his name and rank. The hooded man froze. Being ordered around by a human already felt wrong, especially when that human was Choi, a demon army recruit surrounded by wild rumors. Furthermore, the last time he had any connection with the regiment, Choi had only been a company commander. Obeying him now felt wrong. Abelson immediately noticed the tension and wondered whether Choi's bluff was truly wise. Frisch, however, chose another approach. Without hesitation, he supported Choi and introduced himself as a regiment leader from the 3rd Legion. In a calm, firm voice, he said, the man clearly wasn't from the 3rd and repeated the order to identify himself correctly. Abelson grew even more uneasy. From her perspective, both men were openly lying. Frisch cared only about one thing, ending this quietly so the village wasn't involved. He calmly told her that if matters went badly, she should withdraw and warn the village chief to evacuate. Everyone immediately. The hooded man slowly revealed his face, still suspicious. What troubled him most was how naturally Choi and Frisch were moving among humans. Frisch answered without hesitation, saying they were on a secret mission ordered directly by Hemus. Anything beyond that, he said, was classified. That name carried weight. The hooded man accepted the authority behind it, and Frisch immediately demanded again that he identify himself. Finally, the man admitted he belonged to the 4th Legion. Choi immediately understood that this man served Park Hyuna. The man's mood turned bitter, and he snapped that Hyuna wasn't the rightful commander of the 4th Battalion. In his eyes, the position belonged to Lord Onyx. Choi and Frisch exchanged a quick whisper. Frisch explained that Onyx once led the 4th, but after a major defeat, he lost the position and was demoted to vice commander. He also said the reaction wasn't surprising. Many demons couldn't tolerate receiving orders from a human hero, and the Demon King army was filled with that kind of resentment. Seeing them whisper, the hooded man demanded know what they had said. Choi dismissed it, telling him it was nothing important. Then, Choi remembered what the man had said earlier, that when he left his unit, Choi had still been only a commander. That meant he had probably been away for a very long time. Using that opening, Choi softened his voice and said he understood. A great deal of time must have passed, and the man had probably endured much alone. Frisch supported him, saying solitary missions were never easy and that he understood what it meant to carry such weight alone. Gradually, the man's defenses began weakening. Their unexpected sympathy clearly affected him, and he started to relax. Before long, the three were speaking far more openly, and the reason he had come to the town finally began emerging. The hooded man still hesitated, choosing his words carefully, as though torn between speaking and remaining silent. Choi gently pressed further, noting that the man clearly disliked the current commander. If he simply wanted to vent and insult Hyuna, Choi said he, and Frisch were willing to listen. He even added that Hyuna had a terrible personality, something he knew personally after recently meeting her. Frisch followed by saying Hemus and Hyuna were barely getting along, then casually asked whether the hooded man knew. Before he could say much, Frisch added that they also had a mission in the city, so sharing information and avoiding interference would be wiser. As the hooded man considered it, they noted that he appeared isolated from lands ruled by King Amon. Frisch said that was common during solitary assignments. People often went long periods without news or contact from the main force. That finally lowered the man's guard. After a brief pause, he revealed his mission, testing a magical device that transformed mana into demonic energy. The revelation shocked Choi. The hooded man explained that when demonic energy entered the device, it began converting nearby mana into even more demonic energy for a fixed period. That filled the area with dense energy and yin, creating perfect conditions for necromancy. He continued, saying the device was jointly developed by Onyx and Rotak. Over several months, they buried nearly 100 bodies while constructing an enormous magical circle around the village. Recently, it had begun working. Zombies started appearing on their own without being summoned. He had been sent to observe the results, gather data, and supervise the test until Choi and Frisch appeared. Choi asked what would happen when the circle was fully prepared. The hooded man said, "Old stories spoke of a legendary hero connected to the village, and the ultimate goal was to revive that hero as an undead." Frisch immediately thought of Lothar Dozer and asked whether necromancy had truly advanced enough to revive someone dead for so long. The man said reviving him was possible, but controlling him was another issue. The entire process remained experimental, with no guaranteed result. Noticing Choi's apparent hostility toward Hyuna, the hooded man revealed even more. If the experiment succeeded, he said, the next target would be Park Hyuna herself, transformed into an undead. That made Choi jerk upright. In shock, the man continued calmly, saying such a plan would require an enormous number of devices, but if it succeeded, they would never again need commanders from other races. Then Lord Onyx could reclaim his rightful place as commander of the 4th Legion. With that, the hooded man ended the conversation and said he hoped their paths never crossed again. Choi looked at Frisch, and Frisch looked back. Neither spoke, but they understood each other immediately. Both moved simultaneously, fast, precise, and ruthless. The hooded man was beheaded. His heart was pierced before his body could react. In his final fading moment, he felt neither fear nor rage, only bitter disappointment. He had been deceived by the very people he believed he was manipulating. The moment he died, the magical device became unstable. Its core began pulsing wildly, and energy erupted across the plaza, skidding over stone, releasing sparks and striking the statue in the center. The device shook once and became still. Frisch broke the silence, saying it was strange that both of them had chosen the same move without exchanging a word. Choi admitted he hadn't expected them to synchronize so well. Frisch continued, saying the Legion's interests meant little compared with Lord Himis. He would rather keep Hyuna as a quiet, passive commander than allow the Legion to destroy itself in a power struggle. Choi finally exhaled as the tension left his shoulders. As far as he was concerned, the legal problem was finished. The summoner was dead, the device was inactive, and they could now leave the city with a clear conscience. If they destroyed the remaining magical circles, the undead should disappear, and the demonic energy in the village should return to normal. Certain of that, neither noticed the air changing behind them. As they left the plaza, a strange mist began spreading along the ground, and Choi casually said this might improve his relationship with Park Hyuna, at least slightly. He never finished. A massive green beam exploded behind them with a deafening roar that shook the air. Both Choi and Frisch froze and turned toward the plaza in shock. Far away, Abelson stood with the village chief and residents, calmly giving instructions. Then an unnatural silence fell over the crowd. She stopped, sensing something was terribly wrong, and wondered whether she should continue. That hesitation vanished the instant a green light shot into the sky. She immediately realized it came from the hero's statue and decided to return to Choi and Frisch. Before leaving, she warned the villagers not to enter the town under any circumstances and told the chief to contact the nearest temple immediately. Back in the village center, Choi could barely understand what he was seeing. The summoner was dead. He knew that with certainty. Yet the ritual was still continuing. As the dense mist slowly cleared, Frisch narrowed his eyes and noticed a figure forming in the middle. Something stood there, solid and real. From the fading fog, the summoned undead finally spoke in an old commanding voice. It asked whether its homeland was still safe. Choi and Frisch fell silent when they faced the legendary hero. Loper's presence was overwhelming, and for a moment, Frisch was less focused on him than on how Choi might respond. Breaking the silence, Choi forced a smile and cheerfully said they were in Marriott, more precisely in Keaton. Loper looked confused. He asked why monsters were wandering freely inside the kingdom of Marriott. While Choi remained in Promote, the question trapped him instantly, and his mind raced for an answer that wouldn't immediately collapse. Before he could respond, Abelson rushed in and urgently called to them. She stopped the instant she saw the unknown man beside Choi and Frisch. Shock came first, then recognition just as quickly. The saintess immediately understood who he was and didn't hesitate. Stepping forward, she formally introduced herself and respectfully asked to speak with Loper. To prove her claim, Abelson showed him the royal Medallion of Marriott. The artifact emitted a faint magical glow, one Loper instantly recognized as a relic reserved for the royal family. Without hesitation, he knelt before her. Then he introduced himself as Loper of the Lightning, royal warrior of Marriott, and properly offered his respect. Relieved and pleasantly surprised, Choi quietly told Frisch that this was going much better than expected. Loper appeared fully sane and physically intact, without the madness or decay they expected from an undead. Frisch agreed, saying necromancy was still poorly understood, and guessing that Loper's status as a legendary hero might have produced an unusual result. Meanwhile, Loper calmly asked what had happened during his death and why the princess was traveling with demons. Frisch observed the hero's steady posture and quietly wondered how he could take all of this so calmly. Abelson answered only that it was a long story. Then she told Choi and Frisch to return to the hotel and prepare to leave the village. As they walked, she promised Loper she would explain everything on the way. Sometime later, as they continued talking, Loper reflected that the world seemed to have changed far too quickly since his death. Choi asked whether he was truly certain about joining them. Loper said he had sworn loyalty to the royal family long ago, and because he believed Abelson was acting for Marriott's good, he intended to follow her. Choi challenged that, pointing out that the oath had been made ages ago. Nobody from that era remained alive, and there was no one left for him to protect solely from duty. Loper listened without wavering, then said that above everything else, he fought so Marriott could remain a good place to live. As he spoke, memories began returning. He thought of his family, especially his daughter. He remembered her as stubborn and strong-willed, much like him in his later years. She used to run through the kingdom, proudly declaring that her father was the greatest warrior in the land. Her greatest dream was to become the finest tailor in all Marriott, but in this era, she must have died long ago. Even so, Loper was certain she had grown into someone deeply loved by those around her. That belief shaped his resolve. He no longer cared about glory or praise, only about protecting everything she had loved, even in a world far beyond his time. Abelson was clearly surprised to learn that Loper had a daughter. When he said her name was Rosa Tozer, she listened carefully. Loper softly added that after his death, Rosa probably took the name Crossel and was raised by her mother's family. At that, Abelson pointed out that the current royal commander bore the surname Crossel. Loper quietly shook his head and called it coincidence. Crossel wasn't a common name, but after so many decades, he couldn't believe one of his grandchildren could still be alive. Abelson gently disagreed. She said that as a child, she heard the commander's mother had been a tailor and that the commander himself was skilled at knitting. She also reminded him that he was known as the second legend among Marriott's legends, and legends didn't age normally. Therefore, a surviving descendant might not be impossible after all. Loper considered it, then said that if the man truly was his grandson, he must be worthy, someone who carried that heroic bloodline with pride and discipline. The idea sparked quiet curiosity, and he admitted he would like to meet him someday. Nearby, Choi quietly told Rahel he was glad Loper hadn't become a mindless undead monster. Rahel agreed, relieved they weren't trapped in some cruel story where the kingdom's protector destroyed his own people. Loper added that the idea of him destroying Marriott was completely absurd. His thoughts drifted to simpler memories. His wife loved the candy shop on the 4th block across from the palace, while his daughter adored the yarn shop 2 blocks away. As he spoke, something strange began creeping closer. An unknown energy pressed against him, faint at first, then heavier with every second. With each word, it drew closer. Then the change came quickly. Loper's voice faltered and suddenly failed, replaced by something twisted and inhuman. His body folded forward as though crushed by an invisible force, overwhelmed by something no one could clearly identify. Choi noticed immediately, and frustration surged through him. Deep down, he already knew luck alone was never going to save them. Frisch reacted instantly, took command, and ordered everyone away from Loper while they determined what was happening. The hero fought violently against the curse, his body shaking in pain. Choi asked Frisch what he believed was happening, and Frisch grimly said Loper would probably attack every living creature in or near the village. Worse, if no one stopped him, instinct might drive him toward the capital, where countless civilians lived. That left only one option. They had to fight. They lacked the strength to truly suppress a legend, but escaping was no longer possible. Driven by determination, Abelson stepped forward and told the others to flee, declaring that she would handle it alone. Frisch calmly answered that she couldn't manage this by herself, and that such a burden should belong to the temple or royal family. Still, because undead were weak against sacred power and Loper might not be at full strength, she could have a chance against him directly. Choi noticed Abelson's hands trembling. She knew, just as he did, that she might not be able to stop Loper. Even so, she steadied herself and said her greatest duty was to protect her land as the Princess of Marriott. Choi immediately said he would fight beside her. Frisch made one final attempt to stop them, but failed, and Choi argued that allowing Loper to destroy his own homeland would be even crueler, turning the village into a slaughterhouse. Seeing their determination wouldn't break, Frisch stopped trying to persuade them and joined the battle. He moved into position with practiced ease, jumping onto a nearby building to claim the high ground while Choi and Abelson approached from the front. From above, Frisch kept his gaze fixed on Loper, ready to move the instant anything went wrong. At that moment, the possession took complete control. Whatever will Loper retained was torn away, and his entire presence changed as instinct replaced reason. Almost immediately, his eyes snapped toward Frisch's elevated position. Frisch recognized the danger at once. The hero's instinct was simple: eliminate the back line first. He braced for a direct attack. Loper surged forward with terrifying speed, but before he could strike, Abelson stepped in and intercepted him head-on. She planted her feet and blocked the blow with her shield, shaking the street with the impact. Without wasting a moment, she released her sacred power. Brilliant energy erupted as spectral chains wrapped around Loper's limbs to restrain him. At the same time, she signaled Choi to move. Choi burst forward and closed the distance instantly. He took full advantage of the opening created by the chains. In one swift movement, he grabbed Loper, threw him off balance, and slammed him into the ground hard enough to crack the stone. But Choi knew that meant nothing yet. A legend like Loper wouldn't fall so easily. The real battle was only beginning. Then Choi locked his legs around Loper and, using every ounce of strength, drove him into the ground again. The impact carved a deep crater. Loper remained still for a moment, and Choi jumped backward to create distance. Behind him, Abelson watched the crater with shield and spear prepared, trying to determine whether it was over. Choi already knew the answer. His strongest attack hadn't left a single mark. Loper's body was bent backward with his chin raised, yet he was completely unharmed. Red smoke began spreading around him, and tiny sparks flickered through the air. Nearby, Frisch kept his weapon trained on Loper. He knew monsters like this remained down only if purified by a priest or decapitated. Abelson quickly searched for another option. Exorcism magic could work, but only if she had enough time to concentrate and complete the spell. The problem was obvious. She still lacked the skill to fight and cast simultaneously. A storm began gathering overhead, twisting into a lightning-filled vortex. Abelson looked upward and instinctively raised her shield. Rahel gasped when the first drops of rain fell. The sudden storm caught her off guard. Abelson frowned as the rain soaked her. This wasn't natural, and her eyes immediately turned back to Loper. One hand was raised, fingers clenched. while countless bolts of lightning gathered around it. In that instant, it became clear that Loper's title had never been exaggerated. Lord of the Heavenly Thunder suited him perfectly. He summoned a storm, and lightning answered, crashing around him with enough force to blast dust and broken earth into the air. There was no doubt that he truly was the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder. Loper stood at the storm's center, cloak whipping behind him, holding two swords, one silver and the other formed from living lightning. Then his unique transcendental power activated the Thunder Sword style, Lightning Haste. With blazing eyes, Loper launched forward at terrifying speed. In an instant, he crossed the battlefield, leaving only trails of electricity behind. He swung both swords simultaneously. Choi barely reacted in time, crossing his arms to block, shocked by how absurdly fast Loper was. Even while staring directly at him, Choi could barely follow. Loper was simply too fast to track. Loper gave him no time to recover and attacked again from above with the lightning sword. Choi raised his right fist beneath his face and used it as a shield to absorb the blow. From a nearby rooftop, Frisch kept his aim on Loper, protecting the back line. As rain poured down, a jagged crack tore through the ground along Loper's path, shaped like lightning. Even in the darkness, the red glow around him burned brightly and menacingly. Hatred filled Loper's eyes. Veins bulged across his face as he charged Choi again. This time, Abelson stepped before Choi, gripping her spear and raising her shield. From behind her, Choi sensed the approaching blow and warned that it was a frontal attack. She didn't hesitate. Her shield responded immediately, creating a second barrier, enormous and golden, spreading before her. But Loper was sharper than expected. Rather than crashing into it, he planted one foot on the shield, leaped upward, and slipped over the barrier. In midair, he flipped past Frisch so cleanly that Frisch didn't even notice him overhead. Abelson stared for a split second, then sprinted forward, shouting a warning to Frisch and preparing another defense. She knew the attack wasn't finished. Loper raised one arm, and a lightning bolt tore down from the sky directly into Frisch. The blast threw him from the roof and smashed him into the ground, opening a crater. Rahel flew to the edge and looked down in horror. Frisch was badly twisted at the bottom, but still breathing. He managed a slight movement, just enough to show he had barely survived. A second later, and he would have died. Behind Abelson, Choi kept watching Loper, who now stood on the rooftop Frisch had occupied. Up above him, the storm continued to churn, with lightning flashing around his silhouette. Then another sign appeared, revealing the next power Loper was about to use, Thunder Sword style, Bolt from the Blue. He leaped forward, drew both swords back, and hurled them directly at Choi. Once again, Abelson jumped before him, and her shield's golden power expanded the instant the blades struck. The impact was monstrous. She gritted her teeth and held on with all her strength as the ground beneath her feet began to collapse. Behind her, Choi saw the opening and signaled the exact moment to move. Abelson immediately dropped to one knee, giving him a step. Choi used her as a launching point, flew forward, and drove a full-power kick into Loper's stomach, blasting him backward. As he was sent flying, Loper gritted his teeth, furious at being struck. Choi wasted no time and turned toward Frisch, who had already begun recovering from the fall. For Choi, the battle was far from over. This was the moment for a risky move they had practiced before. He grabbed Frisch's scratched arm while Frisch's glasses sat crooked. Frisch hesitated briefly, knowing how dangerous this was against an enemy who had just escaped death. Still, once he understood Choi's intention, he gripped back. With perfect timing, Frisch twisted Choi's body in midair and threw him forward with all his strength toward Loper, who was already recovering, arching backward with both swords ready. While flying through the air, Choi gathered his power and activated dropkick, driving himself directly at Loper with one leg extended. He put everything into it. Just before impact, tension showed in his eyes. Undead or not, he believed breaking the body should stop it. The collision was enormous. Lightning and dust exploded from the impact, and the shockwave was so powerful that the others had to brace themselves, as they are blown back. Clinging to Frisch's cloak, Rahel watches nervously through the spreading dust. Desperate to see what happened, little by little, the dust clears and reveals the truth. Loper is completely unharmed. With a cold expression, he holds Choi by the leg as if he weighs nothing, while Choi struggles helplessly in the air. His grip tightens around Choi's ankle. Then red lightning begins pouring from his body. It's a technique called lightning flash. The electricity races mercilessly through Choi's entire body. He screams as violent spasms tear through him. Seeing this, Abelson cries out Choi's name, tears filling her eyes. Frisch attacks from behind with his crossbow while Loper is still holding Choi, and the hero screams in pain. He strikes with everything he has, forcing Loper to release him. Choi is sent flying back toward Frisch, and they crash to the ground near Abelson. Frisch quickly checks him and confirms he's still breathing, crediting his survival to the body Rotak carefully altered. Choi lies motionless, his eyes empty and almost catatonic while red sparks continue, leaking from his body. Frisch watches anxiously, resting the crossbow on his shoulder. He knows that no matter how much Rotak reinforced that body, Choi won't survive long without treatment. Before Frisch can do anything else, an invisible force hits him and sends him flying. He crashes down and goes limp, completely unconscious. Rahel panics, shaking him and begging him to wake up. With everyone falling around her, Abelson calls upon her holiest power. Divine magic rises as Sanctuary activates. Golden wings spread from her back, and brilliant light pours from her body. She knows exactly what this power will cost. Sanctuary consumes a huge amount of divine energy, and while it's active, she can't move from that spot. Even so, it's an incredibly durable technique designed to hold the line no matter what. Right now, it's her strongest defense. A golden sphere expands from Abelson and shields everyone behind her. Abelson looks at her spear and begins doubting herself. Even with everything she has, it still may not be enough. The gap between her and Loper feels too great, and for the first time, she wonders whether she can protect anyone at all. Loper charges straight at her and repeatedly slams into the barrier. With every hit, Sanctuary shakes and cracks spread across the golden shell. Behind her, Choi is paralyzed and helpless. If she breaks now, he has no chance of surviving. Crying, Abelson begs Loper to regain his senses. She reminds him who he is, of the village he gave his life to, and of the promise he made after waking that he wanted to live again for Marriott. But Loper continues attacking without stopping. Each blow makes the cracks spread farther. Desperate as the barrier nears its limit, Abelson cries through her tears. She reminds him of the dream he once shared, the wish to become a father his daughter could be proud of. Loper suddenly thrusts his hands forward, grabs Abelson by the neck, and slams her hard to the ground. Then he pins her beneath him and squeezes her throat so tightly she can barely breathe. Even while choking, Abelson uses what little air remains to keep speaking. She reminds Loper of the people he loved in that land, everything he wanted to protect, and his dream of making that place better for everyone. In painful silence, she begs him to wake up and see clearly again because it still isn't too late. Then something begins to change. Memories flood Loper's mind. He sees celebrations, laughter, and people thanking him. Moments when he was praised not as a monster, but as a savior, a symbol of hope. Still, the pressure on Abelson's neck keeps increasing, and her vision begins to fade. Just before losing consciousness, tears stream down her face as Abelson forces out one final truth. To them, Loper was a hero. Then drops fall onto her. Shocked, she almost thinks it's rain. A moment later, she realizes it isn't. She slowly reaches up, touches Loper's face, and feels tears on her fingers. He is crying. And just as he seems ready to think about how irritating she is, he suddenly shouts at her to shut up. Red lightning wraps around him while tears continue, falling from his eyes. Then, without hesitation, he drives the silver sword straight toward Abelson's chest. Seeing this, Frisch freezes in horror. The shock hits so hard that he tries to call out to Abelson without even thinking. Then the story cuts to a memory. Frisch stands in Lady Hemis's office holding a long document and suggests restarting necromancy research. Hemis rejects it immediately, saying necromancy is forbidden in the Third Legion, and she made sure the other legions stayed away from it too. Frisch notices how strict she always becomes whenever undead are mentioned and quietly wonders why. Still writing, Lady Hemis asks him a simple question, whether he still remembers their faces. Frisch admits to himself that he does. He still remembers his old training companions, all of whom died in battle, while he alone survived. Hemis stops writing and sets down her pen. She says she has faces like that too. People she wants to see again. People who died young because they were weak. Back then, she thought it would be wonderful to bring them back, and that longing drove her to research necromancy herself. She succeeded in reviving some of them, and for a moment she was truly happy, believing she had restored those bonds. In the memory, Hemis reaches toward one of the reanimated figures and promises herself she will treat them better this time and protect them. But then the memory continues. Instead of taking her hand, the creature grabs her wrist with hostile force. It was all a lie. The moment it tried to kill her, Hemis understood that undead were driven by a deep, overwhelming hunger. Past feelings and old bonds meant nothing to them. It was something no one could fully resist. Keeping her head lowered, Hemis says undead might rapidly increase an army's numbers. But one question matters most. What if the corpse's blade someday turns against the one giving orders? The memory shows Hemis standing over the bloody corpse of a demon revived through her own research. The scene feels heavy and grim. She thinks about those creatures eventually turning on their creators, filled with hatred and cursing whoever dragged them back into a miserable existence. With pain and resolve, she says she never wants to face that again. The story snaps back to the present as Abelson opens her eyes, still unable to move, after Loper's attack. She quickly sees that the strike missed. Loper's silver sword is embedded in the ground between her arm and side, trembling slightly, but she is unharmed. Frisch stands there in shock. How could Loper miss at such close range? Then an almost impossible thought occurs to him. Perhaps Loper overcame the undead urge, controlling him. Loper struggles through tears, biting his lips until they bleed and begging for it to stop, begging for the pain to end. His trembling body pulls the sword from the ground, and only one desperate wish remains inside him, not to hurt anyone else. He still hovers over Abelson with one hand around her neck, raising the sword again for another strike. But before he can bring it down, something stops him. Choi suddenly appears and drives a brutal kick into Loper's neck. The impact is so powerful that it tears his head clean off and sends it flying. Loper's body begins crumbling into dust as countless glowing lights rise around him. The same happens to his severed head as it starts to crumble. Even then, he has enough strength left to thank them from the bottom of his heart. He wears a genuine smile, with tears still on his face. In his final moments, Loper feels relieved that he was stopped before harming the princess. As his eyes slowly close and the lights around his head grow brighter, only one feeling remains: gratitude that he can leave as a father his daughter could be proud of. Abelson watches silently as Loper disappears into the light, one hand pressed to her chest and her eyes filled with tears. She whispers his name with pain, respect, and gratitude. After using the last of his strength to stop Loper, Choi collapses face first onto the ground. A low groan makes Abelson turn, and she quickly moves over to sit beside him. Frisch approaches and checks him, quickly realizing Choi has passed out. Quietly, he admits to himself that Choi's willpower is absurd. Soon, movement in the distance shows other people approaching. Abelson recognizes them as villagers, though it seems strange that they didn't go to the temple. Frisch doesn't wait. He runs and takes Rahel with him. A group of spear-carrying guards appears first, followed by several villagers. They stop before Phobelson's, who is sitting on the ground with Choi's head in her lap. The guards say they were sent by the temple's diocese and demand information about the unholy energy still lingering nearby. They order her to state her name and affiliation. Abelson tightens her hold on Choi after noticing flaws in their insignias. Real priests would never wear markings like those. Her mind races. She has almost no divine power left, making a fight nearly impossible. But telling the truth would immediately put Choi in danger. Trapped between both choices, she remains still, unsure what to do. On a rooftop, hidden behind a chimney, Frisch and Rahel watch from above. In a nervous whisper, Rahel asks how everything became such a mess. Frisch quickly tells her to be quiet, or they will be noticed. Below, Abelson asks everyone to step back for a moment. Then someone important arrives, Bishop Tranio of the Southern Mariot Diocese. One look at them, and he seems to recognize their faces. Abelson is stunned. She can't understand why a bishop would be there, so far from his territory. Seeing her reaction, Tranio gives her a subtle signal to remain silent without letting the guards notice. Then he personally assures them that the two are safe and says they should accompany him for now, making it clear he will accept full responsibility. The next scene moves to an elegant room with white and blue wallpaper and refined white furniture. At the central table, Tranio holds his hand over a purple sphere. He explains that they found the communication device among the Saintess's belongings and classified it as a forbidden item powered by demonic energy. Sitting across from him, Abelson keeps her hands between her thighs and asks what will happen to them now. She fears they will be restrained and sent to the Holy Empire's capital. Instead of answering immediately, Tranio smiles gently and mentions the pilgrimage they made across the continent years earlier. He admits he didn't think much of her at the time. To him, she was a sheltered princess trying to join a brutal journey, and he expected her to last less than a week. He believed it was spoiled pride, but he was wrong. Throughout that entire year, the young saintess never complained once. He remembers Abelson hanging laundry while laughing and playing with village children. In another memory, she teaches children in a small classroom. Regardless of age, gender, or status, she treats everyone with equal kindness and care. Tranio once asked why she worked so hard for others, and her answer was simple. She was only doing what she believed was right. Back in the present, Tranio smiles at Abelson and says the saintess he knew would never betray her beliefs or work with demons for selfish reasons. That's why he wants the full truth. What really happened? Those words bring tears to Abelson's eyes, but she holds them back. Staring at the floor, she finally begins telling him everything that happened. Later, in a dungeon, the hero lies unconscious on the stone floor. Sensing someone nearby, he forces his eyes open and sees long, shining hair. For a moment, he thinks the woman before him is the most beautiful person he has ever seen, like an angel. Surely, it is Abelson Marriott. He calls her name. But it isn't Abelson, it's Frisch. Embarrassed, Frisch mutters to Rahel that the hero must have hit his head hard. Then he asks whether Choi is okay. The moment Choi recognizes him, he slams himself against the wall and grumbles that Frisch suddenly started acting strangely. Annoyed, he demands the demonic energy used to heal him back. Kneeling there, Frisch snaps that he even sneaked into the temple to save an ungrateful brat like him. Then the bishop appears in the corridor, calm as ever, with Abelson directly behind him. Both Choi and Frisch are shocked to see her. Abelson approaches the cell with a key, and when Choi asks what's happening, she explains that she has known the bishop for a long time and that he is going to help them escape. Still worried, Choi grabs the bars and says he appreciates the help, but the bishop could face serious trouble for this. Tranio remains calm and says he has already lived long enough. In an old body waiting for God's call, he has nothing left to fear. Abelson unlocks the cell and releases Choi, then asks the bishop to join them. He refuses, saying too many people are already terrified of the undead. If a bishop flees his diocese now, the faithful will lose faith in God. Then he slips a hand into his sleeve and says he is returning her belongings. He pulls out the purple sphere and places it in Abelson's hands, telling her to leave without looking back. She shouldn't worry, only continue following what she believes is right. Her eyes fill with tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. Tranio continues speaking to Abelson, but his words are clearly meant for Frisch and Rahel, too. Frisch awkwardly tries to conceal himself with pieces of armor, while Rahel freezes in shock, realizing the bishop knew all along what he and Choi truly were. Frisch, annoyed and incredulous, mutters that if the bishop knew from the beginning, he could have said so before Frisch went through all the trouble of wearing that armor. As Tranio turns to leave, he makes one final shameless request of the hero he has only just met. Please take good care of the young saintess. The chapter ends with the three of them riding through the forest toward an uncertain future, with a little hope still remaining. Back at his desk, Bishop Tranio thinks about the undead and decides he should report it before matters worsen. Then a woman's voice calls to him. A purple-haired woman enters with guards carrying an official decree. By order of His Holiness, Tranio has been stripped of his rank for helping the traitor Abelson, and they demand to know where Abelson Marriott is. The woman is Kinley Riverford, the legendary wanderer of Gartron. Tranio calmly adjusts himself in his chair and greets her, noting that this is their first meeting since her last birthday. He also remarks that the little saintess isn't with her. Kinley demands to know where the traitor went. She warns that he understands the consequences, and if he continues provoking Orban's anger, matters will only worsen. Tranio laughs lightly and mentions the interrogation chamber, reserved for heretics. Without turning toward them, he says that if they truly require his cooperation, he has no choice. He only asks for a little time to change into his ceremonial robes. One guard refuses, saying they can't leave such a dangerous criminal alone. Still facing away, Tranio reminds Kinley that he once carried her on his back and helped raise her. For the sake of that old bond, he asks for one final opportunity to preserve everyone's dignity. After a brief silence, Kinley allows it and says she will accept full responsibility. Tranio opens a door and asks that the papers on his desk be delivered to His Holiness. Then he bids Lady Kinley farewell and walks away. She watches him leave with sadness and quietly calls his name at a small table covered with books. Bishop Tranio opens a drawer and mutters to himself, trying to remember where he placed it. Inside are several personal belongings, including a small doll resembling Lady Kinley and a short sword with a golden hilt. After finding it, Tranio quietly says he has finally found what he needs. He carefully lifts the sword and, in a sorrowful voice, admits he is glad he could see Lady Kinley one last time. Then he places the tip beneath his chin and closes his eyes. Thinking of the little saintess too, he whispers one final wish, that she remains safe. The story returns to the two demons and the saintess racing down the road. From behind Abelson, Choi asks whether they can still return to the bishop. Abelson says no, they cannot look back. Sadness crosses her face as she adds that the bishop would have wanted it that way. Up ahead, Frisch asks where they are going now. Abelson reveals their destination, Natasha, the capital of Marriott. They are heading to the royal palace. The story then shifts to Gartron's grand cathedral. Before the altar, the Pope quietly announces that Tranio is dead. From that, he concludes that Choi Hyun-sok and Abelson escaped. The scene then shows Lady Kinley standing behind him. She explains that tracking them has been difficult because they appear to have hired a highly skilled rogue, leaving almost no trail. Holding several documents against her chest, Kinley continues, saying their destination can only be one of three places. First, they may seek refuge in Drazen, a nation hostile to Gartron. Another possibility is Ultimum Festo, where deserter heroes gather. The third is Marriott's royal family, since Abelson is related to them. The Pope then mentions reports that Choi Hyun-suk's group defeated Lofred Dozer. He notes that the man's growth has greatly exceeded their expectations, which is troubling. Kinley confirms that everything investigated so far indicates it is true. Then she adds that Tranio left an important message for her to deliver. She hands the documents to the Pope and says that under the circumstances, she intends to arrange Tranio's funeral herself. Before she can finish, the Pope coldly interrupts and orders Tranio's head severed and displayed in the market. Kinley is horrified. She can't believe such an order concerns Tranio of all people, but the Pope simply turns and says treason allows no exceptions. The public must see what happens to anyone foolish. Enough to help Choi and Abelson. Shaken, Kinley reminds him that Tranio was Azahel's most treasured disciple, even after Azahel died. She also recalls that the Pope himself guided Tranio into the priesthood and shaped everything he accomplished in Southern Marriott. The Pope interrupts again, this time sharply calling her name. His gaze hardens as he says she forgets this far too often. Then he makes it clear that he is the Pope, not her equal. Lady Kinley says nothing. She simply stands there, wide-eyed and shaken by the way he spoke. A little later, the Pope sits on a bench in the Grand Cathedral and reviews the documents. Reading them, he mutters that demonic energy and necromancy are involved and that the Demon King has finally chosen to confront him openly. Even so, he remains calm. After a brief pause, he adds that this might actually work to his advantage. Park Hyuna lies on a large bed with her hands behind her head, grumbling that this is such a nuisance. The man who begged for her help suddenly died, and now she has no idea what to do. Looking back, she admits she should have tested the relationship between the Demon King and Hemis before choosing a side. But she openly supported Hemis, so now she is certain the Demon King is planning something. Then Hyuna suddenly sits up. Something feels wrong. It is far too quiet. Clenching her teeth, she reasons that if Hemis is gone, some form of retaliation should be coming for her too. That strange silence only makes her feel worse. An imaginary little angel appears beside her and suggests asking Gartron to send her back to the beginning of that other world. Hyuna lowers her head and mocks the idea. Returning would mean becoming a second version of herself without free will, essentially a puppet. She would rather die than live like that. Then a small demonic version of herself offers another option. Switch sides again and serve Drazen instead. If Lubu could have 3 fathers, Hyuna could serve 3 masters. She immediately rejects that. She already went to Drazen with Sullivan, and they made it clear that they didn't accept refugees from another world. Trembling, she covers her face and realizes only one option remains: the Demon King army. Frustrated, she thinks that if she had known from the beginning that the Demon King and Holy Empire were merely pretending, she would have chosen very differently. Hyuna finally snaps. Grabbing her head, she shouts that she obviously wouldn't be trapped here if she had known sooner. If she had learned the truth back then, she would have followed Sullivan's advice and gone with him to Ultimum Festo. As she tries to calm herself, her thoughts keep racing. By the time she understood what was really happening, she had already become a Legion commander. All this time, she suppressed her fear and told herself no one would be insane enough to discard a Legion commander. But now that belief begins to crack. Standing there with wide eyes, she wonders whether she should escape while she still can. At that moment, someone knocks at the door. A voice announces Vice Commander Onyx. When he enters, he carries a glowing purple sphere and says, "Red One from the 3rd Legion has something urgent to tell her." Hyuna stares suspiciously at the sphere, wondering what this could mean at a time like this. Immediately afterward, the orb begins playing a message. The voice says the matter is important and asks whether anyone else is present. Hyuna answers that Vice Commander Onyx is with her. The voice orders everyone else to leave. Hyuna doesn't argue and sends Onyx and the others away. Once the door closes and she is alone, the message continues. It says this is from Hyunsuk. Hyuna must not trust anyone. The only person she can trust is herself. Hyuna raises an eyebrow. Surprised, she asks why his name is coming up now and what the message is supposed to mean. The sphere in her hand begins cracking. The voice says it doesn't know all the details either, only that the warning is urgent. But before it can finish, the bedroom door bursts open. Several demons rush inside and aim their swords at Hyuna. At the front, a hooded figure says they must move the plan ahead of the date reported to the Demon King, but they have no choice. The next second, the demons raise their weapons and shout the order to kill the human traitor. Hyuna lets out a nervous laugh as cold sweat runs down her face. Frozen in place, she mutters that bad feelings, never wrong. The scene then shifts to Natasha, Marriott's capital. Moving through the crowded streets, Hyunsuk says they have finally arrived. Beside him, Rahel looks around excitedly, taking in the vast city, packed with shops and people. As they follow the main road, Frisch asks what they will do next. Abelson answers immediately, they are going to meet her father. Still, since they have finally reached a real city, she says perhaps they can also try one of the famous restaurants. As she speaks, the carriage that just passed continues rolling down the street. For a brief moment, the person inside is visible through the window. It is Lady Hemus. The instant the carriage passes, the protagonist feels something strange, as if he knows someone inside. He stops in the middle of the street and turns to watch it, causing the others to stop too. Rahel asks what's wrong. Without looking away, Hyunsuk asks whether she saw it. Still confused, she asks what he means. After watching the carriage for a few seconds, MC quietly says he thought he saw Lady Hemus, then dismisses it. The three eventually stop at the entrance to Marriott's royal palace. The guards react immediately. One firmly states that this is the royal palace. Unauthorized people may not enter, and they must explain their business and identify themselves. In response, Abelson reaches up and pulls back her hood, revealing her face. In a steady voice, she introduces herself as Abelson Marriott, second in line to the throne of the Kingdom of Marriott, and requests an audience with His Majesty the King. Soon afterward, Abelson, Choi, and Frisch stand before the king on his throne. After hearing their report, the king calmly says he understands how matters came to this. Slightly tense, Abelson asks her father whether she may remain there for a while. He immediately agrees and makes it clear she is always welcome. Then, to Abelson's surprise, he stands and embraces her. He tells her not to worry about the Holy Empire because her father will handle it. When he releases her, he says she must be exhausted after such a long journey. Moved by his warmth, Abelson calls him father. The king then says everyone should rest and that they will continue the discussion the next day. Off to the side, Kirbyr Marriott, the first prince, watches with a faint smile. Elsewhere in the hall stands Rice Marriott, the fourth prince, near one of the side thrones. Sometime later, the scene moves to a richly decorated room. Inside, Frisch lies sprawled across a huge bed, completely relaxed. Watching him, Hyunsuk places a hand on his waist and says the hospitality is impressive, though their room is much too far from Abelson's. Rahel replies that this isn't the time to worry about that, and as far as she is concerned, receiving a room like this is already enough. Abelson explains that she tried to place them in the room beside hers, but palace rules prevented it. Inwardly, she hopes they will wait a little longer. Still lounging on the bed, Frisch smirks and says the stare directed at them is so intense that it might drill through the wall. Abelson looks confused, unsure what he means. Frisch sits up and calmly tells Rahel to cast a sound blocking spell over the room. Once she does, Frisch explains what he sensed. One person is in the tree outside the window, two are in the palace tower, and a powerful presence is staying 2 doors away. The instant Abelson hears this, she throws open the door, steps into the hallway, and demands to know who ordered her companions to be watched. One of the 2 men in the corridor says they are acting under the fourth prince's orders. He explains that the surveillance is meant to prevent any scandal involving unknown people inside the palace. Furious, Abelson orders them to leave immediately. She sharply reminds them that she is Abelson Marriott, second in line to the throne, and asks whether they have forgotten. Directly behind her, Hyunsuk appears in the doorway and asks whether she is okay. Abelson folds her hands and, as if she hadn't just snapped at the guards, calmly says she should be asking him that. Then she sincerely apologizes for how he and the others were treated. Choi gives an awkward smile and shrugs slightly, saying the guards aren't entirely wrong. He understands the situation and tells her not to worry. That makes Abelson lower her eyes and thank him. She apologizes again, respectfully calling him Mr. Protagonist. Then a thought occurs to her. Even after returning home, she still doesn't feel at ease. Realizing this, she quietly wonders what they are supposed to do next. The following morning, everyone sits down for breakfast around a huge 10-seat table with 8 seats occupied. Sitting across from Abelson, one prince says he understands. If undead are involved, they have an idea of what may be happening. He explains that undead suddenly appeared in a small mining village on Marriott's far northern border, so half of the royal knights were immediately sent there. Abelson maintains a gentle smile as he adds that it is probably similar to what happened in Kaitan. According to him, a device was likely buried underground, and once destroyed, the demonic energy in the village should return to normal. While eating, Hyunsuk points out that if half the royal knights are gone, someone must still remain to protect the royal family. The king calmly replies that soldiers are still in the palace, and more importantly, Sir Valder, the heart of the order, stayed behind. MC then asks who Sir Valder is. The king says Valder is a legendary warrior and one of Marriott's greatest sources of pride. Then he points to Valder at the table. He also mentions that Choi and his group were the ones who gave Sir Loper peace, so Valder is deeply grateful and wished to join them for breakfast. The protagonist leans toward Abelson and whispers that if this man is really Sir Loper's grandson, he looks far too young. Abelson gives an awkward smile and quietly says the reason is somewhat complicated. Before she can finish, Valder speaks. He asks whether his name is Hyunsuk and says he doesn't seem to know much about legends yet. He promises to explain later and invites him to the training grounds after breakfast, where they can exchange a few blows while talking. MC immediately brightens and says he will definitely be there. Just then, someone knocks on the dining hall door. The king looks at the entering butler and asks what is happening during breakfast. After stepping forward and bowing, the butler reports that a delegation from Gartron has arrived. Kerbier slams his hands onto the table and rises, clearly furious. He says the kingdom already gave its answer and asks what right Gartron has to interfere in Marriott's internal affairs. The king raises a hand to calm him. He says he agrees, but they must remain composed for now, especially with Abelson present. Rice then remarks that if his sister is truly innocent, there should be no problem with her going to Gartron and explaining matters herself. The king turns toward him with a hard stare and tells him not to ruin the mood. Abelson is family. Hyunsuk looks at her with concern. The entire atmosphere at the table changes instantly, and he quietly wonders what is happening and whether she is okay. But Abelson says nothing. She simply keeps her head lowered in silence. Later, in an open section of the castle, he runs toward the training grounds. As soon as Valder sees him, he says the protagonist arrived quickly. The protagonist answers that he could never refuse an invitation from a legend. Noticing he has many questions, Valder tells him to ask whatever he wants. Inwardly, he reminds himself that the protagonist is one of his grandfather's benefactors. Feeling slightly uneasy, MC asks whether he may begin with a question about Abelson. As he speaks, he remembers the tense atmosphere at breakfast and how unpleasant it felt. Valder stretches before answering. He says beginning with the princess is unexpected, but since he promised, he will answer honestly. Abelson's position is poor. He explains that the continent is divided between two major powers, Gartron and Drazen, and Marriott leans toward diplomatic relations with Gartron. This became even clearer after Princess Abelson was chosen as a saintess. He says that after Abelson's recent actions, the royal family is probably in a difficult position. Valder partly agrees, but says the king isn't someone who would easily abandon his family. He adds that Abelson resembles the late queen, and the crown prince deeply cares for his younger sister. As for the third and fourth princes, both are timid and weak-willed, making it difficult to know what they will do. Valder continues, saying that because the king and crown prince openly care for Abelson, the third and fourth princes will struggle to force their views. Hyunsuk then asks what Valder himself thinks. Valder calmly replies that he is only the royal family's sword, and a sword moves according to the will of whoever holds it. Valder continues stretching, rolling his shoulders with his hands behind his back. As he moves, he says his master has always been His Majesty, the king of this nation. He swore that oath decades ago when he first became a knight. The protagonist is stunned by that word, decades. Hesitantly, he asks how old Valder is. Valder answers casually, 97. Even more shocked, the protagonist says that isn't merely youthful, it's unbelievable. As he begins stretching his legs, Valder calmly says that is only natural. He is a legend, after all. Then he asks how much Hyunsuk actually knows about heroes and legends. Scratching his head, Hyunsuk awkwardly says not much. Valder looks young, uses lightning, and being hit by it hurts terribly. Valder sighs and says he truly knows almost nothing. He explains that the lightning belonged only to his grandfather. To begin with, a hero is someone whose power greatly surpasses ordinary people. But the term also describes those who haven't yet crossed the threshold to become a legend. Then Valder asks what separates a hero from a legend. Hyunsuk freezes, eyes wide, then hesitantly guesses that perhaps it is youth. Valder says the protagonist is strangely obsessed with that idea, though he isn't entirely wrong. He explains that when a hero reaches the realm of legends, their body becomes young again and returns to its physical peak. That is why he doesn't look 97. Then he adds a second part, authority. It sounds grand, he says, but it is really a personal trait, a special power ordinary people don't possess. According to Valder, when someone crosses the boundary and becomes a legend, that special trait appears. It may take many forms. Like his grandfather's lightning, it may be connected to one of the 5 elements, or like Gartron's Great Barrier, it may manifest as a type of telekinesis focused on defense. In most cases, such traits are connected to physical strength or raw power. However, in rare cases, much stranger powers emerge. As an example, he mentions Basil of Drazen, whose ability could completely erase a specific moment. Valder concludes by saying powers like that are extremely rare. Hyunsuk then asks whether becoming a legend also means becoming a mage. Raising his arms overhead to stretch, Valder says it isn't quite the same as conventional magic. Mages normally train through incantations and meditation to control a certain attribute. Authority works differently. At its core, it requires no incantation, meditation, or even training to activate. Valder says all someone must do is combine imagination with the trait they gained and use it freely. Hyunsuk quietly repeats the word legend and thinks about Park Hyuna. Then he begins wondering how old that woman truly is. Valder continues, saying that even so, becoming a legend doesn't make someone all-powerful. He says Asahel had incredible defense, but it came with an enormous drain on physical energy. Crossing his arms, he adds that his grandfather was heavily affected by the weather. Hyunsuk's eyes widen, and he repeats the word in surprise. Valder explains that on a clear day without moisture in the air, his grandfather couldn't summon storms. Still impressed, Hyunsuk asks what kind of authority Sir Valder possesses. Valder rests a hand on the golden section of the sword at his waist and says he expected that question, so he has already finished warming up. Immediately afterward, he draws his sword and grips it firmly. He says it is time to prepare for a practice duel, and while the protagonist is there, he will let him experience that power firsthand. He promises that this alone will make him much stronger than before. Hyunsuk freezes briefly, forcing a tense smile. Even so, he accepts and says he understands. That night, Abelson quietly walks through the castle halls. Beneath the full moon, she stops outside her father's room, knocks softly, and begins announcing herself. as Abelson but stops mid-sentence. Voices are already shouting on the other side of the door. One voice angrily mocks someone for still calling himself king. The moment Abelson recognizes it, she freezes. It is her brother, Res. Inside, the king remains seated while Rhys loudly declares that Gartron will someday rule the entire continent. He insists that even Drazen and the smaller kingdoms between them will eventually kneel before Gartron. Still agitated, Rhys continues, saying Gartron has more than enough power to accomplish it. To him, it is absurd for a small kingdom like Marriott to resist. The king says nothing, keeping his head lowered and eyes closed as he listens silently. Rhys presses harder, arguing that a ruler must sacrifice a few people to protect the many. The third prince, who is also present, admits that Rhys isn't completely wrong. A ruler must sometimes make painful sacrifices for the greater good. Hearing this, the king slowly clenches his fist. But the prince adds one important point. Abelson isn't merely one of the few. She is their older sister. Rhys turns on his brother and asks whether that means Marriott should go to war with Gartron. How can such a small kingdom make such a reckless choice? Because of personal feelings? That is when the king finally speaks. He says he is considering opening negotiations with Drazen. Marriott, he explains, is the largest buffer between the two great powers. Because of that, Drazen might accept a diplomatic proposal if Marriott reaches out in friendship. Still, they must proceed very carefully to avoid provoking Gartron. Outside, Abelson sits on the hallway floor and listens silently. Then Rhys's voice rings out again, calling it far too dangerous a gamble. Tears begin running down Abelson's face. Through her grief, she whispers Bishop Tranio's name. Her entire body trembles as she cries harder, and in that broken state, she asks herself what she is supposed to do now. Abelson asks how Choi's training with Sir Valder is progressing. He says it is going fairly well and that he is improving even faster than he did under Lord Redrun. She then asks whether he has already witnessed Sir Valder's authority. Choi repeats the word, trying to understand it. A moment later, he connects it to Sir Valder's so-called hyperfocus and asks whether that is what she means. The story returns to their training, where Sir Valder confirms that his authority is, indeed, hyperfocus. He explains that hyperfocus is an extreme state of concentration. Even before a fight begins, he can fully lock onto his opponent. In that state, he reads breathing, muscle movement, and tiny motions so precisely that he can predict what comes next. Put simply, regardless of the trick an enemy uses, he reads their next move a fraction of a second early. By the time they act, he already knows the best response. Watching Choi, he predicts the rapid approach, the attack aimed at his center, and even the follow-up from above. Choi rushes forward and attempts his combination, but before he can complete it, Sir Valder has already moved. His counter lands at the perfect moment, stopping the attack and sending Choi flying. Sir Valder explains that every move requires preparation, and even a feint cannot completely hide the true strike. To him, those signs always appear first. Choi realizes how unfair the ability feels and wonders whether it is simply broken. Even so, Sir Valder says it isn't unbeatable and does have limitations. As he begins explaining its weakness, Choi, still shaken, is stunned that he would reveal it at all. He immediately asks why Sir Valder would share something so important with someone he barely knows. Sir Valder says there are two reasons. First, even if Choi knew how to counter it, he still wouldn't be strong enough to defeat him head-on. Then he gives the second reason. He believes Choi is the princess's knight. He says he already noticed how deeply the princess trusted Choi during their journey. The way she treated him made it obvious. From that, he concluded Choi directly serves someone of high rank and is meant to support the princess at close range. Because of this, he has no interest in showing off his authority or interfering in matters that aren't his concern. To clarify his point, he gives an extreme example. What if only one person could be saved, the prince or the princess? Without hesitation, he says he would save the prince. That makes his meaning clear. If that situation ever occurs, Choi's duty would be to protect the princess. Choi steadies himself, still trying to absorb everything. Then Servalder returns to the main point and explains how his ability can be countered. He reveals that because concentration has limits, dealing with multiple enemies at once is difficult for him. Hyperfocus requires all his attention on a single target, so tracking several threats simultaneously isn't realistic. He continues, saying that against someone with an authority focused on physical power, he would be disadvantaged in terms of raw strength. His gift allows him to predict and react. It doesn't make him physically stronger. So when facing a group, the best option is a battlefield that narrows the engagement, such as a corridor where enemies must approach one at a time. He also recommends using terrain, traps, and outside support. Ultimately, the goal is to accumulate every possible advantage and compensate for the gap in power. Choi asks whether Servalder can activate his authority whenever he wishes. Servalder says yes, but only after years of brutal training. He built resistance to cold, heat, pain, and even poison so he could continue using it. Then he adds that the same methods could be applied to Choi if necessary. Choi looks confused, so Servalder clarifies. He isn't teaching him this, so Choi can defeat him now. That leaves Choi even more confused, still trying to understand the true purpose. Servalder explains that if Choi continues serving as the princess's knight, they will probably fight on the same side someday. Before trusting an ally in battle, one must understand their weaknesses. Thinking about everything he has witnessed, Choi realizes just how terrifying that power is. It feels as though Servalder could strike him repeatedly before Choi lands a single blow. Abelson remains mostly quiet while Choi continues trying to understand how dangerous that authority truly is. Choi says it is nice that things have been peaceful lately. Abelson, however, admits she doesn't know how long that peace will continue. Even so, she says it has been a long time since they were able to train this peacefully. Choi agrees that it is unusually quiet. Abelson says the calm feels like the silence before a storm. He finds that strange and begins wondering whether something bad is coming, but then dramatically dismisses it, saying there is nothing to worry about, while Sir Valder and the others are there. Seeing his reaction, Abelson drops the subject and says she shouldn't have mentioned it. She insists nothing will happen and everything will be fine, trying to dismiss the concern. Then, holding his hand, she asks Choi to agree. Still hesitant, he nods, and the two continue walking together. 10 days pass. During that time, Choi repeatedly trains against Servalder and loses again and again while trying to keep pace with hyperfocus. In another match, the score makes the difference obvious. Choi has lost countless times and has managed to land only one slight hit. Even so, Servalder praises his improvement, saying that touching him at all is already impressive. Choi then tries to name the technique, wondering whether it is some kind of mana explosion style. Servalder confirms that it works by colliding mana with demonic energy to create a brief surge of power. He says the purple energy it produces, along with the spring-like force behind it, is impressive to watch. He is interested in learning it himself, but admits that it is nearly impossible unless someone possesses a body as abnormal as Choi's, created through extremely rare circumstances. Suddenly, an explosion echoes through the area and catches everyone's attention. The moment Servalder realizes it came from the prince's room, he moves immediately. Understanding the seriousness, Servalder says he must get there quickly. Choi moves to follow, but Servalder stops him and reminds him of what he said earlier. He tells Choi to stay with Princess Abelson and protect her. He will handle this himself. Inside the palace, an alarm sounds, warning that something has appeared ahead. Choi and Abelson rush over and find someone panicking, warning that a dangerous presence is nearby. When Choi arrives, he initially thinks it is only a corpse. Then he sees the truth. It isn't a corpse, but a demon. Matters quickly worsen. More bodies like it lie ahead, showing that this isn't a single enemy. Already tense, Choi demands to know what they are facing. Frisch says he has no idea. He can't understand why the Demon King army would attack so recklessly in a place like this, far from anywhere expected. With no clear explanation, he chooses to investigate further. Then he tells everyone to head toward the chambers and regroup with Servalder. Abelson agrees and leads as the group moves carefully through the palace. As they pass through the halls, they encounter Rice, who looks badly shaken. The moment he sees Abelson, he is clearly relieved. After confirming she is safe, Choi asks what is happening. Rice explains that the palace was attacked by figures resembling demons. He says he already fought off several himself, but warns there may still be more hiding throughout the palace. Rice says it is too dangerous to travel alone with enemies still nearby. Since he knows the palace well, he decides to escort Abelson himself and guide her safely. Abelson agrees and begins saying Choi should accompany them too. But before she can finish, something suddenly changes, interrupting her. Choi points out that Abelson can sense demonic energy, so it makes no sense for demons to enter the castle without her noticing. This makes him question whether they are truly demons. Abelson frowns and asks what he means. Choi mentions that the fourth prince called it a demonic attack, but says that may be incorrect. The attackers might not be demons. Rice becomes irritated and demands an explanation, making it clear they have no time for vague suspicions. Before matters worsen, Abelson intervenes and tells them to remain calm, reminding them that Choi is with her. She suggests the enemies may have used magical tools to conceal themselves, or perhaps she let her guard down. For now, she chooses to trust Rice and stay focused. A moment later, Abelson senses something nearby. She says faint demonic energy surrounds them, confirming enemies are close. Rice immediately asks where, and she points toward their direction. But then she hesitates. Something feels wrong. Although the enemies are approaching, they aren't attempting to hide their presence. Worse, the energy doesn't feel like that of normal demons. Abelson tries to identify it, realizing it is strange and unlike anything she expected. Before she can finish, Rice notices something approaching and warns the prince. He orders everyone to prepare. At that exact moment, Abelson finally understands. It isn't a normal demon. The energy feels mixed, like something half human and half demon, much like Choi. Then the figure appears, twisted and violent, with glowing eyes that make it clear this is no ordinary threat. Looking closer, Abelson notices something impossible to ignore and is horrified to connect that presence with Servalder. Choi sees her reaction and becomes alarmed, trying to understand what happened and who could have transformed him like this. The distorted figure forces out a warning, telling the princess to run. Abelson is too stunned to move, frozen by the sight. Rice, however, only appears irritated, remaining strangely calm amid the chaos. Then the story jumps back several minutes. At the king's chamber, messengers report that Servalder is approaching and that the royal guards are coming too. Hearing this, Rice orders everyone to move faster. They must finish before help arrives. Moments later, Servalder bursts in with a sharp attack that halts the enemy advance and enters without hesitation. The moment he arrives, he takes control of the battle and first checks whether Rice is safe. Rice says he already witnessed what happened in the chambers and will accept responsibility for it. Servalder tells him to wait. He says he will end this quickly and capture the attackers alive so they can obtain answers. Rice acts confident, praises Servalder's skill and loyalty, and steps back as instructed. Servalder warns everyone to give him room to focus, but as he approaches, Rice reveals his true plan. Without warning, he smears a substance onto Servalder. The sudden action catches him completely by surprise. Servalder tries to determine what Rice has done and immediately realizes something is terribly wrong. A sudden blow sends Servalder flying backward, still affected by the substance before. He fully understands it. As he struggles to recover, he turns toward Rice and demands to know what the third prince is doing. Before he can act, another figure appears, thanks Rice, and takes control of the situation. That is when the truth becomes clear. This was all planned and Rice allowed it. Sir Valder quickly pieces everything together. The prince likely allied himself with outsiders, perhaps the same group behind the entire attack. Then he realizes something else. No hidden enemy ever bypassed his senses. That means the assassins didn't break in. They were inside from the beginning. Someone within had opened the way for the royal family to be attacked and even weakened. Sir Valder understands that this isn't ordinary poison. His body should have resisted almost anything, but this attack functions in a completely different way. Rhys reveals that he planned carefully for someone like Sir Valder, someone known to be immune to poison. What he used wasn't poison at all, but demonic energy forced directly into the body. He explains that when demonic energy clashes with human mana, the body violently rejects it and begins to collapse. Leave a like on this video to help create more exciting content for viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out.